Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board member Dr. Zeman will now introduce his school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning. I want to say thank you in particular to Ms. Brown, the amazing principal of Fort Lauderdale High School, and her staff for putting together today's presentation on the Pledge of Allegiance. Fort Lauderdale High School, of course, has a very special place in Broward County. It was the first high school in the Tri-County area, Palm Beach, Broward County, and Dade, established 115 years ago. I'm excited that students you're about to see were able to participate yesterday on their first day of school. Thank you to Ms. Brown and to the staff and to the students of Fort Lauderdale High School for representing Broward County with such pride. We look forward to an amazing school year for all of our students. Thank you, Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Good morning from Fort Lauderdale High School. My name is Erin Brown, and I am the proud principal, and I'm here today with two members of the Sound Marching Band. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Thank you. As we begin, we reaffirm our strategic plan goal, 100% proficiency for all students, guided by our vision, educating today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. As an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement while empowering every student to reach their highest potential. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. Our general counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment portion of this workshop, as well as board policy. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, public comment procedures are as follows. Speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are a lobbyist before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. During the agenda speaking time, speakers will have up to 3 minutes per item. The timer will be visible, and the microphone may be turned off when the time expires. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to school board business and on the agenda items. Comments may not address matters that are pending litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with applicable school board policy. Abusive language defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling is prohibited, in addition to clapping, hissing, or booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruption from the audience. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair. Failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called. After a warning, the chair may also direct removal from the meeting by law enforcement or the sergeant at arms. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Dupree-Bruno. The board wants to hear from the public, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful, orderly, and productive meeting environment. Before we begin with the agenda, I want to turn it over to Dr. Hepburn to talk about our first day of school yesterday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and school board and also public. What an amazing day yesterday. Welcoming all of our students back, welcoming our teachers, our school principals, assistant principals. Started our day at the bus depot in the central area, where we welcome our bus drivers as well as early in the morning before the sun comes up. So a lot of intentional work, a lot of intentional planning went into just a great start to our school year. Our amazing kids, smiling and greeting each other, greeting new friends, greeting previous friends, Just an amazing day. We were able to go into a lot of classrooms and see instruction on day one. And that's how you help students exceed their potential. You start how you want to finish. But with all great starts, we also do an analysis also to find out or identify any gaps that we need to close quickly. Certainly when you live in the state of Florida, we know the importance of air conditioning. And for residents, it often goes in and out. Had a couple of hiccups with AC. We did strategize to make sure we kept the AC on all weekend, so we don't have to deal with surprises on Monday. But nonetheless, still had a couple of hiccups. But the PPO team and our partners were able to address any issues promptly early Monday morning, just to make sure our spaces were comfortable. The other issue that we identified too was actually ESC transportation for specific groups of our ESC students, where what we found out is that we had a lot of requests submitted late in the week up to Friday, and the transportation team was able to work out as many of those kinks as possible and get students scheduled all over the weekend. But nonetheless, still some outstanding requests that need to be addressed. We do have a plan for that for the upcoming school year as well, and stretching out the ESC specialist calendar time during the summer so they can do that in the front end instead of doing that when they come back. Their workload is super heavy, and I don't think people realize the scale. If you put 10 requests in per school, that equates to a lot of requests because we have over 230 schools. So I think a better plan for us to address that is to give them additional days in the front end of the summer versus the back end when they come in a little bit earlier. But nonetheless, those are some of the small gaps we identified to continue to our process improvement for ensuring that every start of the school year and every day of the school year is the best for our students. I do want to thank all of our board members who were able to visit some of our schools. We had all of district staff and cabinet level people out visiting schools. We have district staff plugging holes for any instructional vacancies that we had starting on day one. The hundreds of thousands of volunteers that I saw out at every school, assisting with car lines, assisting students, assisting teachers as well with readiness and prep to greet the students in. Our safety and security team, our SROs at our schools. It was a great day for Broward County Public Schools yesterday. So a sincere thank you for everybody who made it an impactful first day of school. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for that. We will now proceed with the agenda. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item is committee reports. Please add 5 minutes to the clock, and we will now hear reports from our committees. And just as a reminder to my colleagues, at the end, when we're doing board discussion, it is up to the board member who has the floor to call on the committee chairs. So first up, we have Audit Committee.
Turn that microphone on. Good morning. Mary Fertig on behalf of the Audit Committee. We've had a very busy summer. We met June 18th to discuss audits on payroll, overtime, and overpayment, internal audit of human resources, audit of the internal funds of selected schools, property and inventory audits. We held a special meeting on the 16th. We were anticipating the next generation referendum audit, but that's actually coming this Thursday. So what we did on the 16th was we had the internal audit from RSM carve-out analysis and student discipline process audit. We've taken a lot of we've really taken a deep look at a lot of the ways that different departments, payroll and HR and all are doing things. And it was great having all of that group together, Mark. So I'd like to have it at a single meeting so we could take a more comprehensive look. Okay, we are meeting this week. I just want to tell you that at our meetings we have some very interesting conversations. Everybody is very engaged. We're a smaller advisory board, and so we have 12 members, and it lends itself to having a very in-depth conversation on some of these things. I won't really go into details because our recommendations come when we transmit the audit reports to you. And so you will see them at that time. But I just really wanted to thank all of you for the individuals you've appointed to read the many pages of, and I know this is nothing compared to what you all are getting, but we take very seriously our responsibility to read every page of every audit. And it's a lot of reading, so I think that's probably the number one criteria for the job, being a good reader. And then we really engage in very robust discussions. We have outstanding committee members. 9 of the 12 are your appointees, so that goes to really thank you for what you're doing. I really appreciate the consideration you give to these appointments. As I said, on Thursday, we will meet again in this room. We have the Next Generation Referendum Renewal Audit and the property and inventory of selected locations. We're going to be looking at a summary for the year of these reports, or for last year, and also a review of technical staffing and consulting services. So I thank all of you again, and I don't know if you have questions. I'm going to keep this short because I know every one of these audits is coming to you because we moved to transmit them, with recommendations, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward County Association of Student Councils and Student Advisor to the Board.
Hey, hello everyone. Sadly, it's the end of summer. But over the summer, Mikhail and I have worked very hard to find members for several BCPS committees. We're starting off with just a small group, and then we hope to expand out to some of our more specific committees later. And then additionally, our SALT program, which works to build up student leaders. So we're very excited for that. And then we've been preparing for our Superintendent Student Advisory Committee, which is starting up again this September. Very excited for that. And then additionally, we've been working with our BCASC officers on the plans for the 2026 to 2027 school year and how Mikhail and I can assist them best on the executive board.
Thank you. District Advisory Council? North area? Central area?
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Hepburn from the Central Region. I must agree. Sorry to see summer go, but here we are on the second day of school. Just want to say that the first day of school for some kids and some parents went exceptionally well here in the Central Region. I myself found that my daughter was very pleased with the way the first day went. I'm hoping for the same as we do a block schedule today on day B. One thing that I'd like to bring to your attention is the fact that most of the centers fall under the Central Region. Yesterday, I was made aware of a situation that was happening at one of the centers where the parents and the teachers, the parents and the students felt a little blindsided by a change in the way the school day will run. H.D. Perry, prior to this year, was running, and just to use the terminology so that I was told, I'm not sure, just so we all understand, they were more of a paper and pen school where children were expected to be in the school, but they ran on 3 different time frames. They had a 9 to 4, a midday, and then they had a night school. I did know that some night schools were going to be eliminated just due to funding and other things. Some of the parents felt like because the change was made aware to them very late in the summer, they were kind of blindsided. They didn't have an ability to change things like their child might work during the day. Some of the children who play sports at a home school would now be unable to attend a practice that may start at 3:15, 3:30, because the school day would now be from 9 to 4. There's also a concern that if the children are on the computer and home, some of our more challenged students or some of the students who may not be as focused in may suffer due to the fact that they're not required to be in the schoolhouse on every day. So I just wanted to make that aware. Again, Central Region is just unique in the fact that we cover most of the centers. Now, to talk about some of the great things, a lot of our parents, especially our elementary school parents, were very happy to see the specials returning. They were very happy to see that their children's schedules were going to reflect some of that, especially some of the schools where we have some updated media centers, updated rooms, so they were very pleased. I've heard great feedback about that, the way the schedules have been created. I also am glad to say that A lot of the hiccups that we had at the security gates seemed to be working out. There wasn't a long line. I myself at Dillard was very, very pleased to see how the children were coming in. They were moving. There was no hiccups at the line. So again, shout out to Chief Gregory and all of the security staff for ensuring that the children were getting in and in their classrooms by the start of the day. So a little con. One of the things that people have continued to talk to me about is class size. Now, again, we talked about this last term, we talked about this last school year, that we had to expect that some of the class sizes may be a little large. However, I've heard from some of the schools in our southern west region, such as Western High School, 70 kids in the ACE class is a little bit too much. The hope is that the school administrators there will be able to work with the district in figuring out how we can potentially lessen that size. On the west side, on the east side, we've heard high school classes being in the 30 to 40 range. While that might be workable, again, depending on the type of class it is, when we talk about AP, ACE, IB, those classes do entail a little bit more delicate work, as do our elementary school kids. Hearing that classrooms are anywhere over 30, again, as much as we anticipated it, it is really difficult, especially when you're dealing with some of our new babies to school, the kindergartners. So again, we just wanted to make sure to bring that up, and the hope is that as we work through some of the kinks of the first week to second week, that some of those class sizes can be reduced. Lastly, I just want to say that the Central Region is looking forward to continuing discourse with the board on a monthly basis. I apologize for not knowing that July was going to be when we did reports, but going forward, myself or one of my representatives, one of the executive board, will be here to ensure that you guys are getting the news from the Central Region. I think that might be all. Oh, my apologies. One last thing. For some of the classrooms, we know that there were substitutes put in place. We just wanted to ask that any new hire policy, whatever the situation is that they have to go through, if they're going to be hired as a full-time teacher, paraprofessional, what have you, if there was any way to kind of quicken it. I don't know, the word just lost. Just try to get them in the classroom, try to get everybody situated so there's no big changes. Again, thank you from the Central Region.
Thank you. South Area?
Good morning. On behalf of Antoinette Bailey, our chair, we have no report at this time. We just want to let you know that our first meeting is on August 19th, followed by a meeting in September, and we look forward to seeing some of you there sometime. You know, you do represent us. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Diversity Committee? ESC Advisory Council?
Thank you. Good morning. Jackie Luscombe for ESC Advisory. I like the preemptive strike by the superintendent. You all know what I'm going to be speaking about. But Happy New Year, and thank you, first of all, to everybody who worked so hard to get it launched. I've heard uplifting feedback from parents happy about how day one went, about the joy of seeing their children walk in excited and come home pleasantly exhausted. And I know there are countless success stories that have folks feeling good about the year ahead and proud of that A grade for the past year as well. So congratulations and thank you. On the other side of the coin, though, you know that I'm going to want to talk about the elements that have not gone well. And it's important that we have a culture in this boardroom where we don't just come here and report on them and leave with no response, but that we can leave feeling assured of your listening ears, your interest, engagement, and meaningful action. Some of you acknowledged my email on Sunday appealing to you, the superintendent, and thank you, General Counsel, too, to step in and prevent a situation in which staff were going to be knowingly breaching federal law on Monday morning, and still did, as a result of having no transportation for some of the students with disabilities for whom transportation is a mandatory requirement enshrined in the IEP. However this came about, and from what I'm told, when the superintendent says it was late requests, not by parents, these are already enshrined in the IEP. It should be easy to just run a focus report, but focus can't, to see who needs transportation. But if there was a failure of school staff to have submitted transportation requests when they were meant to have been done last year, going into the new school year still consciously planning to violate IEPs once that's been discovered is not a standard that anyone should have been contemplating, let alone then putting into practice. Thank you to those who did respond to my email, which was a Hail Mary attempt to get this resolved at the 11th hour. 2 of the cases I forwarded Sunday resulted in one student getting a bus Monday morning, so thank you, and another being made to wait till Wednesday. 2 more I sent, heard nothing, and my email got no acknowledgement, resulting in me having to appeal again. If I don't get a receipt, I don't know that an email's even been seen, especially on a day like yesterday. I understand the headaches the transportation department is landed with when this happens. It doesn't sound to be a situation of their making. But equally, these families cannot be told, wait 7 to 10 days, or in another case, a parent was told by the school that it could be up to 3 weeks wait. We need to be very clear about what transportation written into an IEP means. It's not an optional perk that the district can provide at its convenience. Under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, components of the IEP are a must, not a may or a perhaps. The expectation that parents must scramble at the last minute to take off work or pull in favors or pay for an Uber to get students to school because BCPS wants another week or several weeks to provide an ESE bus is not reasonable or legal. And some of these students missed out on school altogether as a result. They missed the opportunity to establish routines, arrive with classmates, and get going really from get-go on the day one because the system failed to do what their IEPs required, and there were people within this institution who were prepared to go along with that. It's not improper of me to want to see that you are going to hold folks accountable, reform systems, and listen when we have said year after year after year, this needs to be the last year that it happens. You have a focus system. If it's incapable of pulling a report to give a list of all the students that have transportation in the IEP, we need to hark back to 3 years ago when I told you this system was going to be incapable. Want to also address another failure involving registered behaviour technicians or RBTs and the impact that failure has had on students with disabilities. RBTs were registered and prepared to provide services at the beginning of the school year. I'm pretty sure the ESE department and schools did some good work clearing folks through quickly, but then it gets stopped at the security clearance level, and security badges haven't been issued in time for many to begin working with students from the first day, or to be able to go in and do their observations. As a result, students have been let down, students lost access to their required behavioural support. RBTs have been turning up for their badges. Last Thursday, we're told to come back on Monday. Came back on Monday and we're told come back on Wednesday. So I think we do need a delve into what's happened there. Class sizes, ditto. And also the issue of parents just not knowing about it. So instead of the internet necessarily being alive yesterday with compliments about all the great things that did happen yesterday, the narrative is about class sizes of over 80 kids, or kids being told, go and sit in the auditorium. Preemptive communication could help with that, and there was none in these situations, and that really does need looking into as to why we're not communicating with parents and explaining why that's happened. Thank you.
Thank you. ESOL Leadership Council. Facilities Task Force.
Good morning. Linda Ferrara, Vice Chair, Facilities Task Force. We did not have a meeting this month. Our first meeting will be the first Thursday of September. Everybody's welcome to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Gifted Advisory Council.
Good morning. Alan Bushkin, Gifted Advisory Chair. Welcome back to a new school year. I'd like to give a shout out to Bear Middle School. They're going to be our new home for our on-ground Gifted Advisory meetings. So thank you, Principal Williams. We appreciate it. We're kind of bummed to hear about Plantation Middle. We got kicked out of there because I think security is taking over that building. So we had to find a new home, and he was gracious enough to host us. Our next meeting will be on September 14th. It'll be on Teams. To echo a lot of my compatriots up here, class sizes. Wow. I heard from my daughter, who's been in school just 2 days, upwards about 40 kids in a class. Now, we were warned in middle school that my daughter's class sizes were going to be extremely large. So we're talking about close to 30 kids in those classes. That's still quite a lot. I know we've got a couple weeks to go as things settle out through the first 2 weeks of school year, schedules, everything else, but that's still insanity. Grumblings, musings, and commentary from the community that I've got for the last couple weeks. Focus, back to school forms. For the life of me, I don't understand why parents can't see information on their students without having to complete their back-to-school forms. That was extremely difficult. Parents trying to fill out their forms thinking they've completed them still can't get in to see information on their students. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the only place where we could see bus routes and transportation information for kids. A few good things. Testing. Parents are pleased to hear that elementary school testing is going to be dropped dramatically. We'll have to wait and see. Same thing with the screen time. And I think that's pretty much it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Green Advisory Committee, Human Relations Committee, Multilingual Advisory Committee.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Rigu. I'm the new chair of the Multilingual Advisory Committee, and here with me is Ildiko Barsoni. She's the vice chair. We have nothing to report at this time, but we're looking forward to our upcoming meeting on September 16th. Everyone is welcome to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Good morning and welcome back to the school year. A huge thank you, like so many, to everyone who helped make yesterday a successful first day of school. We know how much work goes into preparing for that first day, and we are grateful to all of our teachers, administrators, staff, families, and community partners who helped our students start the year strong. Our task force will hold our first meeting of the school year in September, but our work and collaboration continued throughout the summer. One of our major areas of focus has been supporting family engagement around the district's rollout of AI. As we shared at the end of last school year, families have important questions about AI and its role in education, and our task force has emphasized the importance of creating opportunities not just to share information, but to listen to families and engage them as partners in this work. Over the summer, we worked with the Department of Instructional Innovation and Digital Learning, along with representatives from TAC, ESC Advisory, and the Elementary Subcommittee of DAC. A big shout out to Jackie for getting that going, to develop a family forum focused on AI. The goal was to create a space where families can ask questions, raise concerns, separate myths from facts, and have meaningful dialogue as the district integrates these new tools. A special thank you to Dr. Cohn and Mr. Carell for their leadership and partnership in this effort. And we have additional sessions scheduled for this month and next, and I hope this collaboration can serve as a model for how we approach family and community engagement going forward. By bringing together multiple advisory groups and district departments, we were able to broaden our outreach, hear from more parents, and incorporate a wider range of perspectives. We are also excited for an upcoming parent university on September 30th, focused on online safety, and that will be in partnership with the local Miami FBI field office. Thank you to Lori Canning and Nadia Clark for their work connecting us with this critical community partner and helping organize the session. I also want to thank board members for your appointments to the task force. We are excited to welcome our new members and equally grateful to have veteran members returning for another year. The strength of our task force comes from having people with different experiences and perspectives who share a commitment to supporting our schools through meaningful family and community involvement. As we start the year, I want to emphasize something that comes up again and again at our task force discussions, that communication is so crucial to the success of our students, schools, and district. So many of the concerns we hear from families ultimately come back to whether they received clear information, whether they received it early enough, and whether they felt they were being given the full picture. Our families want to be partners, and real partnership requires trust. That means communicating proactively and consistently, not only when the news is easy, but also when the realities are difficult or the answers are still evolving. Families do not expect every answer to be perfect, but they want transparency and they want to understand what is happening, why decisions are being made, and what those decisions mean for their children, and actually, most importantly, how they can help. So with that, I would encourage all of us to be thoughtful not only about what we are communicating, but how and when, Clear, timely, honest communication gives families the opportunities to be informed, to ask meaningful questions, and to provide valuable feedback, and ultimately better support their children and their schools. We look forward to a great year ahead, continuing to listen to our families and communities, creating more opportunities for them to be part of the conversations that affect their children, and building stronger connections among families, schools, district departments, and community partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Technology Advisory Committee.
Good morning again. Linda Ferrara, Chair, Technology Advisory Committee. Our first meeting will be held on August 17th. Again, everyone's invited. I have looked at a number of policies, technology policies that are up for review on today's agenda. Some of them I've noticed have no formal policy number on there. I also noticed that there is no effective date of the policy. It could say effective date XXXXX, but there is no line that says effective date. I'm not seeing or hearing about any manuals that will pertain to those policies. What's happening from what I'm taking a quick look at it is you're listing the policy, a number of items have been taken out of that policy, understandably, but they need to be put into a procedure manual, which I'm not hearing anything about. So now you're asking parents to adhere to something that they don't know what the full story is about it. On top of which, you're now asking them to sign the Student Code of Conduct, referring to old policy numbers, not new policy numbers. Leads me to Granicus. When Granicus was first presented to the board 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago at this point, it was understood that everything on the Granicus website would be searchable. When things are buried into a PDF, they're not searchable. We can't find policy numbers. I just tried to look at a few the new policy numbers. They don't come up because they're buried. So there is now a transparency issue when it comes to this. So it's something you need to take a look at and correct in a timely manner, because if we're going to go back and look for something, we can't find it, does it exist? And with all the new policy numbers, you know, it's going to be very difficult to figure out what's what. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board members, I know Ms. Rupert, you're online. Do you have any comments or questions?
Basically, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Thanks. To actually ask more questions about what ESC Jackie said. And I just wanted to highlight, obviously, the IEP document for transportation is required. And the solution that the superintendent has come up with for next year seems fine, but I'd like to know how to make things faster this year, because we still have many, many days that are certainly part of the week, and how the kids are going to be able to be acclimated to the school if they miss 2, 3, or 4 days, because we all know how it feels, to start school. And if you're behind already, there's anxiety. So that's part of my question about that. And class size, if the superintendent wants to comment on that, or I'm getting phone calls and emails about a ridiculous amount of numbers of kids in high school classes, upwards of 70, 75. And exactly how is that going to be remediated this week at the very, the soonest is by this week. So I would ask the superintendent for those answers.
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Rupert. First,
good morning.
Good morning. First, ESC, the Transportation Department has been working diligently all weekend, every day, and every night to process as many requests as possible. We did do a deep dive just to figure out, how the requests were being sent and why the bulk amount at a certain amount of time last week. So they're working hard day in and day out, and also over the past weekend as well. And I've approved overtime to make sure we're processing as much information as possible. As far as class size, it sounds like we got some schools that have a good problem, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Because all the schools developed their schedules over the summer. We even gave many of the high schools additional funds to do what they need to do to ensure that they're addressing class size. So, normally there's a balancing. Sometimes they can balance in their school, but it's a balance district-wide once we get to our benchmark day, where we will be shifting teachers from schools to balance out at other schools. And so as a school is gaining and those class sizes are increasing, another school is actually losing. We just talked about this yesterday, and so the regional superintendents already know what those schools are, who's losing kids and who's below enrollment and has small class sizes, and who's over as of yesterday. And so they'll naturally be balancing within the school this week, but they'll also naturally be balancing at our 10-day benchmark when we actually start shifting teachers across the district to address some of those needs. So kudos to those schools that actually have a great problem right now. No, it's not the best to be an oversized classroom, but they will get balanced out accordingly.
Great. Do you have a goal date that is pretty much in stone, that there will be no more upheaval moving teachers at a certain point, if it's at the 10-day mark or whatever? Because just having it up in the air is still very confusing and anxious, riddled for our parents and our families. So I would caution that should be something that's part of the plan there. So you have like an end date. And I know people come along and, maybe something, they decide, oh, this other school that I'm going to is not exactly all that in the bag of chips. So they may want to return to their school. And I expect that.
Yep.
But the ones right now that are overcrowded, I'm very concerned with those, and to make sure that kids who are forming bonds, and you've got the behavior management right from the day start with our teachers. And I worry that in some of those schools, they would have people from other schools moving in, so just, I would caution that, and, hope that we can set a certain day in stone that's maybe 85%. So people can kind of calm down and really accept and enjoy their teachers, and the whole school community, because it affects, one classroom affects the entire school. So I appreciate that, and you all did a bang-up job on the first day of school, of all the municipalities that were there. Really was wonderful, and my board members, your staff, I've just heard great things. If we just could have gotten the transportation for our ESE kids, I think it would have been a really good, at least a 2-base hit for the team. So thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Yep, appreciate it, Ms. Rupert.
All right.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Some of what Mrs. Rupert mentioned were some of my questions. So she asked about a goal date, but I didn't hear the superintendent.
Yeah. So there's a specific process. There's 2 processes, one internally at the school. And so the regionals are working with the school. We debrief every day, the first week of school. So we'll get more information from the regionals as they converse with their individual schools and seeing what their plans are as they level out internally at their school. For the 10-day benchmark, there's a specific HR process that we have to follow by contract with BTU and all of that as we shift teachers around the district based on the needs, based on a school losing kids, based on a school adding kids. So we can provide a follow-up. What we'll do, we'll work with the regionals so they can, those individual schools that are having those issues can push out information to their parents to let them know when they expect to balance out. As Ms. Rupert said, you're going to have a natural ebb and flow. There's probably kids that were supposed to go to their home school and end up going to a reassignment school, or vice versa, who said they were going to a reassignment school or going to a magnet school, and they decided to stay at their home school. So you have a lot of those. And Honestly, I'll take that problem this year, right? As kids are hopping around because they're finding out about new programs and new things at different schools. Some people just started paying attention to things late during the summer. We actually even had parents, and I heard about this during our debrief yesterday, that showed up to schools that were closed. Right, and we've pushed out targeted information to specific parents, social media, news, and newspaper. We still had a couple of people that showed up to schools that were closed. So we'll work out the internal issue at those specific schools and have those principals push out information. And then there's a specific HR process for the 10-day benchmark. And I can have Dr. Lozano send that information to the board so you have that specific time certain. And then we'll push that out to the schools so that the community has that time certain as well.
To kind of calm minds, because I'll have to say, looking on social media, that really was the only complaint. And I mean, it's not a great complaint,
Yep.
but if it's the only complaint, I think that's good for the first start of school. But so would you imagine at least by the end of the second week, we would have most of that situated?
It depends on the school.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on the school. If we have to shift a teacher from another school, there's a specific HR process we have to follow. But if it's a balancing at a school, it could be, if it's secondary, it could be providing additional extra periods to teachers so they can actually take additional sections to balance out. So we'll find out more this week from our regionals as they check in with their schools and we debrief every day at the end of the day.
Okay, and on that, because 70 students in an ACE class doesn't sound great. So is there a number that we're aiming for in terms of no class should be larger than this number?
Honestly, it depends on the teacher. All right, some ACE and AP teachers want a larger class. There's benefits to them to control outcomes for students, and there's benefits when you control the outcomes for students that are great. You get additional compensation for that as well as your school. So it just depends on the teacher. Some teachers are comfortable with a 30 student AP or ACE class. Some teachers are comfortable with a 40 to 50, and it also depends on the capacity of the classroom too.
But I just, as a district in general, what is our goal in terms of, let's say, an average class size that
I'd
we
say
don't
for,
really
for,
want to
for high school, upper level classes in the 30-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what we would be funding in essence.
Correct.
For schools.
Correct.
So I just want to be as clear as possible.
Correct.
What the, Okay, thank you for that. Then on bus transportation, I was just telling Mr. Bruno, all the years that Corey rode the bus and they picked him up in front of our house, we've lived in the same house I have for almost 60 years. Every week they didn't pick him up on time and I'd have to take him to school. So I absolutely understand that issue and so it's frustrating that it happened that long ago and it continues to happen. But I think it's important that we're able to make sure that not just our ESE students, I mean students in general, have those buses. So on that end, when do we expect to be able to have? And do you have a number of how many ESE students that affect?
I don't have a specific number right now. Dr. Wanzer and her team has that specific number, and everybody's out. If you notice, behind me is empty because everybody's out supporting schools and supporting initiatives just to make sure we close any gaps this week. Even myself, I had a kid call me on my personal cell. Yeah, he's did some great research to get my personal cell phone number and called me to one of the routes didn't pick him up, and we were able to rectify that situation and have the bus double back and pick up that specific stop on that route. So we're troubleshooting. It's the first day yesterday, and so there's going to be hiccups and gaps all week, and that's why we debrief every day with cabinet and find out what our gaps are, what we need to close, and what we need to address expeditiously.
because someone, Ms. Luscombe had mentioned that someone was told 3 weeks. So I don't find that
Yeah.
acceptable in terms of ESE. So what is that turnaround?
Yeah,
time?
I don't find that acceptable too. It'll be quicker than that. Dr. Wands is working directly with the transportation team with routing and all of that, so it'll be significantly quicker than that, and she can provide a follow up.
Okay.
She's over there as we speak.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And to jump back to talking about class size, one of the things I also saw were some concerns because classes didn't have a teacher. So for example, and I mean, it just is, right? I'm not I'm not blaming anyone. But if a school knows that for science 7th period, there's no teacher, I agree that they should be sending some information out to the parents so they're not surprised at that, and say, we're working on hiring a teacher so that they understand what it is. But it throws the students off on the first day if they're already starting off in the auditorium. So I also think that we should be telling our schools that if you preemptively know that you're having a situation, that please send out information to the, I don't know if you can do it to just the students who are affected, but I do think the more we communicate, the less people get frustrated because they already, I mean, they're still going to be upset, but at least they know it's coming, so they wouldn't be so.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the last thing with the technology, so Mr. Bruno, I saw you were taking notes, so can you just address the idea about effective date and former policy numbers?
Absolutely, and that was a very good question that was raised. First and foremost, I'm going to be meeting with all of the chairs and the liaisons of the Board Advisory Committee to address certain things to include our policy modernization process, so we'll be able to answer more of your questions. But directly as to what was brought up today with regards to effective date, former policy number, and whether or not we're going to have manuals and procedures. When we do the conversion, and I will show you this platform when we meet, automatically there will be an effective date. It will be in a different section. It's not going to be on the policy itself, but it will be viewable to the public. You'll be able to see the effective date. You'll be able to see the renewal date, the last time that this policy was looked at. So all of that's going to be there. If you see a policy that does not have a former policy number on the policy, that means we never had that policy. So that's one of the things. Now, so if there is one, because we did a crosswalk, Neola did a crosswalk, we did a crosswalk, so if there's something that we have missed, please let us know and we'll review it. But from what the information that we had, we did not have that specific policy. It could have been in another policy embedded in there, because we are breaking the policies down so that it models what the law requires, which is one subject per policy. So if there is something, please let me know, we'll address that. And then the other thing with regards to manuals and procedures, we are definitely in agreement with you with regards to manuals and procedures. As we are removing those processes, they are going to be put into an administrative process document or a standard operating procedure document, and some of them will also have process documents in terms of step-by-step on how to accomplish something, so that there's continuous information, so whatever staff picks it up can move forward with it. So that's something that's going. As we are moving those policies forward, staff will be working on creating those standard operating procedures. And there was one other question I wanted to address which dealt with paper options. We have a homework policy that's coming to the board today that's going to be pre-briefed, which is a homework policy. And in that policy, it's very explicit that the IEP's status as a homeless student or anything else has to be taken in consideration, and the teacher may provide a paper option for homework. So I wanted to advise you of that as well.
Thank you. And the last thing for the super, two things. The concern about the RBT security badges, I know.
I have to get with Chief Gregory on that. He did mention in our debrief about some badge concerns of, I can't remember the specifics. I'll have to get with Chief Gregory and get some more specifics.
Okay, great. And the last thing, we've heard about Focus a couple of times. Can it run a report and see
it can
when
run
the
a report.
IEP needs transportation?
It can run a report, but you still need a human being to to do the level of assurance needed just to make sure everything's above board for that specific students. So what I gathered in just the quick research that we did when I learned about the concern is that, the ESC specialists are doing their due diligence, they're running their reports, they're pulling the IEPs, they're looking at the specific needs for transportation for that student, and then they're submitting the request. Like I said, if you just get 5 requests per school, right, you have over 1,000 requests being sent in a short amount of time. I think the ESC specialists started their school year on July 31st, and so you're getting multiple requests per school, and it piles up quickly for transportation to try and have a quick turnaround.
Right. So are those new students then? Because if they were
that's our largest
existing.
population. So it may not be a new student coming into the system, but student gets identified for services almost every day. So it, as Ms. Hollenworth tell us all the time, it's our largest population that's being identified almost daily.
Okay, so we are running focus reports to see who needs.
Correct.
Okay.
But I think, like I said before, it's to work with the ESC specialists to see if we can move that process to the front end of the summer. That gives transportation way more time to process versus what we're going through right now.
All right, great, thank you.
Follow up, please. Ms. Hickson, follow up.
Ms.
Okay. On the manuals, we had requested a few years ago that the manuals be put under the policies website under X, so that parents can go and search for those policies, because we have guidances on attendance, on SACs, on things like that, where parents had no clue where they were or what they were. So as we've found these procedural manuals, we've requested that they be put under the policies under like an X with the policy number, so that everybody can, it's easily searchable. Thank you.
Oh, Ms. Luscombe.
Thank you. I did just want to correct the record a little here. Transportation requests don't just come in this week when ESC specialists come back. They are meant to be submitted in April or May. I can't believe that nobody in this room can tell us how many failures there have been. I do feel, I'm sorry, but this is being somewhat blown off. We haven't once heard sorry. We had parents who were still waiting last night to hear. They're asking me, am I going to hear from these folks? Am I going to get a bus tomorrow? When they say they're working on it, do they mean for tomorrow, or do they mean this time next Tuesday? Where is the communication? Where was the plan B when it was realized that there was a bunch of students who had been missed? It's not about transportation requests coming in this week. It's about there having been failures in April or May that are being corrected this week. There were some other points that were just made as well, if I may, Madam Chair, to correct the record. When we talk about levelling out, again, the communication thing is really important. Parents are hearing from their kids that their kid is in a block of 82 kids for English. If they're hearing that from their kids, it looks like nobody at BCPS really cared to tell them. They're going home and drawing all kinds of conclusions that that's the state for the rest of the year. They don't know what levelling out means. They don't know when that happens. They don't know who's working on this, if that's the case for the rest of the year, or whether that was just yesterday. With the RBTs, again, Superintendent, when you said there are no specifics, well, let's have some specifics. Somebody send a text or get somebody in here who can give us some, because again, there has been no communication. I offered last week and said, let me know what a plan B is to allow these RBTs to do their work, or to put parents' anxieties at bay. And I said, me and Anna, my vice chair, will help communicate that where we can, because we have tentacles that can reach at least a little way into the ESE community and help to be calming, soothing these issues. And I got no message other than, well, we're working on it diligently. I don't want to hear we're working on it diligently. That's what people are paid to do. I want to hear when things have gone wrong, what's plan B? Where's the communication? Leaving people dangling without responses to emails, not knowing if they're meant to be at a bus stop tomorrow or not, and if so, where it is. It's not acceptable. I feel this is being not blown off. I know folks are taking it seriously, but blown off in terms of giving accountability in this room. If we're going to say we're going to give people transparency and accountability, let's do it. Let's answer the question, how many students didn't have a bus? And let's answer how this happened. And let's answer what has been done to hold staff accountable for thinking that it was going to be okay to break the law on Monday.
Mr. Pre-Bruno?
Can I just say one thing? I wish I had started counting at the beginning of this meeting how many times the issue of communications has come up. I just made a note while you were speaking, Mrs. Hickson, and said communications has come up repeatedly. We need to take an in-depth look at what is in place and then make some plans to improve it. And I know the task force originally, when we were formed, we did that, but I would just say, I'm listening to you all, and I know you're listening to us, and it just seems to come up repeatedly. So I know everybody's working really hard. Second day of school, there's so much more on our minds, but I really hope this year that you will either create a communications task force or maybe you can take it on again to look at what is effective and what is not effective and what you need to do as soon as possible to communicate with your constituents. Thank you.
Chair, just to that point, Dr. Hepburn, I think all of us, we're parents, we're friends. If you send a question or a concern to someone, it's frustrating and you get angry when you don't get something back that just acknowledges the fact. I mean, honestly, it's part of the reason why I ran for school board was because I wrote emails to the school board after the tragedy happened and I didn't get answers back from them. And I was like, at least acknowledge that I sent you this email. So I don't disagree with them. I know it's difficult and maybe we don't have an answer, and it's okay to say, we don't have an answer right now, someone will get back to you, but to have, because we do, like there's a person right now that has sent an email 4 times that says, please respond to me. Is no one going to respond to me? Please. That's part of the issue on why people don't trust us. So I don't disagree with that in terms of there are things that are low-hanging fruit I think we could fix. I know it goes to school board and secretaries, and someone's supposed to be addressing those in a way that people at least know it's been sent to another spot. But I feel like maybe that communication has broken down because we've gotten a lot of emails that people are like, hello, did you see my email? And, I try to respond to them, but I don't have an answer. So I think I don't disagree that someone should at least be saying to them, here's what we're doing to work on the problem. We don't have an answer, but here's what's happening, because that's part of that whole customer service piece that we've been talking about for a long time. So thank you. And I'm sorry, Mr. Pre-Bruno, you were going to jump in on something.
I was going to go back to the question with regards to the manual. So one thing that is going to be very helpful is that all of those manuals will have a platform the same way that the policies do, and it will be public facing as well. And the search feature is going to be much, much better. So when I meet with the board advisory chairs, I'll be able to share all of that with you.
Is that all, Ms. Hickson? Mrs. Aldeff?
So first is, as far as communication, Dr. Hepburn, do we have a communication funnel that staff follows?
Yes, but I do want to, all due respect, I respect everybody in this room. It is the second day of school. The first day, right, situations happen, and giving our principals the second day to actually work it out, communicate, do whatever they need to do that's specific to their buildings. Also, I want to address Ms. Luscombe. I respect you very well, too. I'm not blaming anything on anything that happened in April or May. I get things happen in April and May. What we're experiencing is what happened last week. We've done our research and we identified a gap that happened last week. And our transportation department worked all weekend calling parents, because I was on the phone myself, ensuring that a lot of processes are being taken seriously so we can address the matter in a timely way. As far as RBT, as I said before, I don't have the answers right now. We got a quick debrief yesterday, and I know the security team is doing their due diligence to work on. It's not just RBT. There's other volunteers or staff members that are without badges, and they're isolating those concerns and making sure people get the necessary credentials to go into our schools and do what they need to do. As far as communication, yes, y'all have heard me say this a million times. I agree with every last one of y'all when it comes to communications, and we are getting better at that. And we are isolating issues and creating communication protocols and channels, as well as bringing on an executive director of comms. In the next school board meeting, Mr. Sullivan? Is that the next school board meeting?
I'm sorry, sir?
The executive director of comms, is that next school?
Oh, yes.
Yes, who will add tremendous value to the district, right? Being very strategic and working with all stakeholders just to make sure we get communication out and it's timely, and working with our principals and everybody above. So I completely agree with everybody when it comes to communication. It can be better. But yesterday was the first day of school, so I don't want what yesterday was to overshadow all the other things that happened that was well. There are going to be hiccups the first day of school. And as a former principal, I can tell you there's going to be hiccups, especially if you're secondary principal. Class sizes are going to be over. You're going to balance out. We're going to do all, and they're going to communicate with their communities, and we're going to equip them to make sure they do so. And we'll communicate with the community as well as far as what we need to do by transferring teachers from school to schools, because that's going to be another issue that we have to get in front of as well, because a kid has gone to a school, gotten used to a teacher, class size is under, and we need to change that teacher to another area. So I just want to get that out there. It's day one, today's day two, and day two just started. We're only a couple hours into it, so I just don't want to just keep piling on day one when the team is out and about working on many of those issues too that everybody talked about earlier in the day.
Can I just clarify, Dr. Hepburn?
I think I have the
I wasn't
floor right
talking-
now.
Ms.
Madam
Furtick,
Chair.
Ms. Furtick, just Mrs. Alhadeff has the floor, so if she would like to call on you, yeah.
Thank you. So, yes, I know we're at day two, Dr. Hepburn, and I appreciate that. And my comments as far as communication is really have been over a longer period of time, not just focusing on
sure.
yesterday and today. And when I talk about communication funnel, I would like to understand when an email comes in, maybe, AI, right? We can be able to send out some type of generic message to that person, and then there needs to be a few steps until that parent's issue is resolved. So that's what, maybe we could, that you already have or you're working on, I don't know, but maybe this is something that we could put in place that will help to get to the root cause of the communication problems.
And to add to that too, we can have all the processes in the world. It's up to the people to follow them. And one thing that we're doing more of this year is holding people accountable. It's the only way to change behavior, right? And for what we may think is something, where somebody may think something as small as not returning an email, right, or even returning a phone call, and it's repeated, they're going to get held accountable. It's the only way to change the behaviors that we're seeing consistently year after year after year because of the lack of accountability for tasks that some folks may think is small, but it's actually huge when you're on the other end of it and you're not getting quick answers to deal with your issues.
Thank you. And so some of the notes that I wrote down were how many ESE students, communication, and then the other thing is, are we providing any type of ride options? It breaks my heart to know that we have a student that is sitting at home when they should be in school and are missing out. Or are we allowed to let them Zoom into their class time until we get transportation? We have to provide education for these students. So for them to not be able to get to school and it's required by their IEP, what methods are we providing for them to be educated? And maybe that is we make sure they get a computer and they're able to Zoom into the meetings. I mean, not meetings, their class.
That's a great question. What I can tell you right now is Dr. Wanza is working hands-on with the transportation department to process as many requests as fast as possible so we can get kids routed and get to school and hopefully not have to worry about all of those options that you just mentioned. I think Ms. Hollingsworth is back there, yep. And so if a kid is not able to go to school based on the failure of the district, I have her kind of provide some detail on what options we provide.
Good morning, Simone Hollingsworth, Student Services Officer. So each student is reviewed individually because of it being unique situations. We haven't been able from the state to be able to have students, participate online because that was not something that was available, but the schools, and I see you're looking confused. So, and every situation is different. There are certain students that's not the right, method for them to learn. So certainly we do that case by case, and they at times have makeup services based on what they've missed. So we take that case by case, and the district department works along with the school and the family to identify what needs to be, reviewed and provided back as like a back educational services.
Okay, I'm going to push back on this because I think this is really important that every student deserves to be educated at the same time as their peers. And currently right now, because of a gap, whatever that means, they're not being. And I get we're day 2 and we're working as hard as we can, but, are we putting together packets of what they missed on day 1, day 2, and tomorrow's day 3? We should be. We should be providing an education for them in some capacity until we can get them into the schools. And so whether they're able to Zoom and we get special permission until we're able to provide that, I'm going to say, why not? Right? We have the technology to do it. We have computers. We have the ability. And if we can't do that, well, I don't understand why we can't, but we provide the workbooks, the information, what they missed. And because they're already going to be behind. And so until we can get them there, I think it's incumbent on the school board to make sure that they're given the education that they are missing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. And thank you to the advisory chairs for being here today to give us reports. I certainly appreciate that. And welcome back, everyone. And Dr. Hepburn, you are right. We are now on to the second day, right? So I have a few questions. Board Member Rupert, Dr. Hepburn mentioned setting a goal date as it pertains to the oversized classrooms. And you mentioned that, I believe I heard you said, the school-based leadership as well as district leadership is coordinating those efforts. So I have a question. We've done this every year. Every year we've had similar problems. This is nothing new. We've been around 100 and plus years, right? So based upon past experience, what kind of direction can district leadership give to school-based leadership to expedite the process to settling things down and having the right class size, or at least a better ratio than what we have? As for, instead of having it left up to school-based leadership, district has a different goal, school-based has a different goal. Why can't we use past experience where district leadership, such as the regional superintendents, say to their schools, this is the date I'm expecting this to be done based upon what we've had in the past, as opposed to leaving that up to the school-based leadership? I mean, why can't we put some pressure on them?
It is way more complex than that. So if I can walk you through, because this is mostly, for the most part, a secondary issue right now. You do have some elementary schools. Schools build a schedule based off the students that are enrolled in their school. That's in focus. They build a schedule. And so you're building based on expectations that this number of students are going to be at your school. right? So they're not building oversized classes, they're building classes that are comparable size. And so one of the unique things about us is probably not unique anymore, is that we pretty much have open doors for students to go anywhere in the district, be it reassignment, magnet, choice, innovative programs. And so you do have a couple of, not a couple, a few popular high schools that we're always making sure that they're well suited to accept all the students that are coming across the district. A principal will plan for a certain amount of students that are enrolled in Focus, but you, like I said, those schools are having a good problem but another school is having a bad problem. Students are just shifting across the district. And so that's something that that principal can't plan for, but they can address it when the kids get there, especially high school, because the teachers have opportunities to teach extra periods. So this week, and also today, principals are surveying their campus and seeing what teachers could possibly teach another section of a certain course. And so they balance out internally over the next few days. And then after our benchmark day, we balance out district-wide because we have to shift teachers from school A to school B. So it's a little bit more complex than saying, hey, principals, expect 500 more kids at your school, right? Because the data doesn't show that every year, right? And so it's ebbs and flows depending on the school, and the principals know what they need to do on their campus. And if they don't, if their school balloons so much beyond their capabilities of extra periods, they will let their regionals know this week, right? The regionals have conversations with them daily, and they report back to us, budget and HR, if there's specific needs. Right now, the conversation yesterday is that we know of schools that are declined, and we know of schools that have raised. We know of secondary schools that have raised that will have the ability to balance out internally because they can afford extra period supplements and give those teachers extra sections to teach. The secondary stuff is a little bit more difficult because the teacher's with a student for majority of the day, which we may have to shift. We will have to shift teachers over to elementary school from another elementary school to balance out their class sizes. So it's a little bit more complex than just putting a rule to a principal because it's different per school.
Okay, so fair enough, but so the point that Board Member Rupert made in terms of a goal date, based on what you're saying and the complexity of the issue, because you don't know how many students and so on, are you saying then we can't really, is her point muted because we can't really have a goal date per se?
No, it's not muted. Like I said, for the shifting of districts across the district, shifting of teachers across the district, we have a date for that. Dr. Lozano is out working with HR and supporting schools, so we can follow up with the process on the specific date. I don't have that right in front of me. For internally, for the school, they will complete that this week. If they are not able to complete that this week, it's because they don't have enough teachers to complete it, which it will default to the district's date.
Okay.
Because you need to pull a teacher from another school.
Understand. Yep. Okay, so let me just speak from a parent standpoint, right? And those parents listening out there, my child is in a class and it has 48 kids or 42 kids. What would you say to those parents as a superintendent? When will I expect some normalcy in the process? Because we can speak in terms of our language, but the parent out there, they're just looking at, my kid is in a class with 45, 48 kids. What do we say to them?
Yeah, for that parent, I would say there's going to be two pathways. Number one, it's going to be balanced internally. Especially at the secondary level, because it's easier to do that by offering additional sections to teachers to balance out those courses. If we are unable to balance out those courses because we don't have enough additional sections to provide or an additional teacher, it will be balanced out by shifting teachers across the district, which will, the benchmark day is usually around day 10 when we start shifting the teachers around.
Okay, so they should expect to see.
At latest, I would say post day 10, at earliest this week.
Okay, good.
Depend on the situation of the school.
So 10 days maximum.
Yep.
Okay, got it. All right, so let me move on to my next question. So Dr. Hepburn, you mentioned that there's still students hopping around in terms of being situated based upon programs within schools and so on. And I'm not going to go deep into this, but what I can tell you is, and I'm sure each board member has received those concerns in terms of parents and choice, right? As far as getting into specific schools, you have some parents that have, 2 kids in one school. There's a freshman coming in, and there's a challenge to get the kid in that same school. And some of those are occurring even this week as we speak. The question I have is, and I'm going to talk to you more about it as well. But how can we make changes to the choice office so things can work more? And I'm sure they're working really hard, but there's always room for improvement, right? And based on the concerns that I've seen and the concerns that I've heard over the last week or so, there are some challenges, and I think we can do things better. So I would like to ask you, or to see if you could look into that office and see how we can actually make the process more efficient, handle things more expeditiously. We shouldn't have parents still this week trying to figure out if a child who's a sibling of another child is going to get into that same school, that kind of a thing. And I have to say, all the issues that came my way, I'm going to give kudos to Dr. Wanza, because she really immediately jumped on those issues and take care of it. But there's a broader issue. I think the office itself, and I thank the staff for what they do, but I think the office itself, there's probably room for improvement, because we have an enrollment issue in Broward County schools, and we can't afford for a parent to be frustrated for a week or 2 or 3 because they don't know if their kid is going to get in a specific school, if their kid is going to join their siblings in this school. It's just too stressful. So how can we revamp that whole process to ensure that it's smooth, it occurs quickly, and parents are not as frustrated, and there's greater communication to parents? So is that something we could look deeper into in terms of that office?
Yep, and I can tell you that we're looking deep into every department's functions. Most of our functions in most of the departments have already been process mapped. And we're looking at every department, not just school choice, but every department, in order for us to gain the best efficiency possible and yet be effective, and align ourselves to our student enrollment and also our revenue realities. Every department is being reviewed for processes so we can make sure we're efficient and we're accountable to our students and our parents.
Right. And Dr. Hepburn, I appreciate that response. But what I can tell you as a board member, and we see it across the state, we are losing students, the bottom line. And the choice offices where you have a parent comes in, they're ready to start their kid here or there, and if we have too much of a complicated process, they have choices. They don't have to stay with us. They can go to charter down the road, they can go to private. So I know that we're looking into, and I appreciate the generalized response, but my concern is a choice office, based upon what I've seen. And you can look into all the other offices, but I believe there's a problem there that I want to see addressed, because I think it will result in us losing, if we have not already lost some of those parents. It has to be, it is the window through which they enter our schools. It has to be very, very easy of a process where a parent is addressed. I don't know if we need to look into adding another staff or more staff in there, but it is the window through which we accept students, and if we lose those students, we're going to continue to have a decline in enrollment. So I appreciate looking into all the offices, but I know the last 2 weeks, that's the office that I'm getting all of my concerns. So there's a problem there, and I would hope that it is taken with a great degree of magnitude, and not just generalize into looking into everything, because we have many offices, but this one has a big problem. So do you?
Yeah, we're going to look into it.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so I have another concern. Well, I just want to find out, I know in my district at William Dandy, we have a Hope School that is occupying part of the campus. So has that started this?
No, that would be 27, 28.
27,
So
28.
This year is more of a planning year with us and KIP, just to work out all the logistics for co-locating on that campus, and then it'll start in 27, 28.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay. So last point is, I remember we spoke before about the concern with one or two kids on a school bus, traveling across the county. How have you taken any measures to start to address that kind of issue this school year?
Yeah, so number one, I think it was the DHA students. Number one, we have to scale out those programs across the district instead of just having it in more centralized location, especially the time of the day, with traversing from each corner of the district to there. Right. So I know Dr. Wands in the transportation team has gone through routing and tried to reduce the amount of time as much as possible, but physically some of that you just can't reduce a drive unless you're going lightning speed, unless we bring the Concorde back. You're not going to get across the county that fast. So the other options, which takes a lot more effort and design, is actually creating more of those programs in other corners of the district, so you don't have to transport a student all the way from the north or the south or the west to just a cluster of facilities in the district. So I know they've tried to reduce as much as possible, but unless we're going lightning speed on a school bus, it's not going to reduce it tremendously, but it's reduced.
It's an ongoing effort.
Exactly. The best option to alleviate that is to open up more of those programs.
Got it.
Yep.
So one last question, Madam Chair, regarding the ESC concern, and I'm sure we've talked about it enough. And Dr. Hepburn, we're not beating up on you. I know it's the first day, second day now, but having kids not in school is certainly a concern because of not having transportation. So I have a quick question. How many ESC students who were meant to have a bus did not?
I don't have that number. I'm waiting on a response myself just to before the meeting's over so we can give you that specific number.
Okay, so but you can
And then the other thing too, when I get the number, I want to know how many actually did not show up at school yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
But you can assure us that you are working on this.
Yes, we've been working on this all weekend as well.
Okay.
Yep. So
All right.
a lot of people gave up their weekend to work on this all day and all night to process as many requests as possible. Like I said, many of those requests came in late last week in a large bulk, and so we have a plan to address that for the following school year, but we're working on it.
Good. And I just want to thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Besides these issues, it's been a great first day. You've done an excellent job with your team. Very smooth for the most part. One of the most smooth I've seen since I've been here. So I appreciate what you've done. I know there's a couple problems that you're going to sort out here, but thank you so much for making it a great start of the year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate all of you being here. So we should start with that. It's a lot of time and effort to do what you do, and it adds value to our system to have people outside of the system to come back and talk to us. To Ms. Fertig, I will be at your meeting on Thursday. I am the proud sponsor of Tony DeMeo on your committee, who is a proud member of the whole audit system. I think he has served now for 14 years on the audit committee, which puts him in the pantheon of Broward County volunteers. That's hard work. It's a lot of reading, as you point out. As a CPA, he adds a lot of value to that committee, but I'm looking forward to attending that meeting. It is where a lot of the work of the district gets done on audits is not here. It's in the audit committee, and that's a real testimony to the chief auditor, to his staff, and to your volunteers. Together, you make up a highly functioning group for us, and I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to seeing you, I think, 9:30 in the morning on Thursday morning. Is that right?
And we will look forward to seeing you. Thanks for coming.
Well, let's hope after that big announcement I don't blow it with other plans coming up, but I do plan on being there. I really enjoy the meetings that I've been able to attend in the past. I think there's a big issue for the superintendent and his staff to consider here, though. And we've beaten up on communications a lot, Dr. Hepburn, and I know that all large urban districts have a hard time communicating, and we've got to do better. It's important culturally for us to be willing to share bad news. and to trumpet great news. And we have both. You know, I'm sorry, but we're a local government organization with a funding cap. We not only have a funding cap, we're now at the very bottom of our fund balance, so there's no more slush fund or funds that we can carry over. We will be balanced this year, or else we'll be in a world of hurt. Our enrollment decline was a little bit bigger than we expected, but at a manageable level. And we have to make sure that we communicate a lot between now and major issues coming up, including the election in November. The second point, though, besides the broad point, Dr. Hepburn, besides communicating, is really thank you for your efforts to bring Lean Six Sigma to your cabinet and to other leaders. To me, all these things come back to a lack of data. If someone comes in and shows an instance of failure, it's so critical to be able to say, great, you're right, it's this many, it's this percent, it's the second day, we're going to get it fixed by that date, because we can see the process and we can make sure that we can respond to the community and to our advisors in terms of, you know, what are the systemic measures. And the linchpin of Lean Six Sigma is the DMAIC system, to define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. And the measure is really important. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And so whether it's ESE transportation or it's gifted students, you know, being in programs that in classes are too big, or it's just class size in general. The number that you quoted, by the way, I just got to tell the public that is not a legit number. There are no kids going to school with 82 kids in a classroom. Now, that may have happened on a day in a special case, but it is going to be repaired. And I just don't want numbers to get out there that aren't fair. And to the Dr. Hepburn's point, we've got to get better numbers out there. And those numbers have to be about the whole district, not about a single instance of failure, because I guarantee we will have instances of failure. We are a resource-limited organization with huge responsibilities, and there inevitably will be failures. We have to minimize those failures because we recognize that it's just not possible to eliminate them in total. We'll make mistakes, and there'll also be things in our system, because it's so complex, where we don't meet our standards. To Ms. Lunscombe's point about being sorry, this board cares deeply about students. Whenever there's a failure, we care about it deeply. And we're sorry about people who can't get rides at the right time. We are driven, and I have watched this now for 4 years on this board, we are driven to not let that happen. The hard work that goes into it. There are improvements in processes and procedures and measuring things and things like that. And I think we're on a really good, steady slope of improvement, but we've got to keep that speed going on improvement, and that's where we're at. But I'm very sorry when any student fails to have a teacher. You know, we found out last year that 10% of our teacher days, there's no full-time teacher there. That breaks my heart. You know, we only have 180-day instructional days, and 18 to 20 days a year, the full-time teacher is not there. And the backup system that we have, I think, is not performing at standards. And so there's big, hairy, you know, parts of our process that are not working perfectly, and we need to really focus the staff's attention, Deputy Superintendent, on those things that matter the most. And I know that Dr. Hepburn and Dr. Fulton and others have tried to prioritize those things so that we make sure that we're working on the things that have the biggest opportunity to improve. And the evidence over the last 3 years with academic growth has just been staggering. And so overall, there's a lot of things going well. Dr. Fulton, the issue about class sizes sounds like, let me just say, I hope it's a transitory problem. We found $8 million just a couple weeks ago to fill our schools with, I think, if I remember correctly, 1,000 additional class convenings for this year. Is that true?
That is correct.
So can you help us understand where we're going to land in terms of class sizes in Broward County's high schools?
So, and actually, I'd like to answer it as a broader question as well, too, because yesterday was the first day, and I wanted to kind of go back and, first of all, thank everybody for the accolades for the first day. I can definitely agree. It was one of the smoothest first days that we had in Broward County Public Schools.
No doubt.
We ourselves were in schools looking at classes and also saw where we had some classes that were truly under-enrolled and we had some that were over-enrolled. So what happens on the first week, actually for day 2, a lot of movement happens. Children are enrolling, going to schools yesterday. Front offices were crowded with parents registering students. So that is continuing to happen, and it'll probably happen for the rest of the week. But in addition to that, we have some kids that withdraw and go to other places. Some stay within our system, some may leave our system. And so this week is a lot of movement and fluidity that's going to happen this entire week. That is normal, any school district that you go to. I want to also share, I know we get beat up a lot with communication, but I will tell you that we were in front of this one. Principals sent out welcome back letters, and I had to get a receipt because I just wanted to make sure that they went out. And just reading from one of them, just a brief snippet regarding class size. Please keep in mind that as we continually monitor student growth needs and class size requirements, class placements may be adjusted throughout the school year. Rest assured that any necessary placement changes are made thoughtfully and with the best interests of students at the center of every decision. So there are welcome back letters, and I do know with kids, they may get home or they may not. But I will also tell you at meet and greets, they were also expected to share that information as well too. As much as we share it, at some point it will land. Like, we just can't do it one time and expect it to land. So I will tell you that had been the communication plan, because we know there's going to be a lot of changes. On Monday of the 17th is when we do district-wide D&Es. What that means, any student that had not shown up, we automatically take them out of the system. That helps stabilize. And the reason why we don't add teachers this week is a lot of movement going on. We also have to deal with student schedule changes. Sometimes a student is in the wrong class or is not taking the right course. So those movements happen. And once we get a little bit stable, then we start to make the shifting with this school has too many teachers, this school needs teachers. So then we do what we call rebalancing conferences. That happens after the 10-day. But actually next week, mid-next week, we're starting those conferences. The official benchmark day, as Dr. Hepburn mentioned, is day 20, is when you get all of the shifting and we get stabilized. One, because you have to follow collective bargaining agreement with teachers. We just can't uproot teacher without allowing them the proper days to plan and to be notified of a new assignment. So we are aware of class size. Again, it is a great problem to have. Anytime that there was an amount where it's too many, we are making temporary adjustments, but we try not to make any adjustments until they're permanent. And so if a child started with one teacher and they have a second teacher, the transition is this. The parent will get a meet and greet for the new teacher because they obviously met a different teacher, so we like to make sure that transition is done as well too. So just ask for everyone to bear with us. We are aware that some of our classes are high, but we are aware some of our classes are low. So we don't hire new teachers. We were shifting new teachers around unless there's a need to hire new teachers. So that is really the plan that we've been following for many years. Next week, again, rebalancing conferences. Schools that had more enrollment and schools that had less enrollment will do conferences to see how that shifting will take place. And then it officially starts our benchmark on day 20th. So I hope that helps and provides some clarity. We are aware of class size, and we're happy to have our students coming back and choosing Broward County. So we appreciate the advocacy in that area.
Dr. Fulton, my specific question is, we added 1,000 convenings of classes. We know how many high school students we have and how many classes they take on average. I think it's pretty straightforward to calculate then an average students per convening for Broward County, and it would be great to get that number out so that we can say, the average, size of a high school classroom in Broward County is this number, because that's just two numbers multiplied by each other divided by the number of students, and if we had that number today, that would at least get some critical information out. We have some numbers in Broward County schools that are indelible. We won $616 million. We didn't, sorry, let me be careful. Our high school seniors won $616 million worth of scholarships at the end of the year. It's an average for those going off to advanced education of $50,000 per student. We have 3 years in a row we're an A district. There's just numbers that you know, and one of those numbers we should be able to talk to everybody about is what is the average class size in our high schools, our middle schools, and our elementary schools. And those numbers are relatively easy to calculate, and I'd love to know them by the end of today, if we could. A couple other points, and I talked a little bit about this over the past 2 years. Our transportation system doesn't seem to be capable of changing. And it's been 2 years of saying we ought not to put a single special needs student on a bus in Parkland and drive them to Pompano in an 84-seat bus. There are private vendors who will do that. They're certified and trained to move special needs kids. And for 2 years, I've sat here and waited for the Broward County Transportation System to make some changes. And here we're now on my agenda, because we have got to figure out how to make this system better. We still have apps that we pay for, like Here Comes the Bus, that don't work at the beginning of school year. I don't understand why. It feels very opaque to parents that on the day that you need to know where your bus is more than any, which is the first day of the year, the service that we pay for is turned off. And so I'm going to ask you, Dr. Fulton, on behalf of your superintendent, to take a special interest in our transportation needs and to bring us real changes. You know, it's just been too long where the excuses have gone on and on about, no, it's okay to put a single or two special needs students on a bus and drive 20 or 30 miles across the county at incredible expense. Last year, when we did a short audit of school bus payroll, we found a bus driver that made $107,000 a year because of overtime. If that fact alone doesn't generate some real change in the transportation system, we've got problems, because we don't have any teachers. We have some teachers that are doing great and been here for 907 years that might earn that much. But we don't pay teachers that much, and we have a real problem systemically with overtime. We should have a system for which overtime is exceptional, not expected. Otherwise, we're just paying far too much and far more than we can afford. I talked also earlier about quality of instruction, and this is something that I learned from Dr. Holness, so I'm going to give him a little credit here, that it's not always the amount of time that you spend with students, it's the quality of time that you spend with students. But sometimes, Dr. Holness, quantity has a quality all its own. And right now, the number of missed instructional days is to me one of the biggest root causes of us not to be, to continue to grow at the pace that we've grown instructionally. Our teachers last year missed 10% of their instructional days. It's a historic growth. In the last 2 years, that's 37% higher. That is something that also should cause a big red alert to go off and cause the superintendent to figure out why teachers are up 37% at missing. But our backup system is substandard. And if anybody wants to challenge me on that, that's fine. I can bring you 10,000 data points that'll show that our substitutes are not living up to the standards. And we miss instructional quantity, Dr. Holness, when we don't have a fully qualified substitute teacher. And so I'm going to be working on that with Dr. Hepburn to try and figure out how we can use our contractor more effectively, how our principals can be more involved, and how we can maybe change some incentives in that contract so that we improve the quality of substitutes. Because if we have 180 only instructional days for our kids, we've got to have people there 180 days that can teach. And right now, that's like a big risk to our overall system. So go back to the beginning. Thank you for what you do and for volunteering to help us understand things. I look forward to attending one advisory meeting, but I'll attend more over the course of the year. I am sorry, Jackie, for anybody who goes through any pain in Broward County Schools. We are trying to work on the system, and so sometimes our advocacy for all the students sometimes eliminates the need to get down to individuals. But every individual failure is something that I am sorry for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep my comments short since most of my colleagues addressed them. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I did want to Dr. Holness talking about school choice. That was something that we've seen this issue abundantly in my district, and staff in the strategy and operations is already creating a process to allow for open enrollment and choice for out-of-district students. I think that's incredibly important, especially to let our school staff know, because I spent most of my summer CCing Dr. Wanza in our school choice to make sure that students weren't lost. And unfortunately, in my district, with the high number of competition, we did lose students because the response from school choice was unfortunately too slow. So I'm sure Dr. Wanza will bring the staff an update, or all of us an update with that, but I do want to say that we have created a process for all students that are outside of our district, so charter, home, micro schools, or just moving, will now be able to enroll in our school with no entry criteria. If anyone out there listening, or anyone in your parent committee or any of your committees have issues getting into the school they want, email me and I will get them into that school as long as there is space, obviously, the caveat.
And then Dr. Fulton, I was wondering, we got the first day count, but we didn't get the count of the schools from last year. So can we just get an updated follow-up with the total counts from last year so we can have a comparison?
Sure. Sorry if that wasn't included because we tend to do a comparison of the previous year. So we can actually get that out today.
Okay. And then I also want to say Dr. Wanza is now in charge of transportation. I think she has some innovative ideas for that department. And I just wanted to ask, and I know we might not know because she's not in the room, if we are going to continue looking at the hub model and at NOVA, since we spend $3 million doing transportation just to that system of schools, if that will be addressed during the redefining meeting at the end of the month.
We can. I remember we brought it to the board in December of last school year. Not sure what the appetite was, but we could definitely bring it back again.
I think that the appetite as we continue to dwindle needs to change with my colleagues, but I think looking at the NOVA schools, looking at transportation in general, I would like addressed at redefining, if possible.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Ms. Thompson. I think we're going to have to change our attitude about being innovative with the transportation due to a lot of these challenges that are being presented. I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly why we didn't have the appetite for that, because I think that that was something that Dr. Wanza was trying to push forward. And, you know, I've had a couple issues with students because we had changed the boundaries and who's getting transportation to certain magnet programs. And I agree with that because we're spending a lot of money busing people all over the county and we really just can't afford to do that anymore. But if we're implementing a hub or the ability for students to be dropped off at like their local high school and then taking a bus from there to their magnet, you know, to streamline the transportation system, I think that that's what we need to be doing, and we could eliminate a lot of these problems, but the board needs to support that. So I also would like to see that, and then hopefully my colleagues will support that change. We're going to have to change, and there is a way to do it to make it better for all of our stakeholders. So I think that I hope everyone will be open-minded to that. Change is hard, but I think that there's a better way to do it than based on all the challenges we're having right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fertig, I know you wanted to share something before, so I just wanted to give you the floor to share the thoughts that you were trying to share before.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi. I'm not sure it's relevant, but as I'm listening to you, maybe it is. When I was making a comment, and please, Dr. Fulton, if you'd share this with Dr. Hepburn, it was no way intended to address the first day of school. It was a more global issue of communications. And you all do a great job, and you work really hard. School board members, school board staff, I don't think anyone's questioning that. However, the way that people like to give and receive information changes over time. When we started our task force, there was a principal in the district that was just doing texting. Nobody else was doing that. And we went out and surveyed people and talked to people, and we said to them, how do you want to get the information? So this is not a criticism. I'm going to tell you, going back to our audit stuff, it's never intended to be a criticism of every single thing that's happening. It's intended to put solutions in place so we can be more effective. And I believe your communications issue is a more global issue than what I'm hearing in here today. And so I would just encourage you, and please let Dr. Hepburn know, because I think you had a great first day yesterday. Yes, there were glitches, and I know everybody worked really hard. But that was not what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say was many of you in different ways, not just about the first day of school, and I could go back over the past year and find times when we have brought this communication issue forward in context of policies and other things. Talk to people, and see how they want you to communicate with them. And then hopefully, and do the surveys, find out what they are, but don't you do it. It's not necessarily just a staff-driven thing. I would include a community group, such as the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, or again, a special convened committee to study how communications can be the most effective possible in the district. That's what I was trying to say, Ms. Leonardi. Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity to communicate.
Happy to do that. And I think, I really appreciated the superintendent acknowledging the areas for improvement and identifying a plan to fix those areas for improvement. He called out a few specific things and identified, ways that he plans to move solutions forward for the next school year. So lessons learned. I don't think that it's fair or productive to continue to beat him over the head with mistakes that were made. I think we can all agree that those mistakes were not made out of malice and that we have people working around the clock to move solutions forward. And as Dr. Zeman said, and I think Dr. Hepburn said, we are a large organization. We are the largest employer in the county. Mistakes are going to happen, and the way that we react to those mistakes is important. And what I hear from the superintendent that I haven't always heard from previous superintendents is, yeah, those mistakes happened. We are working to fix them. So I appreciate that. And I just want to end on talking about my experience yesterday, both as a board member and as a parent. Visiting schools throughout the day, it was really great to see students buzzing with excitement. They were happy to be at school. For some reason, school lunch was a big thing for me yesterday. A lot of kids were talking about the school lunches, which is really cool to hear. But on a personal level, it was my daughter's first day at VPK. And I walked into the school and I saw cabinet members helping with the car line, opening doors, in the front office, helping parents get registered. We had our open house last week, and it's funny that you mentioned the class size issue, because I got a letter from my principal, saying hey, the class may change due to enrollment, so just give us some time to work that out. So I did get that communication. And when I went to go pick up my daughter from school yesterday, she burst into the front office because she was in aftercare. She burst into the front office and said, "I love school." And I let the deputy and the superintendent know, it made that transition easier for me as a parent, but most of all, I'm appreciative that I saw kids have that same experience all day, all over the county in our schools. And so I think it's important to keep that in mind. There are bureaucratic things that we need to fix. And some of them are very serious and severe. And again, I'm not hearing from our district leadership that they're resistant to fixing those problems or even acknowledging that they exist. But at the bottom line is, our kids are in school. They are happy, they are fed, and they are cared for by adults that love them. And that's all I really can ask for as a parent myself. So those are my comments. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you, and thank you for that. Yeah, yesterday was an amazing day. We had went to 7 different schools, and the students were happy, engaged. The teachers looked happy to be there. So anyway, thank you for a great first day. I want to jump back to something we were talking about earlier, and it was about responses to emails. And I've been contemplating this. So I know that when emails come to us that say superintendent or school board and secretaries, if I'm not mistaken, the vice chair's assistant gets a supplement to be answering those emails. And I know there used to be when the assistant, when the vice chair's assistant answered them, they'd CC us on the answer. Like they'd answer them and say, you know, I'm sending your email to this department and they're going to help you, so that the people were getting an email immediately and we knew they got an answer. I haven't seen that lately for actually a little bit of time. So I guess this is the forum where we as board members could kind of talk about what that expectation is, since the assistants are under us. So I guess I don't know who's here to answer that, but I do believe that the assistant gets a supplement for being able to do those emails. So if they're not answering that, like, do we all want it to be CC'd? I prefer it be CC'd to me because I want to know someone addressed it so that I don't have to. But I guess as a board, I think we should have an expectation that we all agree on, so that that assistant knows that's the expectation, and we can maybe resolve some of the issues of not seeing things get addressed immediately.
I can confirm there is a supplement paid. I think there's 2 supplements, correct?
One for the chair and one for the vice chair. So if my colleagues could, because my expectation would be I want to be CC'd on the answer so that I know someone has addressed it.
Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
As part of the policy conversion, one of the things that's going to come to the board is your board protocol manual, so the board standard operating procedure, and that's going to outline all of those things from your board office in terms of how to respond, who gets to respond, even a template on how to respond. So we'll share that with the board sooner so that you have an opportunity to review. The expectation would be in November, when you do your reorganization, that big document is finalized so that the new board has a gameplay and a process on how to resolve some of these issues, along with other things that will impact the board.
So I appreciate that, but it's a long time between now and November. So I just would like to ask my colleagues, is that an expectation that we can share with the vice chair's assistant, that the expectation is if you respond to the email, please CC the board members on it so we know there's been a response. And again, there is a supplement for that, so I don't think we're asking them to do, it should be the expectation, but I think it's fallen off in the last year and a half.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, and if I can add too, I know we experienced it in the past that they also copy the pertinent division chief and assistant for that division, so that we're aware if we need to follow through on anything.
If I may, sir?
Go ahead.
If it's the will of the board, I'm happy to work with the chair and vice chair's assistants to come up with a process until we finalize that manual in November.
And I just want to be clear about the timeline, because I think it's important to be clear. When I was vice chair, it was my understanding that those communications were, that board members were CC'd on those communications. So I just want to be clear about that. Ms. Pullman?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the issue is that we don't know if something was responded to, because I have no idea if the staff responded to it or if anybody in our office responded to it. So I think that needs to be addressed like today, so that when we're going through our emails, we know that someone handled it, and then we can do our district. And and it would also be nice if someone determined which district it applied to, so that the district can address it. There's got to be instead of each of us going through and trying to figure out who the person is and where they live, because they usually a lot of times don't give us any information, so that we can designate the district. I'm happy to, am I making sense here? Does this make sense to everyone? Okay. Because otherwise it's just kind of like we don't know if it got addressed or not. And then again, if the staff is responding, then we should also know that, so that we know it's being taken care of. It's just pretty straightforward, I think.
And I've asked about this over and over again, and what I hear a lot of times, people will say, well, you can go back, because I know there's a system or whatever, you can go in the system and see who answered. I don't even know how to get into that system because I get fussed at a lot because I will answer someone or send it as some, and they're like, we've already gotten this 4 times. So I don't want to make more work for anyone or for myself. But telling the board members, you have to go into this database to see what all the responses are makes it very difficult. And again, I know it's in my email somewhere, but honestly, I don't really know how to do it, and I guess that's on me. But I think we also have to have a better system of communicating. Like, some assistants are great and they'll say District 1 is taking care of this or District 7 is taking care of this, so we all know. But whenever a school board email comes through, someone needs to let us know that it's been addressed, because then it looks like we're not answering your question. It's just that we don't think 9 of us should be answering. It bombards people with with the information. So I appreciate Mr. Sullivan saying that he'll help to make sure it's crafted properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm a bit flummoxed here because this has always been, since I've been on the board, that was the process for the vice chairs to do it. And it has gone flawlessly well up until, I guess, the last. So, we have a lot of new assistants, and I understand they have new training and all that stuff. And it's been a lot of mail on many hot button issues in the past year or so. But it's absolutely important. It's to me, it's a mandatory situation because we're out there fighting for the reputation of the district, and communication is a little ballywick for some people, and it is across all levels of the district. So in any way that we could communicate something that has been working flawlessly up till now, absolutely 100% support what Ms. Hickson has said and my other colleagues. So I appreciate Mr. Sullivan saying that he'll talk to them. I would just challenge to say, how did the decision get made that the vice chair's assistant wasn't doing it? So that's a question for me for internally, and let Mr. Sullivan deal with that aspect of it. But really, since the assistants work for us, it is every right for Ms. Hickson and also for board members to weigh in on this. So thank you for bringing this up, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you, Dr. Holness, and I just want to make everyone aware we do have an 11 o'clock workshop for the after action report. Go ahead, Dr. Holness.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So just wanted to address the concern. So as everyone know, Janice is on leave, which was, Janice is my secretary. So Ms. Ashley is filling in. Janice has always taken care of this while she was here. However, Ms. Ashley was told that as far as the emails, not to worry, it will be taken care of. So I'm not sure, because Ms. Janice is on maternity leave, so I'm not sure what the process is that was conveyed to Ms. Ashley, but she was told that it would be taken care of. So if anything changed, well, John, I guess maybe it's important that maybe staff meet with Ms. Ashley to see what's the best way, but nothing has changed from what was being practiced in the past. Ms. Janice was doing a great job. Ms. Janice is on leave for the past month, and so this is why we have an emergent problem, but the problem can be fixed. So just advise Ms. Ashley how you'd like her to proceed, because she's filling in and she's not normally a board secretary. So that's really why there might have been some issues here, but it can be easily resolved.
And I just want to jump in. I feel like a lot of this seems to be more appropriate for like offline conversations. Like these are clerical things. So, I think we can all address these issues, not from the dais. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just didn't want to make it seem like I was saying that somebody wasn't doing the job. The concern is more CCing us so that we can see it. So I'm not saying somebody wasn't doing it. We just don't know. But, and just to the chair's point, I know it's uncomfortable, but unfortunately, we can't talk to each other anywhere else but here. So I know it's uncomfortable to have the conversation, but it is affecting how we're doing our job. And so that's why I brought it up here. But again, I wasn't trying to throw anyone under the bus or say anyone wasn't doing their job. I think the part about CCing us was what my original question was. Can we just please be sure if someone is answering those emails that we get CC'd so that we're aware of what the answer was? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
So based on the conversation, it just reiterates to me that we really do need to start working on the board protocol manual. So I'm going to work with Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Hill, Superintendent, and we'll get a draft out to the board. We do have a board protocol manual that was drafted, I think, when Ms. Al-Hadaf was the chair, and it's a very good protocol manual. This one will be enhanced with some additional processes in place. So we'll try to get this to the board in September because I do notice that this is an issue that needs to be resolved sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Different topic. It's still not sitting right with me about the students, the ESE students that are not getting busing. And I don't have a clear idea in my mind of the call to action and how they're going to be educated as they're sitting home waiting to see if they're getting busing.
No, thanks for the concern, Ms. Aldef. So communicating with Dr. Wanza right now, trying to get a specific number and also find out how many students have not attended school as of day one, and then we'll address the needs of those specific parents. I know, like Ms. Hollingsworth said, there's specific needs per student, and so we'll have to communicate one by one just to figure out how we address those needs for the students that have not come to school today.
Perfect. And then if you can just let us know by Friday,
Yep.
some update.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
May I just...
Ms. Luscombe?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add to that, it may not be that they don't end up at school, it's that parents are having to take off work, lose time at work, lose resources and pay, or pay for an Uber to get there. So some are getting there, but under their own steam. But thank you for the attention to that. And as to about holding people accountable for failure, I think as well, if stakeholders could see that people are being held accountable. It's one thing to hold people accountable, it's another to show that they were, and for that to be a visible consequence of failure. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
I appreciated your comments earlier. I personally had all good reports from my students that reside in my home, and I had a wonderful morning being at Hollandale High and just like having the entire community there coming out for the new configuration and the new magnet program. I agree. I think we need to give a little grace here. It was the first day of school, and you know, I was just talking to Debbie on the side. I know Corey didn't get his bus in the morning on time, and I've spent many hours sitting with my middle school students on the first week of school. And then I ended up just taking them to school because I knew that it was going to be late that first week, because that's just the way it has always been. And I have a lot of kids, and it's been like that. So that's kind of the expectation. And I think with a huge district that like we have with people that are enrolling on the first day of school, it's just, it's going to take some time to get it together. So I appreciate people's patience, and they're working on it. And overall, I think we had a really good first day of school. But you know, I'm just saying, because I understand people are taking off work and everything. I've had to do it too because the bus hasn't come. So it's just kind of one of those inconveniences of the first week of school that it's just.
This was kids with transportation in the
Ms. Luscombe,
IEPs. That's
Ms.
the
Bowman
difference.
has the floor, so if she would like to hear from you, please respect that.
I'm sympathetic to it, but hopefully in the next few days we'll have this figured out. And it always gets figured out. I guess that's the point. It's like it happens the first couple of days of school, but it always ends up getting figured out. So I just, hopefully people will have grace and patience with us as we figure this out.
Thank you, Ms. Reed.
Okay, I should have said this during my thing, but I just want to give the board their flowers. You guys worked so hard over the summer, and obviously it's the start of the school year, and it's going to be a little bit crazy. And with the communication thing, I have 3 people in my household, and communicating with my 2 parents is so difficult. So I can only imagine with how big the school board is and BCPS as a whole. Obviously, it's going to be difficult, and there's always going to be room for improvement. There's always going to be ways that we can make the system better. But I do just want to recognize all the work that not only our school board but all of our staff has been putting in, because I don't think it always does get recognized properly, and that it's not always seen. It's not always public, and honestly, it's kind of like the unseen parts that I think matter the most. So. Yeah, keep it brief, but I just want to say you guys are doing great, and I recognize you guys. I see your work, so.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. The next item is after action report on instruction, assessment, testing, and screen time reduction. Yeah, let me finish talking. Okay. John, I would like to recess the meeting for 2 minutes, please. Thank you. All right, I misspoke earlier. So the next item is rule development and policy review. So my apologies to everyone who had to receive my miscommunication. We are doing rule development and policy review. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we're going to have the first reading for the policies that came before you on August 4th. And if there are any questions, we basically went back based on the direction that you gave us and revised certain policies. And I can tell you which ones if you go to your policies for rule development. And then I'll just walk you through those changes. So under definitions, there was a discussion about academic freedom as well as teacher autonomy, so we have defined those. I did share this language with BTU to make sure that they were aware, and if they had any questions or concerns, they could advise.
Mr. Pre-Bruno, could you give us page numbers maybe when you give comments?
Absolutely. So this is page 4, lines 13 through 22. That's the definition of academic freedom.
I can't find that on page 4. Can you help me?
If you go to the, it should be the one that says revise for rule development.
Did I hit the wrong attachment? Thank you. So if the public's following along, it's the rule development attachment revised, the 5th of the 5 attachments. Thank you. Page 4, line 13.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions on that? Is that okay with that revision? Okay, so then the next one is going to be on page 9, lines 12 through 21. This is the definition of teacher autonomy. Is the board okay with that language? Okay. And then board, based on comments that were made at the meeting on page 10, you will see the wireless communication devices definition expanded. That will be lines 3 through 9. It now includes the ESC student support tools and assistive technology devices.
I have a question about that. What about like the, oh, never mind. My question was answered.
Okay.
I missed it, yeah.
I'm curious, Chair, does anyone use a beeper or pager anymore? Like, does that tech still exist? I mean, I hope.
Listen, we millennials are trying to go back to that era, yes.
Oh, that's
some
awesome.
of us are,
And
yeah.
That's great.
And I know some individuals
It'll
still
make me feel right at home.
I know some individuals still using Blackberries, so. Okay, so is there anything else on the definitions board?
No, ma'am.
Okay, now we're going
Mrs.
to.
Alhadeff has a question.
Oh, yes.
Page 8.
Page 8.
On the social media, when you're giving these examples, are you saying that they are not allowed to engage or use?
Well, this is not necessarily the policy that prevents or allows. This is just giving the what a social media is, the definition. So when it is addressed in other policies, you know exactly what it is, and that's why it's giving the examples such as Facebook, Facebook Messenger, et cetera.
So I understand you put, but are not limited to, but I mean the big ones like Instagram, Snapchat, X, TikTok, those aren't listed.
Instagram is there.
Oh, Instagram.
Twitter, I guess maybe should be renamed to X. So you would like to add those additional
X,
platforms?
Add a Twitter and add Snapchat and TikTok. These are what they're not supposed to be using, correct?
Yeah, well, this is not defining what can and can't be used. It's just the broader definition of social media, but we can certainly add Snapchat. And Instagram. I think Instagram is on there.
Instagram is in there.
Right, change Twitter to X.
And we'll change Twitter to X. I
don't think we could do TikTok
By state law, right?
by state law.
Right. I'm not sure if Snapchat is social media or a messaging platform, so let me look into that. If it is, we'll add Snapchat. We'll change Twitter to X. Any other changes to that?
No.
Okay. Ms. Brophy, are you capturing those changes? Thank you.
And then Kathy, if I may, I think the verbiage of limited to allows us the flexibility if there are any other technology or social media sites that come up, it allows us the flexibility to add those or include those. So
yes, absolutely. Any other suggestions from the board for definitions? Okay. Now we're going to go to page 11. That starts your organizational meeting. There was a suggestion to add some provisional meeting dates, so that language has been added. If you look at lines 15 through 20.
On that change, Chair, I just don't think the second paragraph, starting on second sentence on 17 to 19 is necessary. I mean, we're already calling them provisional meeting dates, which by definition, and then we say in the beginning that we're going to, every November, start another year. I just don't like being so wordy, but it's not an overwhelming feeling either, but it just doesn't seem to help.
So you would like to take out what lines, Dr. Zima?
Just starting with such provisional meetings, I mean, we're just...
Okay, so like a line 18 through 20, just remove that?
Yeah, I just don't think it's necessary. They're already provisional meeting dates, and we say we're going to start November with a whole 12-month period. That's going to set the official dates.
Ms. Bowman?
I don't see the harm of having this in here. I mean,
it's fine. If anyone
and
wants
then
it in,
that
leave it in.
will eliminate discussion later if people want to argue about the definition of provisional.
All right, board in agreement to leave that in?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Okay, all right. So that was that one. Next, we're going to go to page 13. This is just a clarification point on line 12. It said legal counsel, but really you have a general counsel. The next one is going to be on page 17. This was part of your package last time, but for the public, basically we do not have an executive director of safety and security. It's a chief of police, so that's who will serve or their designee. The next page we're going to go to is going to be on page 53. This is in your homeless student policy, lines 4 through 6. Section B, there was a question about when the questionnaire is provided, and it was clarified at the last meeting that it's also upon enrollment, so we added that sentence in there, and at the time of enrollment. The next page we will be going to
Hey, Chair, I have something that was not changed on page 31. Should we address that now or later?
It's the will of the board.
FMLA, page 31, we talked about it in our first meeting, but it did not change. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that one point. I just have a question on page 31.
Go ahead.
So at the beginning, Mr. Dupuy-Bruno, we say you can take FMLA if you have earned or accrued it. If in the future we provide that as a benefit to our employees, would we have to then go back and change this policy? That's what I asked for last time, was to open up the policy so that it would allow us to negotiate and to do that in the future without having to change policy. But that change did not make it in here. So it's too late to change it. That would be a substantive change, and I accept that. But
Well, it's not, today would be the day to change it. It would be too late to change it next week.
Terrific. Then I would propose to the board that we amend this on the top of, from line 15 to 817 on page 31, that we not just say you can use it if you have earned or accrued it, but if you are earned, accrued it, or were given it as a benefit, so that we don't have to go back and change policy should we in the future provide FMLA to our employees.
I support that. I don't know if there's any objection.
Can I just process that a little bit? Dr. Zeman, I'm on page 31.
Yes, ma'am.
In lines, which line again?
I was on 15 to 17, I think.
15 to 17. Let me just process that, please.
And then, is it okay if Ms. Al-Hadaf speaks to that while you?
Just give me 1 second, please.
Like 15 to 17.
So I just wanted to make sure I understood what you are saying. The 12 weeks is a legal requirement. So you're saying that we may give you 12 weeks paid leave? Is that, no, so explain to me, Dr. Zeman, please.
Maybe one way to do this would be to say that we just, you know, so right now we say if you can use your unpaid leave, or you could substitute paid leave time if you have earned or accrued it. But there's also the possibility in the future that the board provides this as a benefit to our employees, right? So it's not taking leave, it's not using unpaid leave, it's actually using the 12 weeks that the board decides to pay you for FMLA.
Okay, so Ms. Benny Murphy, what I would recommend for this on line 16, or substitute appropriate leave if the staff member has earned it, comma, accrued it, comma, or has otherwise been provided by the school board.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
So based on this change, there is no additional financial impact to the district?
Not at this time.
Then I accept the change.
Ms. Bowman?
Does that change the character? I mean, I think this is just going through the statute. So this is a specific thing, FMLA leave, federal leave. So if we, in the future, provide that benefit to our employees, which I support, but we're not doing that today, then I would think that that would come under a different provision because it's not FMLA, it's our policy that we're providing, you know, like a benefit that we're providing to our employees. But this is just a federal statute that we have to follow. So adding, is that problematic if we're adding to our?
So Ms. Bowman is correct. This is really just the FMLA Leave Act as written by the code. If the board wants to expand, the board is able to expand it. Adding staff member has earned, accrued it, or as directed by the board, because my understanding is the purpose would be if we go to collective bargaining and we say we're going to give you 12 weeks of paternity, does that fall or is it covered by this statute as earned or accrued? An argument can be made that it's covered because it says earned or accrued, but it doesn't hurt to add by the board if you want to add that, or if you want to keep the statute very clean. I always try to keep the statute, these policies very clean just based on the law, but really these are your policies, so long as it's not infringing on the law.
I'm not interested in a change if, in fact, this is provided to our employees and that falls under the legal definition of earned, then it stays like it is. I brought this up last time, and the answer was no, it doesn't cover it. I just talked about it earlier today. It says it was not covered. So if earned includes a benefit that we someday in the future can give to our employees, then I'd like it just the way it is.
Yeah,
I just want it on the record that word would not require us, if we do give them the benefit associated, Ms. Bowman, with FMLA, that we would then have to go and change policy. I don't want to have to do two jumps. I want to do one.
Because isn't there a difference between your legal right to take unpaid leave, or you can, you know, like your legal right to take leave versus you have accrued leave benefits and you can take days off and be paid for them? Can you just explain, FMLA is a very specific right that you have that is triggered by certain things. Like if I have accrued vacation, or if we have a maternity leave policy or something like that, or it's like, that's different than it's not necessarily the same as FMLA, when I can take time that's unpaid and have my job protected under certain.
So, two things. The first is that FMLA basically protects your ability to return to work and gives you up to 12 weeks with regards to any of these factors below, including a new birth of a child. The question is, do I get paid during these 12 weeks? And normally you will not be paid unless you have time that you're utilizing during those 12 weeks. That's how you would be able to get paid. If you do, if you have a change in your collective bargaining agreement that says the board is going to go ahead and pay you those 12 weeks because it's paternity leave, maternity leave, et cetera, then that's something the board can do within the confines of the collective bargaining agreement. That, in my opinion, would be earned because that's something that you have put into the collective bargaining agreement as an additional benefit.
But if I'm taking maternity leave, am I taking FMLA leave, or am I taking maternity leave because it's in our collective bargaining agreement? Like, isn't there a distinction between what you might bargain for and what your rights are under the federal statute?
You are automatically entitled to the 12 weeks for maternity leave. You're automatically entitled to that. That is FMLA. Who pays for that, or if someone's going to pay for that, or if you're going to get any income during that time is completely different. FMLA does not require an employee to pay. You can use your accrued leave to continue to earn payments. But if the board decides during collective bargaining that we're going to pay, then that's on the board if they want to do that. And that will be an earned benefit. But it will still fall under FMLA, it's just that the board is paying for it.
Look, I withdraw my change, okay? But I was told twice that for us to give benefits for 12 weeks of leave with a birth or a child or any other event like this, that this policy would also need to be changed, okay? That's not the case anymore. And we will not give FMLA benefits because that's a federal thing, but we could pay people for 12 weeks after the birth of a child or any of these other events if we decide to do that as part of our collective bargaining. Yeah. And we wouldn't have to change our policy.
Correct.
So we can move on. Thank you.
Yeah, and what I would do too is make it very clear in the collective bargaining agreement, that language, to make sure that we're covered, so we don't have to bring back the policy. Okay.
Ms. Hickson? Okay.
Can we go back to page, I think it's 53? I'm sorry, I believe it's 54. Which is still in our homeless student policy. This will be line 30 and 31. There was a discussion about including an alternative, paper-based alternative for technology. And so that has been added. This is page 54, lines 30 through 32.
May I go, Chair? Thank you. I'm curious about the where appropriate. I would love to say where requested or where desired. If a homeless student, doesn't have access, I think if they ask for it, we have to provide paper-based alternatives for them. And so this isn't where appropriate, it's where requested or desired or some other word besides appropriate. And that would be my preference.
Ms. Brophy, if the board is inclined, does the board agree to that change?
Dr. Holness?
Okay, so Ms. Bruno, if we use the language being suggested by Dr. Zeman, does this create more sort of restriction? Or would appropriate be more in favor of the homeless students receiving the service generally, or would Dr. Zeman's change create further restriction as far as providing these services? Because here's the reason I'm asking. My goal is that if we have homeless students, I don't want it to be a homeless kid have to come and request to get those accommodations. I want it to be we provide the accommodations. We should take care of these kids. We should not try to restrict it. This is too important. We have 4,200 plus of homeless kids in Broward County. So I don't want to restrict the language. It's very clear. We have to take care of these kids. There's no going around it. And I'm very passionate about it because I think it's really, really important. So I want us to, the responsibility should be on us because we know who they are, right? We have them in the HEART program. So the responsibility should be on us to provide the option to them, not for them to say, oh, I need this, you know, because sometimes homeless families are not going to have that great degree of advocacy. We need to know who they are and give them the option. So if appropriate fulfill that language, I prefer that. If Dr. Zeman's comments restrict that language, then I wouldn't be supportive of that.
And let me explain, because Dr. Holtis and I agree completely on what we're trying to get to. We actually don't know which of our children are homeless.
We do.
They do. No, we do not, as a fact. There are many people that go homeless for a month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a whole year who do not disclose it to the parents, and they're not, or to their school, and they're not obligated to. They have the right, you know, to do a lot of things so that they can avoid the shame and embarrassment sometimes that people feel by going through that. And so I'm not sure the right word. I just don't like where appropriate because it gives too much leeway. You know, there's no good definition for appropriate. You get 1,000 people together, they have 1,000 definitions for it. But where requested means someone just walks up, says a teacher, I would like paper-based homework because I don't have access to technology for any reason. I think they should be provided paper-based alternatives. And I think a lot of those people may end up, you know, not having technology because they don't have power in their car, or they're staying with a friend and they're not allowed to use the Wi-Fi at a friend's house while they're, you know, sleeping in a couch or a spare bedroom. And some people are legitimately homeless in other ways, and they don't share it, and we want them to be able to keep that to themselves if that's their real choice. They don't all participate in the HEART program. Many, I think 42, by the way, is an undercount, Dr. Holness, because people very clearly will confide in a social worker, but they won't confide in a teacher or a principal for any of many reasons. So I'm just looking for a word that says, as Dr. Holness suggested, if you ask for it, or if you're, I need the right language to say, if you want it, you get it.
So I think as a compromise, I think we could say as appropriate and as requested to cover both, because I agree there are going to be families that don't want it to be known that they're homeless, but there are, because the definition of homeless is so broad that if we say appropriate and as requested, I think we cover both areas. And then I think we also need to do a better job at making sure we communicate to families and to teachers and to schools that there are telltale signs that come up that you can help, that help them to help do that. And during the open house, during parent conferences, those conversations also need to be had to make sure that all students are supported and they have access to resources. So I think if you're okay with appropriate and as needed, I think we cover both. As requested, I'm sorry, as requested, appropriate as requested.
Madam Chair, oh, I am the chair. I didn't see she's gone. Okay.
I give myself the
well,
floor.
let me speak. I'm the chair now. Okay, so I have a little concern with as appropriate and requested because, you know, the word and in math, that means that's both, right? So I rather either or. So and or.
That's it.
That's fine. I can go with that.
I like that.
Ms. Murphy, you captured that?
Board Member Al-Hedef.
Yes, I agree with that language. And also, I just would like my colleagues to know that the Broward County Library does lend portable Wi-Fi hotspots with a library card.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Board Member Al-Hedef. Any further board comments on the item?
Okay.
Anyone else? No?
She's got more changes to go through.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so then the next one is on page 64. As you saw, we have revised the definition of wireless communication, so it just tells the party to go look at the definition.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And I'm looking for the next policy for you, board. Okay, if you would please go to page 92. This is going to be policy 7540.03, the student internet safety and acceptable use. This language on lines 26 to 29 reflects the board's vote regarding the maximum restriction allowed for pre-kindergarten through grade 1 relating to screen time.
Board Member Hickson.
Thank you. I have a concern there because it says screen time shall be limited to state testing requirements. How are they going to prepare to take the state tests if they don't have, like, I thought it was, the idea was to prepare for state testing. I think we're missing a piece, and I have heard a lot of teachers have concerns over the discussion that we had because you can't just put them on the testing on the day of testing and think they're going to know how to do it. So this, I feel, is really very restrictive. How do we word it so that teachers understand in policy they can also prepare them for the state testing requirement? I don't know exactly how to do that, but I think that this will cause an issue.
Board Member Al-Hadef.
Does the requirements for state testing require that you prepare for state testing?
It does.
But will people understand that in the classroom? Or do we need to add the words "and preparation"?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, and this conversation is actually going to dovetail the next conversation we have with the workshop, because we're going to be having some discussions around what are exceptions to this, because we also have computer science standards in VPK through first grade that actually have to be addressed as well.
Is there any objection to include the word preparation? Okay.
I just want to make sure that we're clear, Ms. Brophy. So line 27, the suggestion would be screen time shall be limited to preparation for and state testing requirements. Is the board okay with that language?
Any objection to that language?
Can you say that again?
Screen time shall be limited to preparation for and state testing requirements.
It probably goes better after.
After
state testing requirements and preparation thereof.
Okay, Ms. Brophy.
I like it.
Board Member Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think screen time needs to be defined better as well, because right now we have teachers thinking that they can't show a video in class because that's technically screen time. And that's one of the things I brought up when I brought up Danny Go, which no one got my reference, but like teachers use screens, the big screen in class. So I think we need to either define screen time somewhere as one-to-one devices or have a disclaimer that like videos are allowed to be shown in class. I don't know the best wording for that, but I think it's problematic to just say screen time without clarifying it's a one-to-one device or, because I think that was the intention of the board, was not to reduce videos in class. It was laptop time or tablet time or whatever.
Ms. Bruno, do you have any suggestion? Dr. Cohn?
Yeah, so the way I interpreted, Ms. Thompson, the policy is that this focuses strictly on students' access to the technology. It doesn't limit the teachers having access to use the technology or to display technology. So that's the guidance that we are providing to teachers, that it doesn't prevent them from using the technology or screens that allow them to engage students differently.
I would still like something in writing that clarifies that.
So if I may, to address that, line 27, for students in pre-K, and I would like it to say pre-kindergarten, pre-K through grade 1, student device screen time shall be limited to state testing requirements, comma, preparation for said testing, comma, and documented accommodations.
Okay, Board Member Thompson, are you okay with that language? Does it satisfy what you're looking for?
Yes, I think that clarifies it to fix it for the teachers.
Okay, anyone object to that inclusion?
Can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
We make sure it also includes teaching computer science standards as well in those appropriate grades.
Okay, any objection to Dr. Cohn's suggestion? Board Member Hickson?
I don't have an objection. Just where would it be another sentence or like if
Would just add another.
so that we all are on the same page? Could you maybe, as Ms. Bruno has done, tell us what you would be adding so that we all understand what the addition is?
So it would read, line 27, for students in pre-kindergarten through grade 1, student device screen time shall be limited to state testing requirements, comma, preparation for said testing, comma, computer science, comma, and accommodations for students with disabilities and special needs.
I have, sorry, go ahead, Ms. Hickson.
I was just going to say, it should probably not just say computer science, but maybe state required something to be, because that's fairly broad, and I don't think that the board wants it to be that broad. But anyway,
Yeah, I agree with that. And then I also have an issue, and I'm sorry I came in a little bit late to the discussion, with preparation for state testing, because that takes us right back to square one. So I think the language that we used in the item a few weeks ago was familiarization with state testing platforms, but I don't want it to just say, and the item was very clear that it was familiarization with those platforms, not just preparation for testing, because then that could be anything. Is there an objection to that? We'll come to public comment. Yeah, I have not skipped public comment, so I haven't called on public comment yet. We're going through, and then I'll be calling public comment. Please yield the mic. Yeah, please have a seat. Thank you. I'll call to please yield, or I'm going to recess the meeting. Please yield the mic. All right, we're going to go ahead and recess the meeting for 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, we are back. So I just wanted to check with my colleagues. Is there an objection to the language that I proposed?
Objection.
Mrs. Alhada?
Yes, so I object because I think that it's going to hinder the grades, the testing and the outcomes and the grades. If they don't prepare, if they're not, and I get we're trying to limit the screen time, and there's all these other activities that can help to limit that screen time, but they need to prepare for the test. And if it's the first time they're getting access, not the first time, but limited access to the computer and how the test works, you have to practice, and the only way you're going to be able to do that is with the computer, with the test. So I have great concern, and I'd like to hear from the superintendent in regards to what are the skill set they need to have to prepare before the test with actually using the computer. It's like you're going to play soccer, but without a soccer ball. Well, that's not going to go too well game day.
I just want to remind my colleagues that we passed an item that used this exact language several weeks ago. So there was a board vote on that language. Ms. Dupree-Bruno and Dr. Fulton.
I understand, and I wasn't here, so that's why I'm... weighing in now?
So we have a recommendation. The recommendation would be going to line 27 again. Student device screen time shall be limited to state testing requirements, comma, readiness for state testing requirements, comma, computer science standards, comma, and documented accommodations.
I'm still a no on that, but Mrs. Elhadef has the floor, and she asked Dr. Fulton a question.
So I will tell you, one of the balancing act that we have heard from teachers wanting to make sure they're complying with policy is just that. So how do we make sure when our students sit for assessments 3 times a year that they adequately prepare them? Because there's a science for assessments. It's not always click, it's a drop and drag. It's a different kind of language that they have to understand when they go on the computer. And again, I equate it to running a marathon. I just can't get up and run the marathon that morning. I have to practice in order to get that stamina to be able to run the race. So we really need a balance where our teachers feel comfortable, so when their students are sitting for those 3 periods, that they have adequately prepared them, not over-assess them, but adequately prepared them to understand the language and the science of a computerized assessment. One, because that's the first time that our babies would be doing such assessments, so they don't have any familiarity with the format.
And the other thing I would say too is that at this grade level, these students are 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old. They have very limited fine motor skills. So they have to be able to practice that on the computer to do the dragging and the stuff that you're speaking about. And so they have to prepare and they have to practice. So they're going to need to have screen time to do that before the actual test.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much. I'm sympathetic, Dr. Fulton, to your comments about this. I want to be crystal clear, Ms. Aldef, to like the actual teacher. Like this is what makes sense. In some sense, I want to say, hey, it should take this many hours or something like that, and I don't think that's fair. But what I'm curious about, Dr. Fulton, is there's 2 proposals for language. Dr. Cohn has presented one, I think, is the last one, and our chair has presented the alternate. Are both of them equally clear to a teacher? Not which is right or best, but are they both crystal clear?
I'm not sure if they both are crystal clear, so we're trying to find a middle ground in between the 2, because when it did pass, we did hear from teachers, we did hear from principals, so we're trying to, and we did the survey that you requested, and we're getting the feedback. I think the survey window closes at the end of the week, so we have a more aggregate feedback so that it can give more guidance on how they're going to operationalize the language. But there was some concerns, particularly with the state standards of computer instruction.
Totally understand, and this is a challenge, because what I'd really like to do is tell the state to stop doing pre-K, K, and first grade tests on an iPad. I'd like them to actually get out a pen and pencil and do the damn test, but I can't get that from here. Hopefully, that's part of our legislative platform next year, because it's insane to make 4, 5, and 6-year-olds learn how to use this when what we really want to do is learn a whole bunch of other things along the way. But we are where we are right now. And if I could, Dr. Cohn, would you please read me your recommendation, and then I'd love for the chair to share what we passed last time we reviewed this.
You can wait.
Okay, so we were speaking a little bit, and we have a third recommendation, and I'll let Dr. Cohen speak to that.
So we were able to actually submit to teachers a companion guide of the computer science standards to allow teachers to see how they can teach computer science without necessarily having a device in front of them. And so we were able to do a crosswalk of the current state standards in VPK kindergarten in grade 1. What we were prepared to also come to in the next session is to talk about some exceptions, because there will be times where a teacher will need to take out a device, a mouse, because it's part of the standards, having to navigate, having to click. That requires limited screen time for students to access technology. And so we like the term familiarization with technology, because it's appropriate to say that in VPK, there's very little technology that really happens within VPK based on the standards, and there's very little in kindergarten. Grade 1 is where you start to see a little bit more technology usefulness, practice, playing with the technology devices. But to Ms. Alladeff's point, they do have to take Renaissance Star assessments, and so they have to be able to practice these tools. And so we're prepared to say that in addition to the computer science standards that they have to teach that requires a very little technology, that we also include the word familiarization in there. So if you could read that.
Yes, so it will now read line 2728. Again, student device screen time shall be limited to state testing requirements, comma, testing platform familiarization, comma, computer science standards, and then documented accommodations.
Terrific. Having studied computer science for a few decades, and having a few children, there are a lot of ways to teach the fundamentals of logic and critical thinking and even computer science to young students with no device. There's a famous device, and I'm going to struggle to find the name of it, but I think it's called, it's a play on caterpillar. And each individual element that strings together to form a caterpillar is a different computer function. And so this is turn left, this is turn right, this is go straight, this is do circles, but it teaches students the structured programming language, no device. And I'm sure since then there's been a million versions of the Caterpillar computer science game for young children. But you can, I think the wording that you've had talking about computer science standards means they wouldn't have to use a device to teach them, right? The standard is to learn structured programming steps, right? To use logic. You can learn logic, you can learn critical thinking, you can learn structured, like nested loops of decision making, right? With devices like this Caterpillar game, not with an actual screen. Am I correct? If you say standards, that means you're not necessarily on a screen where 4 to 6-year-olds.
Yeah, so one of the things we actually shared with the computer science standards is we provided teachers with manipulatives. So one of the things you're referring to is like a robot accessory where it's an extension of a playful problem-solving activity. And so there are different anecdotal things that were provided to teachers that are non-technology related, but more manipulatives that they can actually simulate what it would look like if they were using a computer or a technology or a mouse. And so we provided that resource to schools as well. So there will be, and so what we did hear from teachers in the survey is that they do want a balance of the technology. They have said that it was a lot of technology, but they want a balance. They don't want to go from 100 to 0. And so what we did is we put in place some ways in which VPK through first grade can teach the technology without the technology, but then knowing that they will need to have access to technology because of the testing and assessments.
Thank you. And the device that I'm calling was referring to is called Codapillar. And they sold like 10 million of these things. They're wonderful toys for anybody that wants some for their young children. Ms. Leonardi, I'll send you one. But let me just ask about the language that we passed last week. Chair, can you tell me?
Yeah, I'll read it to you because I have it in my notes. It says, limit the screen time defined as one-to-one device use of VPK through first grade students to only what is necessary for state mandated testing, defined as any state mandated test, and familiarizing students with required testing platforms and or accommodations for students with special needs.
Terrific. And would adding the computer science standard be,
no, obviously our students need to be taught the standards.
Okay,
yes,
yeah. So I don't think there's, probably this board has no objection to adding the computer science standards. And again, standards isn't device. This is what you got to know, right? And 4 to 6-year-olds, there's, I hope, some very, very basic computer science standards. But the debate is between the staff issue about state platform familiarization versus familiarization in the language we passed last week, and both of them sound reasonable. I think it's very difficult right now, though, because this board's been very clear that we just don't want devices, period. And so what we're trying to figure out is like, how do we kind of get them to the minimal devices, knowing that, by the way, they're going to get platform. A lot of kids are going to get devices at home and in libraries and other places. But that doesn't mean we have to institutionalize it for 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, and 6-year-olds. I prefer, I don't know which one of these two languages gets us better, but Dr. Fulton, is either one, Would either one be more clear to the teachers in our 4, 5, and 6-year-old classrooms?
And I'm more of a visual, but auditory hearing both of them, they sound very similar.
They sure do.
But the latter one that we propose aligns with the computer science expectations and what we shared with the teachers based on the direction the board gave us July 28th. So we try to ensure that the language in the policy does reflect the same message.
I think that this board is fine probably with the computer science standards part being added. Then the real issue is it state platform familiarity or the familiarity that we talked about for preparing for it? I was hoping that there was some clarity difference, but that teachers would understand one more than the other. We just don't have the poll back yet. So I think we're in a little bit of a bind where we have to make a decision today in the absence of that poll results.
I had a few questions since the survey was brought up. Were parents sent a survey on this?
Yes.
Okay.
We sent it to parents, principals, and teachers.
When was that sent out?
So we did principals first because it was asked of us prior to teachers returning. And so teachers returned last week, so we sent it out last week to teachers and parents.
Okay, and how would that have been? I don't think I got the survey. That's why I'm asking.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cohn to give more specifics to the question.
And so we did say that because parents were away from summer, that more than likely they're not going to get the survey firsthand. So we did send it to parents using 2 different modalities. So part of the digital toolkit that we provided to teachers and administrators around the motions 2 and 3, we developed a PowerPoint presentation that every principal could provide during meet and greet and open house. The survey was included in that PowerPoint presentation. We did a parent infographic that also included that particular survey linked as well. I'm looking at the survey now. There's a couple parents that are already in there that have already provided the survey. So this week is where we're going to do some additional mass marketing to parents with the survey as well as teachers. We got a number of teachers and principals that already completed the survey.
And if I may add, one of the reasons with some of the staggered release of it is because we didn't want it to fall into the first week. Parents are getting a whole lot of communication. So we did not want it to get lost in the message because there's a lot of things going on to parents.
And the principals preferred us to have the information to them first so that they could start communicating it to their parents during those different events and sessions. So the goal is throughout that time that during their SAC meetings, they should be able to use that PowerPoint presentation. PTA meetings, they should be able to communicate what's new and different because we know that parents aren't necessarily, and I think you mentioned this, Ms. Leonardi, they don't always listen to ParentLink because they get inundated. So it's better to come from the end user, the school, the principal, the teacher, so that the teachers can answer any questions that they have in terms of how does this look in implementation in VPK through first grade. So we really wanted it to come from the teacher and the administrator in terms of how it's going to look for next year.
Okay, so if a parent wasn't able to go to open house and they're not able to go to SAC,
the traditional ParentLink is going to be pushed out.
Okay. And then I guess for our general counsel, a few questions about like the board passing an item and then a policy being brought forward. And if a board member doesn't like the result of an item that was passed, what their options are. But I guess I was a little bit alarmed at the direction this was going in before because the board passed a very clear item. I just read the language, and then we were going to move forward with a policy that I think actually moves against the intent of the item. So help me understand all of that, if you can.
So we try to follow the directive of the board. There may be some semantics in terms of the language, but that was not intentional. And that's why we come to a first reading to be able to have the board give us feedback.
Okay. All right. So I just want to be very clear to my colleagues, like we passed something a few weeks ago. It said limit the screen time defined as one-to-one device use of VPK through first grade students to only what is necessary for state mandated testing, defined as taking any state mandated test and familiarizing students with the required testing platforms and or accommodations for students with special needs. And so the idea that we would say like preparing for the test Well, we heard overwhelmingly from parents just a few weeks ago a resistance to the overuse of iReady. Like iReady, it helps prepare. A lot of software helps prepare for the state mandated testing, and I don't think that that is appropriate for VPK, kindergarten, and first grade. So I don't know how, we can pass an item 2 weeks ago and then change that through a workshop, a few weeks later. I'm concerned with that. Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
So the item that was passed and what is in policy, or what is in this policy today, do you feel that they are in conflict, as general counsel, are they conflicting each other or are they complementing each other?
I think at this point, with the change in the language that says testing platform familiarization, I believe it goes hand in hand with what the board passed on the 28th.
But you're saying your new recommendation?
Yes.
So it's complementing each other?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my whole point is that students need to be able to refine their fine motor skills at this level. They need to have muscle memory, and they need to be able to have time to prepare for the test. And as we all know, we've been an A-rated school district for the past 3 years. And when the grades come out a year from now, we'll see if the grades are reduced because they didn't have enough, if they didn't have enough time to prepare or have access to the computers. And there has to be, and what I'm hearing from the feedback is that we're going too extreme. And so what my thought would be to Dr. Hepburn is, what is the best practice of time prepared? Like, what does that look like for a teacher as a best practice? Because as a teacher, I would like to know what that is. Is that 4 hours a week that they should be on their computer practicing? I'm not sure, but I think that would be very helpful for teachers to know what the best practice is, because we want to have that balance and we don't want to be extreme with going from unlimited use of the computer to to very minimum use, to be able to have the ability to practice and use their fine motor skills and muscle memory.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out the reason I asked about practicing for the test, or however, it was because it was missing that other language that we had, and I thought it was very restrictive in what was presented before us ahead of time. I wasn't trying to change what we agreed to, because we did agree they have to have some familiarization and practice with that before they sit down for it. So I just wanted to be clear, I wasn't trying to change what we had agreed to before. But I do think we need the computer science part because that is state mandated. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, if I may have consensus for the board for the following language. Again, policy 7540.03, line 26 to 29, will now read, the district shall include the maximum restrictions allowed by law on student device use. For students in pre-kindergarten through through grade 1, student device screen time shall be limited to state testing requirements, testing platform familiarization, computer science standards, and documented accommodations. Is that okay to move forward?
Does anyone object to that? I know Ms. Rupert's on the line and Ms. Bowman wants to say something. Ms. Rupert?
I actually agree with the chair on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman?
For the computer science standards, I was thinking like implementing computer science standards or some delivering computer science. I don't know what we're trying to do, because again, I don't know what the right word would be, but just computer science standards just seems to be kind of hanging out there like.
We can say implementing.
Yeah, implementing computer science and.
Okay, I'm okay with that language. All right, do you have your direction?
I do, thank you so much. Next, we're going to go to the end of this policy, and we're going to go to page 96. This is with regards to student safety monitoring, lines 10 through 18. This is based on the board's discussion at the workshop. Are there any changes or concerns with regards to that language? We are on page 96, lines 10 through 18, student safety monitoring.
I don't see it. That doesn't line up with my numbers.
Student safety monitoring, you said?
Student safety
Yeah, I
monitoring
have
on page 96, lines 10 through 18.
Yeah, I see that.
Can you read a sentence?
Yes, it reads, the district may employ technology-based monitoring systems on district-owned devices, district networks, and district-authorized applications to identify communications or activities that may reasonably indicate self-harm, suicidal ideation, violence, abuse, threats, or other significant safety concerns. Information identified through such monitoring shall be reviewed by appropriate district personnel, and appropriate interventions, notifications, referrals, or other action shall be taken consistent with applicable law, board policy, and administrative procedures.
Dr. Holness?
Okay, so Ms. Bruno, where it says reasonably indicate, okay, so that can be left up to interpretation, right? So when you say reasonably indicate, is that the best wording that we, because that's relative, right?
So we can take out and just say activities that indicate self-harm.
I would prefer that.
Okay.
Yep.
If that's the board's consensus.
Is there an objection to that? Okay.
May we move forward with this language?
Yes. There was no objection.
The next one I have for you, board, is going to be artificial intelligence, policy 7540.08. Based on the board's discussion, there are numerous changes to this policy. And we will start with what I'll call the preamble, line 10 through 24. And this page is 106, page 106, lines 10 through 24. And I'll read the paragraph as, do you want me to read the paragraph as revised, Madam Chair?
I mean, I can read it myself, but I don't know if my colleagues would like you to read it out loud. All right, yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. So this includes that one sentence requested that AI is a tool intended to complement, not replace human judgment.
Are we all good with this language? Okay.
And then 33, line 33, which is a cleanup. The next one I would like for you to look at is on page 109, page 109. We added an entire section on facial recognition, emotion detection, and biometric identification, lines 5 through 17.
You have it 109. Yeah, it's on the revised document.
Are there any concerns or questions with regards to
Dr.
lines 5 through 17?
Dr. Zeman? Ms. Hickson?
I just have a question on this, because what if we decided to move to our safety, you know, where there's biometrics and you're looking for things as people are coming in? This wouldn't eliminate that, right? Because it says approved by the superintendent.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So what page, 107? What page?
Anyone else?
What page is it?
We're on page 109. It's highlighted in
I see it
green.
now. Okay, just give me a second.
Chair, what folks are reading, could I just ask for a source for this language? Where did this come from?
This is basically my drafting with some help from AI a little bit as well, but it's basically my drafting.
That was my whole point. I love your answers. We didn't even practice, to my knowledge, of this, Ms. Bruno. Is that correct?
No, we didn't practice.
No. Yeah, you do. But I will just point out that the technically feasible part is a big exclusion. It is not a trivial matter to untangle some of these things sometimes because of, we don't know when AI coding is done how it produces the outcomes. And so it may use some of this information in a way that the programmers didn't even realize that they were using it. And so we're technically feasible because what distinguishes AI from other kinds of programming is nobody knows how the outcome is produced anymore. You just say, I would like an outcome that looks like this. And the middleware, which is we're used to actually programming by hand, isn't done anymore. And one of the things they might use is any one of these tools in order to get to a better answer. So it'll be more and more difficult to meet that technical feasible standard. But I love the language that's been put together. This is a very appropriate for a school district.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Where it says approved by the superintendent or designee, why is it not also say approved by the school board? And then my another question is, if we approve this language, are we limiting our ability to put AI technology in our cameras if we want to, like, say, hypothetically, someone jumps a fence and they're able to figure out that someone jumped a fence, are we not then going to be able to use that technology?
So, good question. Remember, the school board is giving the what, and the superintendent is doing the how. So you're giving the superintendent direction with regards to AI's ability to have facial recognition, emotional detection, et cetera, biometric identification. So to your point, if the superintendent says, well, we need this for a particular safety reason, I don't necessarily know if it needs to come back to the board as a policy discussion. I mean, that could be, we need to have the board's direction on that. For example, we're having the stop arm cameras right now on bus, through bus patrol. That has an AI feature in there. So some of these are operational questions that we will clearly defer to the board, but I want to make sure we have that distinction between operations and board policy relating to governance.
Right.
I think this gives you a very broad direction to the superintendent, and then for him to fulfill that operational function.
Okay, so the other thing is, I don't want to limit the board's ability to approve things or have to lose their authority for something. Like, for example, you could have AI gun detection in cameras. That might be something the board would want to look into for the future. And so, or the superintendent might want to do it, but the board might want to discuss it. So I don't want to limit the board's authority to weigh in on these decisions that the board's going to make.
If I may, I will say that per law, the statute, the superintendent is always supposed to be working collaboratively with the school board, and I understand that sometimes that doesn't always work. However, that is what is statutorily required, and these policies, they are policies, they will become your rules, but you can always amend them. So if you feel that you need to amend the policy for whatever reason, you may do so. In addition, if the board, for example, AI being able to detect guns, if the board learns of something that they want the superintendent and the board to consider, you as a board member can always bring that up to your colleagues as well. So this does not stop that interchange of information and ideas.
Based on this, does the superintendent have the ability to put something in place without the board's authority?
So the authority is through this policy with the safeguards, or if you will, the direction from this policy saying, superintendent, this is what we're expecting. Now, if the superintendent approves something based on statute, he's supposed to be working with the school board and collaborate. Not necessarily mean that the board has to approve it, because if it's an operational decision, then the superintendent makes a decision but notifies the board. That's normally how these types of things, these relationships would work.
What if it's not based on statute? Let's just say he just wants to do it.
So the other way to handle something like that, if there's a dispute between the superintendent and the board, is that you are ultimately responsible for the actions of your superintendent, and you can hold your superintendent accountable. The superintendent works for you. So.
Okay, is there a way to put wording in this paragraph that would give the board more authority?
So the only other thing, if the board is inclined to do that, is just to remove that language approved by the superintendent or designee.
That would be my recommendation, because I don't want to limit the board's authority, because then it's just like you're then going back to possibly have to fix something in the future.
Is there anyone who would support Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Bruno, if that language is removed, can you then interpret the language to us?
If the language is removed and the superintendent feels that there is a particular software or system that needs to, that he would like to implement, then it would have to go to the board for approval. However, I will also say that anytime we're purchasing a software or a system, it comes to you anyhow, because you have to approve the contract if it's over that threshold of 50,000, which most of these would be.
Okay, so with the language being removed, it would just reinforce the process of it coming to us anyway, correct?
Yes, because it'll have to come to you for the contract approval.
Okay, but is there anything wrong with that redundancy?
I'm not sure I understand that question, Dr.
Okay, you're saying that things have to come to the board anyway, right? So if the language is removed, you're saying it would have to come to the board. So if we remove the language, is this a moot point? Is it redundant? Because if the language is there, it comes to the board. If the language is, right?
So there may be a scenario, for example, where you have approved a particular software, and that software has an additional function that it can do, that when the board approved it, all those functions were in there, however, it was not implemented. And now the superintendent says, you know what, I would like to implement this portion, this function. Well, with this language, the superintendent would not have to come back to the board and ask for permission.
Okay, so if it's removed, then he would have to come to the board.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Dr. Zeman?
I understand where we're trying to go with this. I like the how and the what dichotomy, though. I really do. I like we define in policies, and the superintendent. Here's the issue I have, and it's back to Ms. Aldes' point. We buy some security software. 6 months later, it's upgraded. it can use facial recognition to find people that are intruding on our property. If we take this out, it says that unless that is expressly authorized by law and supported by legitimate safety and security purpose, who would describe that if we don't say the superintendent? And we're not fast enough. Like, if that upgrade happens, I want a superintendent, Dr. Fulton, that day to say, turn it on. Because it is allowed by law, and it supports the safety and security of our students. So if we take that language out, that's the third condition. First is it has to be legal. Second, it has to support safety, security, or the other things mentioned. And the superintendent also has to approve it. It makes it more restrictive than if we take it out. Without that, we've got to wait until an item is put together and it's brought to the board, and 2 months later, maybe we're turning on some capabilities that I want turned on right away. And so I don't want to change this language, because I want the superintendent to do the how we do these things, and we give them the goals to do it. And AI is going to be difficult to understand. The limits that they have on all the biometrics, I think, are rational, but there's also exceptions, and I think we're going to have to trust the superintendent to go through those upgrades to systems and say whether or not, I mean, I think, Ms. Bruno, you would say you would determine whether it's authorized by law, right? The superintendent would have to say, yes, but I've looked at it in my judgment, this is good. And then the third condition is it has to support safety, security, operations, or education in order to even be considered. If it's not legal, it doesn't happen. If it doesn't support one of those four things on the third condition, it can't happen. And then in the middle, the superintendent is making sure that the whole thing makes sense, which I think is why we hired him to do those kinds of decisions. It just takes too long for us to turn on all these things throughout time. So I think it's better as written for right now.
I agree. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, I agree with Dr. Zeman. The superintendent runs operations, and almost every policy says the superintendent or his designee in it, and I wouldn't want to take that away from him. So I like it the way it is. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple more questions. So, Dr. Fulton, if the superintendent determines that something is urgent and needs to be addressed and it's required to come to the board, what is the expedited process in getting that to the board as quickly as possible? Dr. Zeman said it could take up to 2 months. I just want to fully understand, if something is really urgent, it has to come to the board. What is the quickest way of getting it to the board? How long does that take?
Well, it depends, but I would just go on what we're doing now. And if there's something that's urgent, we have to work with the chair to do a special meeting, but it has to work around what's already there. But we definitely work with the chair to get the approval to put an item on in front of other things.
All right, so if something is a safety concern, and it has to be approved by the board, if we exclude the language that Board Member Al-Hadef is suggesting, how long does a special school board meeting take to get it put together and follow the requirements to get it to the board right away?
The answer's the same. I work with the chair, and the chair guides that.
Okay, so can you give us an estimate of a time frame?
I can, but it won't be an answer for everything. Like the answer that I
understand.
give you won't be a blanket answer for every time.
Okay, so for special school board meetings, how long do we have to notify the public?
We've done it.
48 hours.
Yeah, 48.
Okay, so we could technically get something to the board within 48 hours, or?
It's possible, Dr. Holness, but it really depends on the calendars for 9 individuals. It depends on everything else that's going on. Here's another thought too. Let's say that there's a hurricane that happens, and we need to get a drone up there that has an AI feature that may have some biometric or what have you. Some of these things are urgent decisions that will need to be made, even though, you know, eventually all of this does come back to the board in some fashion, even if it's not a formal board vote, but it could be just the board being updated. I mean, the superintendent is supposed to do that. He's supposed to keep the board updated on everything that's going on from an operational safety and security standpoint. That's just part of his statutory responsibilities to the board. The question is, does the board want to vote on everything that the superintendent's doing from an operational standpoint. And that's where you have to make sure that you have the line drawn, because you are governing by your policies, you are directing the superintendent in this district, here's what my expectations are. And the superintendent takes that and says, okay, staff, here's what we need to do to implement what the direction I have been given to the board. And then ultimately, you are the arbitrator because he works for you and you hold him accountable for whatever decisions that he is making.
I understand. So, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I just have a question. I wanted to get a better understanding as to the objection from Board Member Al-Hadaf. Board Member Al-Hadaf, could you explain why you have that concern? Is it funding, or what is the issue behind?
I was just concerned that it would limit the board's authority to approve something, but based on the example in an emergency situation, it does make sense to keep this in there for the superintendent to be able to make that decision.
Okay.
I would just hope on any of these other big AI decisions that the superintendent is bringing an item to the board workshop to discuss and then to a meeting to approve. So I get it. If it's for emergencies, then this works for me.
Okay, all right, so it's a moot point. Okay, thank you.
So do I have consensus then with page 109, lines 5 through 17 to move as written?
Yes.
Okay. The next one, board, I'd like for you to look at is page 111. Again, based on the discussion, we have revised that. It's going to be page 111, lines 13 through 27. We've taken out 15, 16, and 17, and we've created a new paragraph to address student-facing AI systems regarding to counseling and therapy and interventions, crisis interventions based on your discussion.
I guess I'm wondering, I have a question about this, because this is something I raised last meeting, so I appreciate a lot of this language addresses a lot of my concerns. I'm wondering, and this is like a genuine curiosity, like if we also should mention companionship in this. I might be missing it. And I don't know. I don't know if that's appropriate or not. I have serious concerns about the development of companionship with student-facing AI tools. I know that kids do it outside of school, but I still maintain, what we give them access to has to be the safest as possible. So I'm wondering if it's worth mentioning or if the emotional dependency covers that piece.
But my thought was that the emotional dependency covered that.
Okay.
In terms of companionship.
Okay.
Agree.
Okay. Any other comments on, Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I'm going to be the outlier here. Students, particularly older students that we have become frequent users of chatbots and things like that to disclose things. And they feel oftentimes that they can disclose more to a cold thing like a AI chatbot than they can to their friends. And I'm not saying that that is always a good thing or never a bad thing. But when we say that student-facing systems will not provide all of these things, it does go against what people are using chatbots for in particular. There's some evidence that good chatbots that are designed to provide emotional support and counseling have been helpful to people, largely because they're available 24/7 and human counselors are not always there. Also because disclosing things to other human beings can be something that people avoid doing as opposed to providing it otherwise. I think that the otherwise part is not an unambiguously good thing to do, but it is, I just want to point out that there are a lot of people that use AI-generated counseling services and emotional support services. I don't think we need to make them available to students. As the chair pointed out, there's things that are available after hours. for them to use this. I don't like the liability that comes with it because I'm not sure exactly how we would assess it. And again, all AI tools are constantly evolving. So even if Dr. Cohn or Dr. Hollingsworth or others did this great assessment on day 1, on day 30, it's all of a sudden different software, and I'm not sure that we could ever contain that. I just want to point out that there are pretty large studies about online counseling that do show real benefits to people that feel more comfortable disclosing things when a person's not involved than when a person is. Same with companions. You know, there are people who get tremendous help by having online, digital companions. I just don't know how you find out, whether or not these companions are the good kind or the bad kind. And I don't think we should make it available to students. So I like the way it's written, but there's going to be a world in a few years where there's going to be safeguards around these things, and we may find a way to use them positively in the future. Thank you.
Mrs. Alda?
Well, to Dr. Zeman's point, have we been briefed on the therapy with the AI, with the students, and are there companies out there that have a human overseeing everything? My only thought is that this could possibly give more students access to be able to get help and to get therapy. I know we're not trying to replace the humans, but were we briefed on what that would look like and the benefits of it?
Dr. Cohn?
So no, we do not, and that would be probably something I think Student Services probably can opine on to see if they've investigated any current AI tools that do such a thing. And I think that could be a follow-up that Ms. Hollingsworth can provide.
Yeah, I think that's great. Listen, knowledge is power, right? You need to have all of the knowledge of what you want and what you think you want and what the possibility is. So then the board can make a stronger decision. I'm not saying not to move forward with the language that it is now, but I would like to have the information to see what the possibilities are. Because at the end of the day, we want to be able to help our students in the best way possible, but all of our students. And we know that the ratio of mental health counselors to students is a terrible ratio. And so, there could be a way where we could have the best of both worlds, where we have a human making sure and overseeing everything, but being able to also give kids access to mental health therapy.
Definitely we can follow up on that. There are some options that have been out there, but I think the main thing that's always been our concern is making sure we keep the human in the loop when it comes to the AI piece. But we can definitely follow up with some solutions that have been known to us.
I have to caution my colleagues in going in that direction. I'm not disagreeing with information being provided to the board, but I, as one board member, fundamentally do not agree with using AI tools to counsel our students and provide mental health services to our students. And I would argue that a lot of the mental health concerns that we see among our youth are because of a lack of human-to-human interaction. So I just want to make it clear to the people that I represent that I do not support using these tools to provide any level of counseling or mental health services to our students. Ms. Pullman?
I 100% agree with that. I think that if we're looking at the source of why we have this proliferation of need for mental health support, it would be the disconnect from humans and the use of the different tools and online tools and digital tools or platforms that people are using. I think that that's a fact. So I really, my kids talk about feeding things into chat box sometimes, and I'm always absolutely against that. I can't control what they're doing necessarily, but we can control what's happening at our school district, and I think opening up that liability would be a very bad idea for us. And as much human interaction as we can encourage in our schools and between our teachers and our service providers, the better just overall for humanity. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Ditto.
Okay. But I think we all have consensus on the language before us, correct? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, I would like for the board to look at page 111, and this will go into page 112. We will start with line 36 and then go through the student engagement part as well. So there was some discussion from the board with regards to community engagement as well as student engagement specifically. So we've addressed with this new language.
I just have one quick.
Dr. Zeman?
I just wonder if you want to reword the heading. You know, student engagement is being written a lot, you know, with Rebecca Thompson at Brookings and others kind of really pushing hard on this idea of engagement of students involved in more activities, more sports, more clubs, more before school, after school with students, to Ms. Bullman's and other people's points about human-to-human interaction. It follows all the research that's been done for a couple decades on workforce, workplace, and employee engagement. When we say student engagement, I think we're going against the current use of that term, which is really how do we engage students to be more involved. I think this whole paragraph is largely about student feedback. So I just recommend we make that the heading so that we don't confuse people. And there may be a couple things in the paragraph where we talk about engagement, as in terms of getting their feedback, where we could probably just rename it feedback in order to provide more clarity.
Is there an objection to that? All right, do you have your direction on that? Any other comments on this section? Okay.
You. The next one is going to be line 17 and 18 on page 112. The board wanted a more friendly guide, so this provides a direction to the superintendent for the parents to have a friendly guide on how to opt out at the beginning of the school year.
I had a comment on this, not that specific line, but that section generally. I know that in June, the board gave consensus about communication from the, like regular communication from the district on, sorry, let me see if I can see it in my actual notes. On, I can't find it in my notes, but I know that we gave direction asking for regular parent communication about the AI tools that we'll be using. So I'm wondering if that would go in the policy or if that's more operational. Yeah, okay, so school and district-based parent communication plan. So I'm wondering if that's more of we gave consensus for that, and we were told that would be in place by the end of June. I'm wondering if that belongs in the policy or if that should not be in the policy, given that.
So, Madam Chair, this would be more of an operational matter in terms of how the communication takes place, and that would be in the administrative guides.
Okay, I guess I'm wondering, so we're including a clause about a parent-friendly guide on how to opt out. Is that not operational?
That is operational. The direction from the board was to have something that's parent-friendly so that the parents understand.
Okay. I guess I would like to know from my colleagues if we feel that there should be in policy a that it should say in policy that we have a district and school-based communication plan around AI in the policy or not.
Can you tell me where you're referencing, though, in the policy? I'm sorry.
So where it's at, so on page 112, in that same section that Mr. Pre-Bruno pointed out, so the parent communication and opt-out. So it says, where legally required or administratively permitted, parents may opt out of AI-based district tools, assignments, assessments, students who opt out, blah, blah, blah. A parent-friendly guide on how to opt out will be provided at the beginning of the school year. I might suggest having in there that, transparent and regular communication about district-approved AI tools is important, and there should be a district and school-based communication plan around AI initiated each school year.
And I would add available on our site.
Yeah.
Right? Because they're going to want to see it when they want to see it, not just when we shoot it to them.
Is there an objection?
And I think that's policy, Chair. I mean, we set frequency and content all the time. The superintendent gets to fill that content in with whatever. We say produce a plan quarterly or whatever, and then they have to write the plan.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, before Dr. Cohn, I know Ms. Bowman wanted to say something. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Bowman.
I like that, your suggestion. I was thinking maybe we should be giving the AI policy and the opt-out together so that they know what it is, so that it's, and then obviously the communication part of the thing is very important, but so that parents can look at the policy before they opt out.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any objection to that? And I'm not picky about the wording. I just think that, and I know, sorry, I'll come to you in a second, Dr. Cohn. I know we have a website, and a lot of this is on our website already. I just think it should be, so I appreciate that we're doing it now, but like years from now, not all of us will still be here, and I think it's important that we codify that in policy. Sorry, Dr. Cohn, go ahead.
No, I'm glad you said it. I was going to actually go right there, that the website just got released last week, and that is the place where we heard from parents, and you heard again from committee report that they wanted a one-stop shop of where all of the information goes so that it's transparent, they're involved in that. So I'm perfectly fine. We can add that there. The website's not going to go anywhere. It's just a great form of communication.
And thank you for that. All right, do you guys have your direction on that piece, the parent communication piece?
The recommendation would be to add it on page 111 in the transparency section. Part of that includes sharing information with students, teachers, and parents. So we'll add a section that talks about a communication plan.
Okay. Then I guess I'm wondering, should we rename, and I don't usually like to get into the semantics of these things, but should we rename parent communication and opt-out and just say parent opt-out?
We can do that.
Is there an objection from my colleagues on that?
Improves clarity.
Okay.
Okay, so the next thing that I have for the board is going to be that's substantive. Page 113 is not really a substantive. The next one is really page 114. And based on the board's discussion, I would ask that you look at lines 23 through the end of that page, as well as page 115, lines 1 through 17. This is with regards to workflow enhancement and the disclosure of AI use. You had a lot of discussion and you wanted some specificity.
Dr. Zeman?
I'm really nervous about having anything in here about empowering our staff to do their job. Like, we have an informal assessment. We tell every employee who works here has objectives of what you want to do, whether you're a food nutrition or a bus driver or a teacher, you're trying to get something done. And it's very clear, I think, in all 24,000 employees what that is. If AI tools can help them do their job, are we so fearful of AI that we don't trust our employees to use AI in a way that will allow them to achieve their individual goals better? I mean, do we need to tell them that it's okay to, I mean, we don't tell them it's okay to use Microsoft Word. We don't tell them it's okay to use your phone that we give you to do your job. Why do we need to tell them that it's okay to use AI tools to get their job done? Like, do we have any evidence that we can't trust our employees to do the right thing and to do it in the right way?
So the reason this language is being proposed was based on the board's discussion, because the board had a lot of discussion as to if we use AI in an email, do we need to disclose? What is a comprehensive project that would need to be disclosed that AI was used? So this was really just based on the board's discussion and the request that the board made to try to specify this a little bit further.
So, but here's here's like a workforce example. A teacher volunteers to be responsible for a committee within a high school to improve physics instruction. And that teacher goes out and does some research with AI, finds this really great plan that's generated by AI, edits that thing, and puts it out under their name. That is a physics teacher volunteering to move a high school forward in physics instruction. In that example, does a board believe that teachers should disclose that they used AI? Because they're putting it out under their name, right? They're saying, this is the best I could come up with in the time provided. AI in many instances will allow them to have access to greater and more information, to organize it more efficiently, to put it together in a format that people can digest well. But at the end of the day, they put it out. These are human beings saying, you know, this is the best product I could put out. I had a week to put it together, and this really helped me get a lot more done in a week that could have gotten done otherwise. I don't understand a disclaimer to that says, oh, by the way, I use Claude to help me put this together. I think Claude and Gemini and Copilot are just normal work tools, and they are responsible for the accuracy of what they put out under their name anyway, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm just wondering, because AI is becoming kind of another tool with which we get things done, I'm just wondering why we want to put delimiters on work that is done that include AI, when I think so much of what we're going to be doing 6 months or 12 months now will be augmented by AI tools, and I pray that it is, because we can get a lot more work done that way.
So it's completely up to the board's discretion what direction you want to give us to do with regard to this particular section. I will say, though, Dr. Zeman, that I thought the same thing that you were thinking, and I think this was also part of the board's discussion and why they wanted some specificity, because lines on page 115, lines 4 through 17 does have those that particular situation where you use it for formatting, organization, layout, or grammar, or those types of things, does not have to be disclosed. The question was, if I put in a prompt and the prompt gives me an answer and I take that answer and say, here's the answer, do I have to disclose that versus utilizing it as a tool? One thing to utilize it as a tool, one thing to utilize it as my analysis and my judgment.
And let me just keep going with that. I'd say that the work that was done there was writing the brilliant prompt. And if you write a brilliant prompt and it gives you a brilliant outcome, I pray that you use it all the time. It's going to make us achieve our goals better and faster if you learn how to engineer a prompt in a really great way that it produces a brilliant outcome. But it wasn't like some other technology from Pluto, you know, all of a sudden came up with an answer and gave it to somebody in a nefarious way, or even potentially nefarious way. It's one of our great staff members figured out how to really take advantage of technology, most of which are available for free for people to use or for super low cost, some of which we give them, like Copilot, and they use it in a good and efficient way. I like the part, by the way, that says you should be thoughtful about using AI content, make sure it's reviewed and verified and approved by accuracy. I like that. That's good guidance to them. I don't think generally we use policy to provide guidance to our workforce, though. It's all part of your professional standards of, I'm a bus driver. I use AI to, review the latest legislation related to moving students around Florida. It's great. It's a fast way to get to it, and you'll know things you didn't know otherwise. I'm just worried about calling out AI as like something that is different than Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, coding, and things like that. So I think AI, if it not now, in the very near future, is going to be a standard part of a toolkit that virtually every employee learns how to use in order to do their work, from blue collar to white collar to gray collar to green collar. It doesn't matter. Whatever your work is, you're going to figure out ways to either use tools or to use prompts to help you become more productive. So I just wanted to throw that out to my colleagues and see if we really want the workforce enhancement, workflow enhancement paragraph in policy, or do we want to be careful, like down below under disclosure of AI use, to say, I guess actually we don't need the substantive use paragraph if we don't have the one above. Is that fair? Yeah.
Yes.
So my own preference, and I'm 51-49 on this, I'm not going to jump off a horse and say that we have to do it one way or the other, but I wouldn't tell our workforce that you can use this tool, but make sure that you review, verify, and approve accuracy, completeness, appropriateness, and compliance. I feel like that's part of the trust that we have in our employees, that they're doing that all the time anyway.
Ms. Bowman?
Thank you. Yeah, we talked about this at the last meeting. I guess, what are we trying to prohibit? Like, what's an example by this? Because I kind of agree with Dr. Zeman. I mean, I think if you're getting the job done, then you're getting the job done, whether you're using this or not. And if there's a way to do it that is more efficient, and you're still doing the right job. So are we, I don't want to punish people for not disclaiming something and then they got the job done. It's just that they didn't do that. So what are we looking for? I mean, I'm thinking of like an example, maybe Dr. Fulton, you could help me. Like, when you're rating, say, teachers or other employees, it's going to be about how effective you are at the end of the day, not did you use AI here, or did you, like if you're a teacher who AIs everything and doesn't get up in front of the classroom and doesn't teach, that's going to come out in a different way, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
So I'm just wondering, I don't want to have something in a policy that is potentially punitive for really no reason than to catch people doing things that they didn't put a disclaimer on.
Ms. Bowman, if I may, I think, and I can't speak for the person who made the original motion, but from my understanding, it was to capture things that were substantively developed by a teacher or someone in the organization, to give, I guess, some credit to the fact that it was developed by AI. And I perfectly agree with Dr. Zeman and his point, because we all create really great tools and resources through AI, by prompt engineering through Agent. I do it all the time. It helps save me a lot of work. So we're perfectly fine with taking this out if the decision or direction from the board has changed since then.
I don't think I was on that side of, if we voted on it, that was not my position. I just don't want to create a situation where people are going to get punished for something that really there's no harm.
So, Madam Chair, if I can have a consensus from the board, do you want us to remove section E and F?
Well, I think we're having those conversations right now. So we're trying to, so I think, Ms. Bowman, are you done? Because I know Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Bruno, as you know, the AI world is emerging and new to many of us, right? So the question I have, and I understand why it is in here when you talk about substantive use, right? So is it fair to say that having that word in here and defining what would be considered substantial use, the premise of that is to ensure that an employee or staff will validate the accuracy of the information generated by AI as a result of maybe information that requires great accuracy, great thoroughness, and so on and so forth. Is that the reason that this is necessary? Because, and I guess the other question is, are AI-generated information necessarily accurate?
So from a legal perspective, no. It makes up law and makes up cases all the time, so.
Okay, so then that would, in my opinion, necessitate that this is in here, because it's not that you don't trust an employee, but we are all trying to understand the AI world, and you may generate information and it may not lend itself to you significantly researching the accuracy of the information. And if it's a document that is pertinent to accuracy, then we may be putting information out there, disseminating information that is not necessarily fully accurate when it needs to be, right? So would you say this language supports the encouragement of staff to determine the accuracy of what they're putting out there?
In part, it does.
Okay, because if this is removed, then we are removing, because I see where it says here, to enhance workflow, including assisting with drafting documents, analyzing information, summarizing materials, developing reports, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, I prefer the language to be in here, because it's not that I don't trust the employee. It's pretty much saying, I want you to verify the accuracy of the information before you put it out there. Because, so this is not just like using Microsoft Word or using some of these programs, Excel, you know, this is a whole different ballgame. This is putting tons of information out there that without that safety measure to verify accuracy, you know, it could actually put us at exposure for other things. I mean, what if it's really important information that the school district has to ensure it's accurate, and it's AI generated because we didn't have this guideline in there for the employee, and now it reflects bad on us.
So to your point, Dr. Holness, it actually does two things. One, it gives permission.
Mm-hmm.
We already have Copilot, but maybe you want to use Claude, maybe you want to use ChatGPT or something. So it gives you permission to use the AI tool. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to use the AI tool, then you're responsible for the accuracy of whatever that product is. So that's what this section does, the workflow enhancement.
Okay, so the substantial use as it is defined, this is saying that you need to disclose that if the document you produce was substantially from AI generated information, correct?
Yes, with some caveats.
Okay, and then would you say that you're also ascertaining the accuracy of the information that you've checked that it is?
You should be, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But so what you're referring to is strictly E, and I think our conversation is around whether F is appropriate or needed, mm-hmm. because everyone is using AI for productivity tools and to create and develop. Mm-hmm. When they use it, they should verify that it work against accuracy, which is E. And so should we get so down in the detail that we're saying to employees that AI is when you use it for A, B, C, D, and F, and when you're doing it a lot for substantive work, these are things that you consider as substantive work. And so should we be that detailed to an employee to say what is substantive and what's not substantive? Or should we just say when you are using AI for work that's going to go out to students, parents, teachers, communities, that you verify the accuracy of that, which is simply E.
Okay. Okay, so I am 50-50 on this, but I'll hear the rest of my board members.
Thank you, Ms. Alduff.
I like the wording in there. I think that it gives accountability to their work to make sure that whatever the work is, that it's being checked for accuracy. And then I think there needs to be training and best practices as far as what that wording should look like in your document or at the end of your email where it's in your signature block as, one of our disclosures that we typically do.
So
I'm with Al Hadef.
So I just have some comments on this. I think it's such a complicated issue, and there's like multiple ways to think about it. So when I think about it, like as a teacher, if I used AI to help me grade something, but I was the final purveyor of the grades, right? Like I reviewed it all for accuracy and all of that as it should be. I would be concerned, like, I can see on one hand, if I have to use an AI disclaimer saying, like, AI helped me grade this assignment. I can foresee students who got lower grades coming to me and saying, well, you used AI to grade the assignment, like, you need to, this grade was wrong. Even if I was, like, the final say of that grade. So I can see this, like, making work harder for teachers. As a parent and as a student, I would like to know to some degree, in some situations, like, yeah, the AI was used to do this. Sometimes as a parent, I feel like we are inundated with information, which is funny. Like we have to balance this whole idea of like communication and having access to information, but I think it's just I'm having a really hard time deciding like what's the right thing to do here. I tend to lean on the idea that like being as transparent as possible with how we're using these tools is really, really important. And I don't want to make the jobs of our teachers so much more difficult because having to disclose everything. And it's not everything. I understand that it's like not drafting an email. It's the substantive stuff. Having to disclose that is an added task now on our employees that are overworked. And it felt like to me as a teacher, like every year it got harder and harder to do my job that like I was getting paid nothing for. So I don't know. I think this is a very interesting conversation and like to hear from my colleagues, Ms. Hickson, then Ms. Bowman.
I keep mentioning this as we have this discussion, but I'll call Google the precursor to AI. I mean, I know it wasn't quite as whatever, but I use Google for everything. When I was trying to find lesson plans or a new way to do something, and I never had to tell people where I got my information from. So I have, if everybody agrees to this, I mean, I'm going to die on that hill, but I personally don't think it's necessary in there. When we were having the discussion about the email, I mean, that I said I'd have to just put a disclosure on the bottom because I always use it in email, whether to tweak it or to spell check or sometimes just to put it in a different tone because it's not coming across the way I want it to. So I personally we haven't required it before. I think our teachers, our staff are professionals. We should let them do the job that they're supposed to do. And again, I mean, we've never asked them before to give a bibliography on how they've written their lesson plans. So my preference would be to leave this out.
Ms. Bowman?
Yeah, I agree with that. And you use different sources all the time to pull something together, write something, and it's not necessarily like something that you have to cite. It's just, an idea, a prompt, whatever. Maybe we can just make a blanket statement that we're using AI. I mean, or that, because everyone's going to be using it in some capacity. It's kind of like when people have that thing on their cell phone and it's like, please excuse my errors because I'm typing, I have giant thumbs or whatever. maybe it's just we are notifying everybody that this is happening, but I just really think that this has the potential for a lot of problems when someone forgot to say that they got that sentence from AI, and then you're gonna be have to have a court system to litigate all this.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, just the reason I'm 5149 to not include this is largely because of this burden on teachers who already have plenty of things, but not just teachers, Ms. Leonardi. There's a lot of other people that will have to use this: guidance counselors, social workers, principals. I mean, I pray to God that principals use this for ParentLink because I read ParentLink and it takes me forever to get through the 9 pages. I'd really like to get 1 page summary. So I really want people to use great AI tools. I want them to be great engineers of prompts. I want them to improve what we're doing. And we challenge them all the time. We have this thing called a FAST test in PM3. We judge so many people by the outcomes of it. We look at social workers and guidance counselors, and we pray that our mental health indicators get better. And I don't care, frankly, what tools they use. If they have to stand on their left foot and raise their right hand around when the moon's in the 4th phase, do it any way you want, but get those results is more important. So emphasizing results and not burdening teachers, and then motivating people to learn AI. What I'm afraid about this policy is someone that's on the fence on AI is going to go, take that AI class. It would just mean if I used it, I'd have to figure out whether to disclaim it or not. And this policy, no matter how well we write it, and it's written very well, I don't have any argument with the writing of it, the crafting is excellent, but it just throws confusion out there that we don't need at a time where with AI we really need precise, kinds of workforce rules on how to use it. And my precise rules are get your job done with any tools you got, just do it really, really well and keep fighting for kids. And if you're doing that, I think we're going to end up with a 4th year of an A and more awards from other people. This is going to cause people to not invest in AI. And that to me puts me at the 51, just let's leave it out.
Madam Chair, if I may, I have a recommendation. My recommendation, based on the discussion that I've heard, is to remove completely Section F, which is the disclosure of AI use. We'll take that out completely. I recommend that we leave Section E, which I think gives the permission and also emphasizes that you have to be, or at least check the accuracy of your work. And then I think Section J is important. We haven't gone there yet, excuse me, but that's page 115, and that talks about the human oversight. So if we have the workflow enhancement, which is simply you can use the tool, but you are responsible for it, remove completely the specifics of the disclosure of the use, and have the human oversight, I think that will be a good landing space for the board.
I totally support that, by the way, Chair.
Was there, Ms. Pullman?
And that tracks with what the board, what the Florida Bar just did, because they took out the need for the disclaimer, the disclosure, and then you have to just verify it. So I think that's a perfect fix.
And just like one last piece about this, I'm thinking about like in other fields, like if I go to the doctor and my doctor uses AI to analyze the results of something and then is of course like the final say in it and helps interpret that, I'm not like, I don't know that I would expect my doctor to disclose that, nor would I be like terribly upset that my doctor would be using AI to enhance their work. And I appreciate Ms. Hickson's bibliography reference because I was thinking about like, well, to what extent do we expect students to disclose AI use? But to Ms. Hickson's point, like, well, we don't expect teachers to provide a bibliography for each lesson plan. Like, I don't have to disclose when I go on CPALMs and use a lesson plan from CPALMs. So I'm thinking about these things as we go. So thank you for that.
Now, Board, I just want to make sure that the language on page 115, the human oversight, this is line 40 through 42, as well as the top of 116, 1 to 3 is acceptable.
It is for me. Is there an objection? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dr. Holness?
I just have one quick question. Ms. Bruno, so where it says employees in Section E remain solely responsible for the final work product, can you just clarify what that would then mean? I mean, I know it's saying employees are responsible, but does it put any responsibility on any information that is inaccurate? Does it put any responsibility on the district in any form or way?
The employees must make sure that their work product is accurate, period.
Okay, so there's no liability to the district for accuracy of an information generated by AI by an employee?
There's always liability to the district, and anybody can sue for anything. So basically, for example, if a employee uses AI to create some table based on data, and then that table is not accurate, the employee is responsible for that. But if that has some type of legal implication or some type of compliance implication or state board implication, obviously the board and the district is responsible, ultimately responsible for everything that your staff does.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So thank you very much, board. The next one is on page 116. This is also from discussion at the last workshop we had. I would like for you to look at lines 12 through 21, developmentally appropriate AI integration. This was the board concerned about students having the mastery skills from pre-K through 8th grade.
Ms. Hickson?
I have a question. So I don't have a problem with the wording, but right now we're on a kind of halt with students using AI. So once this comes back to the board and we vote on it, does that lift the halt and we would follow policy?
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
So lines 33 to 35 at the end where it says shall be restricted. How and
I'm sorry,
to
Ms.
what
Bowman,
end?
what page? 116?
On 116, the same thing.
In line 33?
Yeah, so actually line 36, the last word, just AI shall be restricted. So I guess I'm asking, what are we trying to accomplish here and how,
Oh, I see.
by whom, for what purpose?
This is your motion. This is language from the motion that you did on the 28th. It specifically says for students in grades pre-kindergarten to 5th grade, access to standalone generative AI applications, chatbots, and ancillary conversations, AI systems are restricted, and I believe that was the board's direction. And then there is a little caveat that it's not restricted for approved instructional materials, tutoring applications, adaptive learning systems, and assessment tools, et cetera. That's the rest of it, lines 37 to 41.
So I guess I just don't like the way that's written. Like, are we prohibiting it except for the ways that it's not prohibited? Because restriction, it's not doing anything. It's just kind of like hanging out there. Like, we're restricting it.
I believe that was the motion that was made.
I'm not saying it's not. I maybe like skipped. I might not have. Yeah, it's just not. Like, are we prohibiting it right now? Are we restricting it and giving somebody some kind of power to not restrict it? I guess it's just very vague in what it's doing and what the intention was of it. Like it's prohibited except as otherwise provided for in this paragraph. Or students shall be restricted to access standalone da-da-da except as otherwise provided for in this section.
So I guess I want to understand, I was not there on the July 28th, but I've gotten information. I just want to understand what the board's intent was with your motion for pre-kindergarten through 5th grade. Was it not to use any type of AI or chat bots? That was my understanding.
So the language specifically for that motion was AI chatbots. We then had further discussion, I think it was last week, that went in a different, more holistic direction, but it was for sure chatbots.
Yeah.
But it was my understanding from the consensus last week, and there were some objections, but the majority of the board seemed to give direction about generative AI VPK through 5th grade. If I'm misremembering that, please correct me.
No, I think it's right. I just think it's written, it needs to, the sentence needs to be flipped so that it makes sense.
Yeah, Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, and I think we got a little, the conversation went past where good language could come in, but we were very clear that AI chatbots and tools, generative AI tools with similar conversational capability, restricted from as early as we get them, pre-K to 5th grade. And that was all about student-facing AI, Chair, if I remember correctly. We talked a lot about some other things related to it.
The way that you just said that is, I think, would be proper. And then if we said students in grades pre-K through 12 shall be access for students or something, it just, restricted should be in the sentence, not at the end of the sentence, so that it's doing something and then we're ending it.
I will go back and see what I can do with language for that section. So it will be section lines 33 to 42. I'll try to incorporate that. And then just to make sure, it's going to be AI chatbots or generative AI tools, correct?
With similar capabilities.
Similar conversational.
With similar conversation capability. Okay, I will work on that, board. And then can you please make sure that, Madam Chair, that I have consensus to move forward with lines 12 through 21?
Is there an objection to those lines, Dr. Zeman?
A question about it. This policy is, what is the overall policy that we're talking about here? This is our policy on AI.
Yes.
And on page 114, I'm wondering if we're saying something that's about all instruction. When we say, I apologize, we're on page 116. When we say in pre-K through grade 8, in second sentence, instructional emphasis shall remain on the mastery of foundational academic skills, is that about AI or is that about our broad approach to education in general?
So the concern that was raised was ensuring that students from pre-kindergarten through 8th grade had the mastery of those foundational skills. So reading, writing, arithmetic, etc. And so there was a request to have language that emphasized that and noted that from pre-kindergarten through 8th grade, the AI use would be very limited and then incorporated in high school. That was the request.
And I totally understand that as the intent of the board. I don't think that second sentence is appropriate here because it's a policy about AI. We have 10,000 sentences and other policies that talk about, you know, our need and our measurement of pure academics. So I don't think it fits in an AI policy. But then after that, in the third sentence, we say AI shall be used only as appropriate to enhance learning while preserving opportunities for students to develop independent thinking, reading, writing, mathematical reason. So again, in an AI policy, we're saying it can be used during these grade levels, right? So pre-K to 8 to enhance learning, but preserving opportunities for students to develop independent thinking, reading, writing, math, reasoning, and research. And in many ways, in the future, even more than now, AI is going to help us teach those things. So it would confuse an AI expert to say that AI will only be used as appropriate to enhance learning, and then setting up like non-AI stuff is being preserved for students to develop independent thinking, reading, writing, math, reasoning, research, and problem-solving skills. So that sentence doesn't hang together for me because there will be a lot of great AI tools that actually reinforce all of those subject areas. And there's many that are there now. It's just using it, I would argue, contributes to those competencies. And then we say at the secondary level, AI integrated more comprehensively into teaching and learning to foster academic achievement. I think I remember the conversation that we talked about, but I don't want to get into the trap of saying AI is really good for teaching people how to organize information in a fast and efficient way, and it's not good for teaching reasoning, logic, mathematics, English, and other things, because there are tools that are pure AI tools that really augment that learning as well. And so I'm just a little bit confused with the construct here of this paragraph, because I think AI actually is very helpful in teaching core academics as well. I understand the progression of human-led instruction. Ms. Leonardi has got a much better, eloquent, and others on this board, of describing how the human transmission of information and presentation and understanding and reading the room and all that is like so essential to really, really top drawer learning, so that you get that early and then you can get more of the technical stuff later. But when we say AI doesn't, we contrast AI with, oh, you can use AI for some stuff, because, you got to learn how to use it, right? But then we say, but other things also have to be important. I think we're making an assumption that AI won't teach those things, and I know that AI does right now, and it will more in the future. So I just wonder if we can rewrite that as an idea.
Is there any objection to that?
Be in consensus with that. We can
Ms. Bowman and then Mrs. Aldef.
I actually liked how it was written, because it did reflect the conversation that we had. So I think we were trying to balance, the parental input and concerns that people have about foundational skills and whether or not you're going to be able to read and write and do math problems properly without using AI, so that you're prepared to use AI when you're getting into more complicated problems. So I actually think that this captured exactly what we had asked for last week. So thank you. And I still agree with it.
Mrs. Aldef.
Yes, so I think the language is giving too much flexibility to really do whatever you want. There's no real parameters around developmentally appropriate progression. That can mean something different to every single teacher. My first question is, in kindergarten through 5th grade, do we currently have a school that is using AI as part of their school?
Dr. Cohn, I'm going to throw it to Dr. Cohn, because I do know what part of the redefining, we did do some innovation for a innovative zone called AIM.
Yeah.
So I have Dr. Cohn share.
Yeah, and then you also have Deerfield doing an AI Academy through its Magnet program, but we've been able to level set with where they're using more augmented reality as opposed to AI and some VR as well. So we pivoted as a result of the motion. So there's no school specifically as a result of a program per se that is using AI in that way.
Well, what grades are we talking about?
For the Magnet,
Mm-hmm.
it's K through 5. They were using it.
So K through 5 is using AI.
Virtual reality augmented the headset, the VR, so they hadn't implemented AI per se, but then it was called artificial intelligence through Media Center. So it wasn't school-wide per se.
Okay, so they are using AI in that school, K through 5.
Yeah, they were.
They were. Okay, my opinion is we should be really strict on just saying no AI pre-K through 5th grade. Students what?
Student-facing AI or just all AI?
All AI. Because they need to learn their foundational skills, and by leaving this very open to development appropriate progression, then it's just so people are going to use it at all different levels, and then I just feel that they're not going to have their foundational skills. They're not going to be independent thinkers, and then once they get to middle school and high school, then they're going to be using it. And I get they're going to be using it at home. I'm not concerned. I remember when I gave my daughter Alyssa a cell phone, and I was worried about her not being able to understand how to use it. No, she got it really quick. So that's my opinion. Thanks.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Oh, I'm just going to keep saying this because it's a part that is really bothering me in the discussions that we're having. Our teachers are professionals. They go to school, they learn to be teachers, or they come and we give them the ACE class to help them with the pedagogy of what they should be doing. I don't think we should be writing policy that limits teachers having the ability to determine what is the best way to teach their students. So I know this is a compromise of where we've gotten to. I don't think any teacher tries to take away the learning of fundamental academic skills of their students. That's actually their job to be able to provide that to them. And this is a problem with teaching. We've taken away the professionalism of teachers being able to determine what's best in their classroom. So I agree with the language that is there. It was a compromise in the discussions we had, and I, again, just think we keep pushing the limits to believing our teachers are professionals.
Anyone else? Dr. Fulton, I did have a question based on a comment was made. Have we stopped using AI in schools altogether?
Well, I will tell you, school just started yesterday.
Yeah.
So I doubt yesterday they had any access. And I know we were walking yesterday we went to like 7 schools. And one of the comment that I made to one of the principals was authentic learning that was taking place. I mean, they were really engaged. And I'm not talking about reviewing last year information. They were really jumping into standards and moving forward. So I saw no evidence of it yesterday at all. But as far as stopping, I'll just probably have Dr. Cohn kind of share.
Can we get clarification when you say stop, teacher stopping?
Miss Hickson said there has been a halt on AI in our schools, so for students. So I just wanted to clarify. I was unaware of that, so I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
So I think the board gave us direction when we produced the report for Powered by AI that, and also if you remember the report that Mr. Cervera provided with the Agenda 1 items on the Magic School. So what we decided to do is continue to provide PD for teachers, and then we halted Magic Student for being implemented until we come back to the board with those assurances. And so from the Magic School perspective, we halted Magic Student from being implemented because it will require teachers to opt in, get the training, and by that time we would have already come back to the board with the results of Mr. Cervera's action items. So that has been halted.
But are students, in our AI academies, do they have access to Copilot 13?
Yes, those students still, because that was part of the pilot, so we continue to have those continue to use that for their certification.
Got it. Okay. So just, again, for clarity, because there's a lot of discussion about, the vibe that I'm getting from both staff and some of my colleagues is that children need access to this in order to be prepared for the future. Am I hearing that we have not given them access, that there's no AI use happening in our schools outside of the AI academies? There will not be any student AI use in our schools outside of the AI academies?
No, that hasn't been the direction. We've only followed motion 3 that was presented in terms of no AI for students in grades K through 5, okay. But that's the only direction that we provided to schools.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. All right. Do you guys have your direction on? I think it's paid.
I do not have direction because what I have is that Ms. Hickson and Ms. Bowman were okay with the language. Ms. Al-Hadaf was not okay with the language. She would like it more restrictive. Dr. Zeman did not want the language at all, didn't feel it was necessary. That's what I have. So I don't have direction.
Okay. I don't know if Ms. Thompson would like to weigh in. Dr. Zeman, you have your hand up.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you were waiting for my colleague, Ms. Thompson. Okay. So I appreciate where we're trying to get, but my offense to it is really this third sentence that characterizes AI as it's okay to use it largely in middle school, right? Because of our motion 3 on K through 5, restricts student-facing use of AI. So it's really middle school, right? Shall be used during these grades to enhance learning. But then we say, while preserving opportunities for students to develop independent thinking, reading and writing, mathematical reasoning, research and problem-solving skills, all of which get better by using AI. If I'm curious about a topic and I can go get, you know, a 400-page technical report reduced down to 2 pages so that I can read the summary version of it, and that piques my interest, so then I go to another research paper, you know, those are ways in which, you know, reasoning and problem-solving, curiosity is sated and things like that with AI. And I just don't like that we shall be used during these grades, but we're going to preserve opportunities. And the assumption is, oh, with paper and pencil, we're going to learn all these other things. We're not going to learn these things just with paper and pencil ever again. You know, AI is going to help us learn. It's going to help us learn in core academics. It's going to help us learn reasoning. It's going to sate our curiosity. It's going to expand our horizons. Just like reading a book lets you travel to other places, AI is going to let you absorb information and organize it in ways that we've never imagined before. So it's going to help with all of those things. And so it's the construct of that sentence that bothers me, because it infers that AI was not going to help you in those things. And I've seen it happen. So it's just counterfactual to me. And then the third sentence, now we're saying AI may be integrated more comprehensively into teaching and learning to foster advanced academic achievement. And again, the language just doesn't help me. But the principal issue I have is that second sentence that just says AI is okay, but we're going to actually use traditional teaching methods, it seems like it's implying, to teach you all these other things that we need to know. And I think that both of those are going to be in play. And to Ms. Hickson's point, I do trust the teachers to make good autonomous decisions about what tools for that class, at that subject, at that day is really going to be optimal to move them forward. And we measure them to the nth degree about whether they get kids there. So I wish that we could rewrite that second sentence so that it doesn't imply that AI doesn't help you with those things, because it obviously does.
Ms. Thompson and then Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'm a little perplexed because I thought we had this conversation about AI and how we were using it, and it seems like people are either changing or not hearing the direction. But my understanding from the last time we talked about this is that AI wasn't appropriate at elementary school, and we all seem to agree with that. And also, this is under the student use section, and I think people were fine with teachers having lesson plans and creating opportunities through AI on that way, but this is student use. So not to rehash an already very long conversation that happened, again, like a month ago, I think it should say who knows, in 6th grade through grade 8, because that's what everyone, I thought, had agreed on as a board, that it was only middle school and high school that would use this. So then why would we allow it for student use in the younger grades if we just said it wasn't allowed the last time we talked about this?
I'm kind of with you on that, yeah. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I'm with you guys as well. However, I wanted to make sure that it'd be not appropriate for PK through 5th grade, but for it to have a caveat for the 5th grade academies that loop into their middle grades. If the attorney would clarify that for me.
If you could repeat that, Ms. Rupert, please.
We talked about PK through 5, but then I know that several of my schools, 5th graders, have access to AIM and some of the other situations as they loop into middle school to go through their magnet program. Will those still be allowed when to continue with that program moving into 5th grade and then through the middle school?
Yes, based on the language that I'm going to fix from lines 33 to 42, that will be allowed because that will be part of the transition, and it specifically says it's not restricting adaptive learning system, assessment tools, accessibility supports, and those types of things. So yes, but I want to go back to, if I may, Madam Chair, I'm going to go back to why B was there, because if the board gives me consensus and tells me I do not want this language, completely up to the board how you want to move forward. The direction that was given was please craft some language that says that we're going to maintain the foundational skills of students from pre-kindergarten through 8th grade without the use of AI. And then in high school, it'll be different. That's the direction that I was given. So I'm having a difficult time following the board's directive as to what you would like me to do with this particular section.
Do I still have the floor?
Yes, you do.
Okay, I'll weigh in. I don't remember that being part of it. I thought it was PK through 5th grade, and I know there was extensive talk about middle schools and high schools. But personally for me, I'm PK through 5, middle school and high school for AI, limited AI. But it's important that the schools that are on the special programs do get a caveat for that. But otherwise, I'm PK through 5th grade, except for those 2 or 3 schools. So thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And I don't remember the board coming to a consensus about not allowing it in middle school, because the discussion was we already have an AI academy that's in a middle school, so we would be making a policy that wouldn't allow them what they've been doing for the last year or so. So I think what you described, I'm sorry, and what I'm reading here, in my mind at least, doesn't match up. So that might be the intent of what you were saying, but that's, I don't know, it's just kind of worded differently the way I read it on here. But because what you just mentioned was that we wouldn't allow AI at all in the 6th through 8th grade, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that I know we had a discussion about it. I don't remember us agreeing to no middle school.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I may, so I can have some clarity from the board. The first, I'm going to ask a series of questions just to help me out to make sure I understand what the board's directive is. The first thing is very clear. For pre-kindergarten to 5th grade, the board does not want generative AI tools or similar conversation capability or AI chatbots in those grades, correct?
Correct.
Everybody's on the same page with that, okay. The second thing, with regards to grade 6 through 12, the board does not have any limitations aside from the other stuff that's in this policy. Is that correct? Yes? I need to see everybody.
Well,
okay.
I think there's questions about what that looks like, or what, Ms. Bullman?
I thought that we were going to put a blanket statement that there was an exception, obviously, if that was the programming, that was going to be in here. So there was going to be in play.
We'll have that, yes.
So I'm looking, as we're referencing down, because I forgot that we started here with the K through 5. So I think that seems to be maybe misplaced, and if we put that with B, then it would make more sense, and maybe we don't need so many leading sentences. And then to the point of Ms. Thompson and the chair about the 6th through 8th grade, like if you took out the first 2 sentences in B and then just said, shall be used during grades 6 through 8 as appropriate, to enhance, and then the rest of the sentences.
So grade 6 through 12th grade?
Grade 6 through 8th, because I think what we had talked about last week was that going into high school, then you're going to integrate a heavier use once you've got your foundational.
So just for my clarity, please. So I'm going to move 33 to 42 and put that under the developmentally appropriate AI integration. We'll have a section that talks about pre-K through 5th grade. Then we'll have a section that talks about 6th through 8th grade, and then 9th through 12th. 9th through 12th being the more integrated. And then what do you want me to say with regards to 6th through 8th grade?
I think like the third sentence in B, I don't even know, think it needs to say only as appropriate, but it can just say artificial intelligence to be used during grades 6th through 8th as appropriate to enhance learning while preserving. And I don't even think that this necessarily means pen and paper. I think it just is to get the foundationals. And just to Dr. Zeman's point, yes, there's learning, and obviously you're doing it, but you have the foundational skills, so you can use AI now. It's like, we don't know what that looks like. And if this is all wrong and everyone's totally fine using AI to learn foundational skills, then we'll change it. But this is kind of experimental at this time. Like, we're all using AI, having been trained in a totally different way and bringing different experiences to what we're feeding into the system. So we're trying to kind of anticipate what the most effective way to educate the young people or the children that don't have the skills right now, and we don't know what that looks like. And we're trying to balance a lot of parental concerns and kind of societal concerns that are coming out right now too. So it's like, I don't have the answer to this, but I think that's the purpose of this provision.
So Ms. Bowman, you're suggesting for the 6 through 12, the artificial intelligence shall be used during these grades only as appropriate to enhance learning while preserving opportunities for students. That sentence? I support that.
I don't think we need to only it, just as appropriate. Then it's not as restrictive.
Did you say 612 or 68, Chair?
6-8. Did I misspeak?
Yeah, I think
Sorry. 6-8.
And then assuming that you have the foundational skills at that point, then we integrate.
That's good.
And if it doesn't work and this is totally unreasonable as we try to implement it, then we bring it back and we fix it.
Do you have your direction now?
I just
Oh,
have
Dr.
one point
Zeman?
to add before you conclude, Chair. I just want to share state standards about computer science, because what we're doing, I'm not sure will enable us to meet state standards. In grade 2, students are supposed to identify and compare AI devices to other devices. In grade 3, they're supposed to discuss the uses of AI in daily life. In grade 4, they're supposed to explain how AI affects the ability to access, create, and modify content. These are things that are written in state standards. And I'm right, Dr. Cohn, those are not optional standards, right? Those are state standards, and we're to comply with them. I feel like those state standards, if you looked at them too hard, could be in conflict with the values of Broward County. We would like our students to have a lot of core learning in a progressively developmental way. That's very clear. But there still are state standards that we have to meet. And so there's going to be some use. So when we earlier talked about we could use screens for state tests that are mandated pre-K through 1, can we still meet these educational standards without the use of devices, or are we going to have to use devices to get to the state standards?
Great point, and I think I mentioned it earlier. I think that there has to be some opportunities where we're going to have to create an exception to what we're talking about, because there are going to be cases where a tool such as a computer or a tablet or a mouse has to come out for instruction in order to meet those standards. So there will be some limited to minimal screen opportunities to meet those standards that we have to adjust for, so that this rule or policy can't be blanket, because it will conflict with the computer science standards.
And do we need to write that into this particular policy, or did we cover it with the earlier policy?
I believe we covered it with the earlier policy when we included computer standards, because we lumped it with state assessments as well.
Terrific. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
And I had another question about kind of in the same vein. Where are we with the Florida Department of Education's rulemaking around, I know there was something that was supposed to happen last.
We're talking about the opt-in.
Yeah.
So, Board, I'll give you a follow-up on that. They did not vote on it, so it is not a rule. There were some public comments, and they're going to have additional discussions, but I'll send you a follow-up that gives you a little bit more information as to where we stand.
Okay. And so if the Board of Education decides to,
we will update our
we have
policy
to, yeah. Okay.
accordingly. So just to make sure that I'm clear, Board, because when this comes to you at the next regular meeting, I want to make sure that the policy is tight, because at this point you're voting for final adoption. So I'm going to include the pre-K through 5 With the restrictions just to generative AI tools that have conversations and chatbots, I'm going to do 6 through 8 with the language that talks about artificial intelligence, line 15, and then of course 9 through 12 will have more of the integration. Is that where we are, board?
Is there any objection to that? All right.
Thank you very much. I got my direction. Now, if you could go to page 117. This was important, and we added lines 18 through 21, which talks about students having the opportunity to have a disciplinary appeal process.
Any discussion on this? No objection?
Wonderful. Thank you, board. If you go to page 118, a couple of things from the discussion. Line 7, we added enhanced AI competency, and then 11 was the ethical use for under training.
Any objection to that? Okay.
Okay, and then finally, board, page 118, lines 34 through the next page, line 2, or actually line 4.
I love this. Thank you. Anyone else?
Excellent. Thank you so much for the work you've done on this AI policy. It was very significant. At this time, I would like the board to go to
Ms. Pullman?
Just making sure that we have that provision in there. I don't know if it's in there right now, and when we come back, that like there needs to be some kind of discretion if to use it, like we were talking about, like the AI academies and that kind of stuff.
Oh, yes,
like
yeah, I noted that. So something that covers the magnet programs, et cetera, with regard.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind a little broader language too, so that they're, so we're not like, so there's a little flexibility.
So if you don't mind, if we can clarify, because I know Ms. Alada had mentioned this as well. So we know that that may be considered an exception, but there are elementary schools that have the name, the theme itself called artificial intelligence. And so when we say exceptions, are we including elementary or only exclusive to secondary?
I think it would be to anyone that has that.
Currently?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm enrolling my student in an AI academy, then that's your consenting to that by virtue of enrolling your student in there, right?
Okay.
Maybe it gets a little tricky with your neighborhood school if you turn it into AI.
Yeah.
But
these will be the pathway schools, so they would go from elementary to middle high with that anticipation.
Right, but if that's the school I'm selecting for my child, I think that you're dealing with a different set of standards there.
Ms. Thompson?
But then I think that makes it too broad, and we come back to the issue of having it in elementary school. So then the caveat is, one, I didn't think AI academies were in 5th grade. So are they there, or is this like an intro class, like a pre-AI Academy class? Is it one course?
We're saying that there's a magnet school that has artificial intelligence in its name as a magnet programming, and the parents opted to select that school.
For an elementary school.
Correct. And then that school has a vertical magnet program in the middle and in the high.
Yeah, but then is that just that one group of classes, or would that be the entire elementary school now gets access to AI because there's a magnet program that's AI? We are now broadening what the board was just restricting. So I think that's
Well, I thought it was an
conflicting.
entire school that was.
Well, that's why I think we need clarification, because I didn't think elementary had it.
Yeah.
We do have a
Pending.
magnet school.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not as pervasive in all the grade levels. I think it's specific to the intermediate grades. And I think I mentioned earlier that it's not so much AI's focus, it's more virtual reality and augmented reality that they're focusing on, but they're calling it artificial intelligence as part of the magnet program.
So as long as this language doesn't then allow the whole school to get it, if it's just one pathway.
Yeah. Well, we
that
can
needs to be
certainly
clear.
make sure that that doesn't happen. We can address it through, I know I've had some conversation with Dr. Freed after motion 2 and 3 were passed to go back and refine what that programming looks like so that we're still adhering to the board's request.
All right, are we good?
Thank you. The next one I would like the board to go to is page 146, which is student records. It's not redlined, however, because we had to just double check something with the law and the statute, and I wanted to have a conversation with Neola on this. But if you go to line 26, we would like to take out from the student directory a photograph and the address of the student.
Is there any objection to that?
Thank you. Okay, and then from the first reading, the last policy I'd like for you to look at, board, is page 159, regarding visitation by board members and legislators. We added Broward County that legislators can visit any school.
Any objection to that?
Perfect. And then with regard to the policies that are being pre-briefed, in other words, they're not in the rule development process, they're being pre-briefed and they will go to first reading on September 1st. There are 3 policies for the board. So if you go to that link on the agenda item, it will be policies for pre-briefing revised. And there are 3 policies, 2330, which is the homework policy, 6423, the purchasing card policy, and 9215, which is the school support organizations policy, which is for PTAs and booster clubs.
Any board member discussion on those? Anyone want
to? Yes.
I do.
Yes, you're going to go to the policies for pre-briefing revised on the agenda item 2.
And Ms. Rupert, go ahead. Ms. Rupert?
I'm sorry, did it go off again?
No, we can hear you now.
Thank you. I don't have the policy written in front of me, but I have my notes. So policy 6423, there was a typo on line 19 where it highlights P cards and then it says only for T and then it says expenses. So to omit the letter T, unless you already took that out. Do you see where I'm looking? Looked.
Oh, I see. Yes, thank you, Ms. Rupert. We have that. We'll make sure we correct that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
And then board members, I do want to advise you the 6423 purchasing card will have a very developed guidelines, the administrative procedures and practices that goes along with this. And it's actually already been drafted and reviewed, so.
Anyone else? Dr. Azeman?
Thank you. On the homework one, I would ask my board to consider letter E on the first page, line 37. Let me give it, you said, Ms. Dupree-Bruno, you said to pull up the revised one, right?
Yes.
So it's page 3, line 37. Letter E. I'd like to add, it says, as a valid educational tool, homework should be assigned with clear direction and its product carefully evaluated in a timely manner, period.
Is there any objection to that?
How do you define that?
I don't want to. I just want the policy to be that if we're going to ask students to do it and has great educational content, that the rest of the system gives them feedback in a timely manner as our policy.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I don't think adding in a timely manner indicates feedback in a timely manner, because it says as a valid educational tool, homework should be assigned with clear direction and its product carefully, oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, its product carefully evaluated in a timely manner in terms of the product, not, okay, I didn't catch it at first. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Should I continue? Thank you. On F, we say the school shall recognize the role of a parent by suggesting ways in which parents can assist the school in helping a student carry out assigned responsibility. This is, again, I'm not the former teacher here, other people are, but do we want to say parents should or should not assist the school in helping a student carry out assigned responsibilities? Like, there's certainly ways we do not want parents to help. Sometimes we're pushing students to do something on their own, and we would intentionally don't want parents or other guardians to help out.
I don't think we would put that in policy.
Okay.
We can't govern it.
I withdraw.
Yeah.
If Ms. Hickson has any doubts about my ideas, I'm taking them back. I'm sorry, can I go to purchasing cards, Chair, or we're waiting?
Go ahead.
Okay, purchasing cards. Where in this policy, I'm sorry, I'll get you the page on the revised section here, so 1 second. Line 17 on page 6, we say the policy and administrative procedures shall be reviewed and updated periodically. Employees authorized to use a P card must complete all required annual training and demonstrate familiarity. I've had some recent experience with P cards, and my suggestion is this board not stop with familiarity, but it go beyond that and say that they have to demonstrate mastery as demonstrated by a rigorous annual exam.
Is there any objection to that? Okay. Oh, Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
I like the suggestion. I believe it needs to go into the process document, because anything you put in this policy, you're going to be held accountable for. So I would much rather direct the superintendent to include that mastery in the process document, and then the superintendent can make sure that that occurs.
Dynamite. So what you'd suggest is replacing familiarity with mastery, and then we'll let the superintendent define how he shows his mastery. I'm fine with that if the board is as well.
Any objection to that? Okay.
Next line, just continuing after familiarity with this policy and administrative procedures before a card is issued, I think we need or renewed. Thank you. It's just a grammatical error cleanup, I think, Chair. And then in the next paragraph, any employee who fails to comply with this policy or related administrative procedures, instead of may, I would say will be required to immediately surrender their P card.
Dr. Zeman, can you give me the line number, please?
Yes, ma'am. On the revised document, it's line 24. We say if you don't comply with this policy or procedures, you may be required to surrender your card. I want to be crystal clear and say you will be required to surrender your card. And I don't want to say upon the request of the superintendent either. I just want to make it a very clear statement. If you make a mistake, if you can't comply with the rules or the policies, you need to surrender that card. That card is a privilege. It is not a right. Chair, is there any objection?
Is there any objection to that? Ms. Hickson?
Just because we kind of use the word shall in most of our policies, would it make more sense to say shall, not will?
As whatever Ms. Hickson says, I always agree to. So there you go. Shall.
Can you?
She's almost always right.
Ms. Bowman?
Can you reference what we're?
We're on page 6, line 24.
Fail to comply with policy or procedures, you shall be required to surrender your P card.
It says may right now.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Any employee who fails to comply with this policy or related administrative procedures may be, we're saying shall be.
I think May is appropriate because people make mistakes.
I appreciate that view. I want to make sure that if you can't even follow policy or procedures, that you do not have the privilege to misuse public money.
Any other discussion on that? Ms. Thompson? No.
Not on his, I just found a typo, so.
Okay. Do you have your consensus, Ms. Dupree-Bruno, on that? I think I'm only hearing one objection.
Can I continue to the next policy?
Can you please, I'm so sorry, Dr. Seaman, Ms. Thompson, can you tell me where the typo is?
Page 519, only for T expenses, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be the.
We got that. Thank you
Oh,
so much.
solid.
Appreciate it.
Can I continue, Chair? Thank you. Under the school support organizations, in the revised version, this is page 7, line between 14 and 15, we say objectives are to enhance the educational experience of district students, to help meet the educational needs of students or provide extra, and we say educational benefits. Not all of these things are educational benefits. I would just strike the word educational. Some of these are purely athletic benefits and other things, which is great as well. Here's a big one, and I'd like my board to think about this because it's a little bit odd, but we keep confusing people with our language. We have PTAs, PTOs, and PTSAs. And I understand there's different governance structures for these things and different bylaws, and I get that. But it's really difficult for parents that go from elementary with a PTA to a middle with a PTO to SAC and SAFs at high schools, and they get confused, and therefore they don't participate because they just don't know what these things mean. Does it make sense to continue with 3 names, or do we want to pick one and say, hey, Broward County has these kinds of things that do parent-teacher work?
So that one, Dr. Zeman, I'll have to do a little research because there are different national organizations that govern, like PTAs and booster clubs are a different type of organization. So let me research that a little bit. I do think that most likely you're going to want to have these separate organizations just based on how these organizations are structured and their overall national umbrellas, if you will. But I'll get back to you. I'll do a follow-up on
I
that.
appreciate that because there would be some value in having one type, so we just don't have to like use 14 words when we can use 3. And it really confuses people. Like the average parent doesn't care about the national bylaws and the national organizations and the governance and all that. They just want to help their school. So there we go. On C, on the next page, line 22, page 8, we ask people to surrender their telephone number and address. I don't care. I mean, one, we probably want to ask for their name. You know, that would be kind of a good place to start. So maybe name, telephone number, and email or physical address. I just, there are some people that just don't want to do that. Do we require that? Is address required legally?
So I will share this. You want to get the physical address. There have been, in my experience, some of these organizations that things have disappeared and you're trying to track people down and things like that. So my recommendation would be to get more information than less. That would include the address.
Dynamite. On page
No.
9, I'm curious, at the top, we talk about insurance requirements. Are all SSOs required to have that $1 million insurance policy?
Normally, they are required to have the insurance policy. I can look into if it's whether or not our practice is to have all, but generally speaking, we want to make sure that they have their own liability insurance.
Terrific. I have no change to that. I do have a change down below, though, where it starts on line 15, any SSO. I think you're going to get a lot better comprehension if you start with the middle. The board will provide annual training at a minimum to the officers of any SSO that have met the requirements. Right now, you've got I would say, a little bit of a contorted sentence in there, but if you start with the board, put that up front. It flows a lot easier and people understand it. That doesn't require consent. It's just a recommendation, ma'am. Line 29, same page. What does it mean, the district community? We say the SSO record shall be maintained for 4 years and available upon request by any member of the district community.
That would be staff. We can clear that up.
Thank you so much. And then finally, on the next page, line 8, we say a district staff member may not be a treasurer or bookkeeper for an SSO, nor a signatory on the check of an SSO. You can get rid of about 6 words in there if you want to delete them. The whole further a staff member may not be can be replaced by nor a. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
I just had the typo also. Thank you.
Any other board discussion?
Okay, board, I have a question. May I move forward as revised the policies that were first reading today to final adoption at the next school board meeting?
Concur.
Okay, and then those that were pre-briefed today, may I move those to first reading on September 1st?
And before we conclude, we do need to take public comment. So I'll go to Dr. Trudy Germanovich.
Okay, I just have to say this is ludicrous. You have public comment at the end, and so, you know, why do that? Have it at the beginning. That's why she had to leave. She had to pick up her kids. Anyway, I'm going to refer back to the computer science standards. That was the one that I really wanted to hone in on when you were talking about AI and technology in the classroom. And I appreciate the fact that you brought up the computer science standards. And that's a dumb name for that the state's put on them. They aren't computer science standards. They're just technology standards. And anyway, I think Dr. Seaman referred to all the things that AI is referred to in those standards. But I'd like to refer to all the things of students using the keyboard of a computer to do things, starting in kindergarten, then going to typing or keyboarding simple sentences, keyboard to write short stories. That's grade 3. Students demonstrate keyboarding skills for communication. Students use the keyboard shortcuts. So that's what they need to have as examples of things that teachers are going to be doing with K through 2 or pre-K through 1, but also they are really not doing it enough in the upper grades. We've talked about this before. So that's the time that should be spent is following these pathways that are here. And so that's, I also wanted to just say, Brooke really wanted to talk about the fact that, you know, that you have gone over and over this, and she's glad that you're going to say that this has to be modified as the year goes along in different ways. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the board's understanding, we generally do for workshops public comment after the staff presentation. Today was a little bit different, so if it is the will of the board to take public comment before the staff presentation for workshops, I'm happy to do that.
Well,
yes? All right.
Yes.
All right, we will do that moving forward. Mr. Hill, could the script be updated accordingly? Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
And I have just a quick question on that, and actually it's for Mr. Pre-Bruno. First reading, is that considered the rule development time?
Yes, so because I did get a question on this, so let me explain how we're doing this. The pre-brief will be a first workshop that's just
bringing it forward to the board for discussion, for the public to come in and ask questions and comments. That will be during their public comment time. The first reading kicks it off to the formal rule development process. Again, we are not required to have a workshop, but we are going to have workshops to make sure that the public is able to see the rules during that rule development process. And then the final, sometimes we call it second reading, sometimes we call it final reading, final adoption, will be at a school board meeting where we'll open up a public hearing for the constituents to also make comments and ask any questions. By the time we get to that point, these policies should be 99.9% ready to go for the board to approve.
So in that vein, if it's a rule development, shouldn't the public be able to go kind of first and ask the questions of staff and how did you get to this, and I have concerns, and then it comes to us to discuss as the board? Because that was my expectation, but that's not how it was laid out for the chair. So just so we're all aware, because we have made a change, if it's rule development, what should the public be expecting in terms of how they're able to ask those questions of not just staff, but, well, I guess of staff, and not just be public comment, because they were supposed to be able to ask questions.
So it's normally done during public comment, and they can ask the questions just like we did the first time. They came during public comment, they asked questions, and I answered those questions. I want to check policy 1020 in terms of where you can put your public comment. It may require a motion from the board to suspend that particular portion of your policy to move the public comment further up in the rule development. I think that's a great idea. That way the public has an opportunity and you have an opportunity to listen to them while you're having that discussion. But I just want to make sure that we do it in a way that can't be challenged.
Okay, because in the past, if I'm not mistaken, because it's been very chaotic anyway, and it changes each time. But when we were having rule development workshops, the public did comment first before we went into then the board, because you really need to hear what they're having to say for us to have the rest of our discussion. So if there needs to be a motion or whatever, as the chair just mentioned, and I don't know if it has to be for every workshop, but I do think for rule development, it makes more sense.
So, well, point taken, and we'll work on that. After any other board member comments, I'd like to say something, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mrs. Alda.
I agree with Mrs. Hickson. I think the public, they come here, we don't want them sitting around for hours, and to be more mindful of their time to take their public comment first.
Anyone else? Ms. Thompson?
So are we changing that for all things of when public comment is? Or just like this rule development? Because I think the point of public comment is when you give the presentation, then if the public comments first and then there's a presentation, there might be something in the presentation that the public wants to comment on. So I just need clarification on the process if we're completely changing how we've done it for the last 2 years I've been on the board.
Yeah, so the way I interpreted the feedback from our colleagues is that we're going to change it for workshops moving forward. That was how I took that feedback.
Well, I'm not comfortable with that because then the public's going to say, well, they're whatever they want to say, and then their public comment time is done.
Ms. Hickson?
So my suggestion, which is what I just said, was my preference would be to make sure if it's a rule development, that public comment comes so that they can ask questions, because you're not really presenting to us in rule development. They get a chance to ask questions, and then we talk about what we want to see different. In a regular workshop item, I think it makes sense to do the presentation, then have public comment, and then we have a discussion. So I'm not for changing it for everything, but I am for changing it in rule development, because I think that's the intention of it in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I've definitely felt like there was our general counsel went through the policies and presented all of the changes to us. So I did feel like there was a presentation, but again, I don't have a strong preference either way. So we will do what the board would like to do. So I guess my question is, would we like to change this moving forward only for rule development workshops, but keep it how it is for the other workshops? Okay. All right. Our next item is the after action. Oh, sorry, Mr. Pre-Bruno. Go ahead.
So just for some clarity, you may have other items, like today, for example, you have other items that's in a rule development workshop. So I just want to make sure that's on the record. And one other thing I wanted to say, board, is thank you for the hard work that you have done on these policies. I don't know if you recognize this, but since July, you have passed 9 policies. You have reviewed 35 policies that's going to go to final adoption and 3 more for pre-briefs. So that's a significant step in our modernization of the policy process. I also want to thank, because and the public doesn't know this, but you're doing a lot of work behind the scenes. That's how come you're able to ask questions, you're able to make comments and changes. So I appreciate the dedication and the work that you're doing behind the scenes on these policies. And I also want to say that we're almost now done with all of the technology policies. So thank you to Manny Castaneda and Dr. Diamond for all of their hard work, and Dr. Cohn. And also thank you to our superintendent and our cabinet, who is also reviewing these policies and making comments and suggestions, and we certainly could not do it without them. So good job. You're on your way to your policy modernization. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Sorry, just a quick question. So I know we're kind of doing policies in order and Neola and stuff, but we had asked a while ago to have the name changing policy brought back to us, because it's something I think we all agree we want to make some changes on. So can you tell us where that will fall in this process?
Yes, the name changing policy is coming September 1st. Attendance policy is coming September 1st. The 8330 policy about land acquisition, et cetera, is coming September 1st as well. And then you have a whole slew of other policies. You've done 35. Be prepared, because it's going to get more and more policies as time goes on.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. The next item is after action report on instruction, assessment, testing, and screen time reduction. We will recess for 2 minutes and come back for a brief presentation. The next item is after action report on instruction, assessment, testing, and screen time reduction. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I turn it over to Dr. Cohn and team.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long morning. Can we project the presentation, please? All right, so today's presentation is grounded in the BCPS Expanded After Action Report on Instruction, Assessment, Testing, and Screen Time Reduction. The report documents the district's response to concerns raised by parents, teachers, principals, students, advisory groups, and board members regarding assessment redundancy, early grade screen exposure, and developmental appropriateness, and lost instructional time. And so today, our purpose is not to reread the report. The purpose is to highlight major findings, explain the district's implementation response, and show how the board's most recent action, especially motion number 2 for VPK through grade 1, is being translated into practical guidance for schools. And so the after action report is organized around 5 major components and commitments. One is clarifying instructional assessments and testing, reducing unnecessary testing and protecting instructional time, and reinforcing teacher autonomy and professional judgment while responding to stakeholders and concerns and creating a transparency and assessment framework across the grade levels. And so this presentation is updated from the Division of Academics regarding the after action report. And additionally, the district's communicated these changes to schools, administrators, and teachers via a pivot memo on motion number 2, restricting screen time in VPK through first grade. The pivot memo also included a digital toolbox that included an open house and meet and greet PowerPoint that can be shared with parents, as well as a companion guide for teachers to teach VPK through first grade, computer science benchmarks, and a teacher implementation guide, and a teacher-parent resource infographic. The report specifically addressed the February 17th board workshop, but it also now becomes a broader implementation framework. It captures stakeholder feedback, the purpose of reductions, any decision points brought to us by the board, as well as implementation commitments and accountability structures. And the key message for this workshop is that BCPS is moving from discussion into action. And so, as you can see from this slide here, which kind of culminates the importance of the report, we heard the concerns about redundancy, about earlier grade screen exposure, inconsistent required versus optional messaging, and the loss of instructional time. And so you'll see here from the district response is to make assessments clearer, shorter, smarter, and more developmentally appropriate while still maintaining and preserving useful instructional data. And so the presentation really connects directly to Goal 1 around ELA proficiency, Goal 2 around math proficiency, because protecting instructional time is essentially early literacy, mathematics, readiness, and intervention, enrichment, and achievement. And the team really took some time to be intentional around the fact that this is our three-peat of a grade A, and we wanted to make sure that any decisions that we make, we tried as much as we could to protect any of the best practices that allowed us to get where we are in terms of protecting what teachers use, those vetted instructional resources that are high quality, as well as some of the assessments that we felt were key metrics to monitoring progress along the way. And so the request today is for the board to review the direction, confirm expectations of implementation were met, and understand how the district will continue to monitoring testing volume, screen time, implementation quality, as well as continue to engage in stakeholder feedback along the way of how we're doing, while still maintaining and improving our academic outcomes. And so first, there's this 65% reduction that we talked about. I think the board asked us for 50%. We got to 65%. And that was through the K-5 assessments and minutes. The after action report shows K-5 district required testing minutes moving from 2,385 minutes to 835 minutes. Second, there is a 100% reduction in kindergarten and grade 1 district required testing minutes. And then third, you'll see that the district is reducing approximately 300 minutes of early grade digital pathways and testing, which also equates to screen time by eliminating iReady and online diagnostic personalized pathways and related digital assessments. Hence, the iReady contract only covers grades 2 and beyond. And so the main message for this slide is less required of screen time, fewer unnecessary assessments, and more time for teacher-led instruction. And so what we did here is we heard concerns, again, about just this duplicacy around assessments, around screen time, what was considered developmentally fit and instructionally disruptive. And so what we did change is we eliminated K through 1 district required testing minutes. We reduced grade 2 testing, we removed or streamlined science assessments, and we expanded flexibility in assessments. You'll see deep in the report that these decisions were not made in isolation. We had lots of community meetings, we had parent meetings, we had teacher forums, we had principal forums, and so the decision was really derived through a community effort to listen to concerns, and we believe we did that. And so what can we glean from that? We took board direction, we identified decision points for grades 2 through 5 personalized pathways, and we set some expectations for quarterly reporting. We will make some determinations at PM2 because we want to see how the decisions will impact our PM2 results to see how we're doing, and we'll make adjustments. And so what this slide also tells us is that we would intentionally introduce this with motion number 2, which the motion is to limit screen time defined as one-to-one device use, VPK grade 1 through grades 1 and 2, and only what is necessary for state-mandated testing, and we heard that through policy. And then at the end, we're going to engage the board in some questions around what we heard as a result of actions that we took and the board took around gaining some consensus and clarity on some next steps as we move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Cohn. This next slide shows what the board and the district staff heard from parents and constituents, right? So the concern was not simply testing is bad or technology is bad. The concern was more specific. Families and educators wanted the district to clarify what is required, reduce inconsistent messaging, protect instructional time, reduce early grade computer-based testing, allow flexible formats, explain assessments, and preserve useful data. This distinction really matters. The district is not eliminating all assessments. We are making assessments more purposeful. That's our goal, right? The guiding principle is assessments should support instruction and not replace instruction. This next slide really is my favorite because I get to talk about the work that we've done over the last 3-4 years. The report shows improvement from 23 to 26 in ELA, mathematics, and science. If you notice, ELA increased from 51 to 65%, a 14-point increase over that time. Math also increased 14 points, the same exact 51 to 65%. And specifically, grade 5 science increased 17%. Pretty amazing work, Melissa. From 46 to 63%. So, amazing work, team, yes. And Melissa's team, most importantly. So you can see that we've done some great work. Although our achievement results continue to accelerate, we understand that there is a need to strike a balance between screen time, assessments, and what's developmentally appropriate. We have intentionally chosen to place guardrails between student achievement and student experience. This balanced approach is to keep the data that informs instruction and remove the least useful testing burden.
Thank you, Guy. So this next slide illustrates the actual impact of the reduction in testing. So the largest reductions are in the earliest grades, where developmental fit and screen exposure matter most. Kindergarten and grade 1 moves from 390 minutes of district testing time, district required testing time, to 0 minutes with the removal of iReady and the district science assessments. In grades K to 5, iReady assessments were reduced with the removal of growth monitoring checkpoints. And additionally, beginning and middle of the year science assessments in grades 2 through 4 were removed. The reductions are strategic. They protect young learners from unnecessary testing and screen exposure, while preserving progress monitoring in the later grades where the data remains important for intervention and instructional decision-making. Here, this slide further illustrates the reduction in assessment minutes in the lower grades. So kindergarten and grade 1 have the most significant reductions. District required testing minutes are removed. Science, beginning of the year, middle of the year assessments were removed. Kindergarten quarterly letter checks are removed, and digital pathways and assessments are removed. This connects directly with the board motion 2. The motion limits one-to-one device in VPK in grades 1 to state mandated testing platform familiarization, and accommodations for specialized support for students with special needs. The message is not that students will never see technology. The message is that routine one-to-one device use is being reduced, especially where it replaces teacher-led instruction, hands-on learning, oral, language, writing, manipulatives, and developmentally appropriate learning. The result is fewer required screens, fewer tests, and more teacher-led learning time.
Thank you, Richie. Slide 9. Sure I get there. Slide 9 addresses a major operational question. If iReady is eliminated in kindergarten and grade 1, what replaces its functions? The answer is the functions remain covered, but through less screen-dependent methods. Universal screening is covered through FAST STAR early literacy and reading. Progress monitoring is covered through FAST PM1, PM2, and PM3, and teacher-created formative assessments. Personalized instruction shifts from My Path to small group instruction, literacy centers, teacher conferring. Skill practice shifts to decodable readers, Hegarty, Benchmark Advance, Florida Center for Reading Research Activities, and teacher-created tasks. Data analysis shifts to printable assessments, the FAST dashboard, and PLC data meetings. The district is not simply removing tools. We are replacing digital centers with standards-aligned instructional resources, hands-on centers, print-based materials, teacher-led small groups, and practical classroom alternatives. And I have gone too far. Excuse me. Slide 10 explains the instructional model. The recommended K-1 model is not a remove and leave gap model. It is an integrated cycle. Screen and group, teach the core, build the foundations, respond through small groups and centers, and monitor foundational skills. In ELA, this includes the FAST STAR, Benchmark Advance, Hegarty, explicit phonics instruction, decodable text, oral language, teacher-led small groups. In mathematics, this includes adopted curriculum assessments, teacher-created exit tickets, number talks, collaborative activities, fluency routines, manipulatives, and performance tasks. We've also provided schools with a computer science standard companion guide, which clarifies that the expectation is not no devices, the expectation is purposeful devices, used only when necessary and aligned to standards, testing readiness, accommodations, or assistive technology. The instructional result is less screen time, more teacher-student interaction, stronger oral language, and more authentic formative assessment. Slide 11 is about reassurance. Some may worry that removing iReady in the district is removing intervention, and that is not the case. The MTSS model remains in place. Tier 1 high-quality whole group instruction with core adopted materials, explicit phonics, teacher-led learning, and purposeful centers. Tier 2 provides teacher-led intervention, small groups, targeted phonics, and targeted number sense. Tier 3 provides intensive intervention, more frequent progress monitoring, and individualized instructional plans. For kindergarten and grade 1, iReady is eliminated, but Fast Star, Benchmark Advanced, Heggerty, Explicit Phonics, MDIS math lessons, small group, literacy centers, and teacher-led MTSS interventions remain. For grades 2 through 5, the direction is a little different. iReady may still be used strategically for intervention or acceleration, but never as the primary Tier 1 instructional program. Our concrete implementation changes. Science beginning of year and middle of year assessments are removed in grades K through 4. Kindergarten literacy checks are removed quarterly. Grade 5 science is streamlined by removing untaught grade 5 standards to reduce assessment time. Benchmark and Savas windows have become more flexible. Paper pencil options and are allowed where appropriate. These are not broad or vague changes. They are specific, grade-level actions tied to instructional value. The previously mentioned pivot memo by Dr. Cohn confirms that schools may use flexible assessment formats, including Performance Matters, Benchmark Advance, Savas, or paper pencil options, where appropriate to reduce overlap and better match instructional purpose and developmental needs. The key message is that assessment becomes shorter, clearer, more useful, and better matched to young learners. Motion 2 is strong and clear, but implementation must still preserve required, documented, and program essential access. State-mandated testing and some progress monitoring remain computer-based. IEP, 504, health, communication, behavioral, or assistive technology needs are not discretionary screen time. Students with disabilities must continue to receive required accommodations, supports, supplementary aids, and accessible materials. The guidance and pivot memo provided to schools makes clear that permitted VPK to grade 1 device use is limited to state-mandated testing, developmentally appropriate familiarization with the required testing platform, and approved accommodations, assistive technology, or specialized supports for students with special needs. Additionally, specialized programs, magnet or innovative pathways, coding, robotics, AI, media, art, and digital production may require purposeful technology use. These exceptions need to be reviewed, documented, and aligned with board intent. Our decision frame to schools is reduce routine screen time, but preserve access required by law, IEP 504, teacher judgment, or approved program design. This slide explains how we prevent confusion at the school level. A shared academics, HR, BTU, and legal protocol will help students, teachers, programs, and board intent. The steps are: define device light, audit exceptions, preserve academic freedom, communicate clearly, and monitor and adjust. The exception review checklist is important because it creates a consistent process should schools review whether a use is tied to state-required online assessment, IEP 504, assistive technology, blended coded classes, board-approved digital curriculum, teacher-directed district-approved formative assessments, magnet or innovative pathway requirements, ESE, ESOL, accessibility, or language access supports. This is also where the digital teacher and principal toolkit should be highlighted. The guidance provided to schools identifies the toolkit as including the implementation guide for teachers and principals, computer science standards implementation companion guide, elementary technology center alternatives, open house PowerPoint, what parents need to know flyer, and the after action report. The toolkit is the bridge between board action and classroom implementation. Thank you.
So BCPS is committed to parent-facing. We talked about that during rulemaking in terms of transparency to parents in our public-facing piece. We want to make sure that teacher voice and autonomy, quarterly accountability, and targeted supports continue to be part of the work that we do with our parents as well as our advisory committees. So the district will publish plain language guidance, checklists, calendars, and required versus optional guidance, which is what we heard previously before this work started. The district will also continue to include teacher voice through surveys, focus groups, BTU collaboration, and implementation guidance that preserves professional judgment. And the district will provide quarterly updates to the board on testing volume, screen time, and implementation quality and student outcomes. And so the after-action report explicitly commits BCPS to continued monitoring, including testing volume, testing duration concerns, guidance, and quarterly board updates. And so this work is not a one-time change, it's an ongoing implementation cycle. And so BCPS has heard the concerns. The district reduced unnecessary testing. We eliminated K-1 assessments. And we also removed early grade I-ready digital assessments and pathways. We reduced screen exposure. We preserved legally required assessment and accommodations, and we created a digital teacher and principal toolkit to support consistent implementation across the grade levels. So the board's motion number 2 is being implemented as a clear shift away from routine one-to-one device using VPK through grade 1 and toward teacher-led, hands-on, standards-aligned instruction. And so the goal is not less learning, the goal is better learning, more purposeful instruction, clearer assessments, fewer unnecessary screens, stronger teacher-student interaction, and better supports for every student. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Public comment, Dr. Trudy Dramanovich.
My name is Dr. Trudy Dramanovich, and I'm really happy to hear many of the changes that have been made today. And the most important thing that I'm hearing is teacher autonomy. I'm hearing that they're actually listening to not only parents, but to teachers that say, you know, not every student needs iReady every day. Why do they? If they already know that skill, why do they need it every single day? You don't need to prescribe these things to teachers. You need to trust them. You need to trust them to say, these students over here need to be reading a book. These students over here need to be working on programming on the computer. These students here need to be working on their keyboarding skills that you're going to purchase because we don't have a keyboarding program for these students. That's ridiculous. And the reason it's ridiculous is because in the standards, the students in grade 1 are supposed to start just barely using the keyboard. Students in grade 2 are used the keyboard to write simple sentences. I think that's a little high, but we'll let them go with that. Grade 3 says students use the keyboard to write short paragraphs or short stories. I used to work with a lot of schools where I would go and help the kids type up what they had written by hand into the computer and get it printed out, and they were so excited. We need to go back to that. We need to go back to that kind of excitement using the computer. Those are the kinds of things that I hear in what you're proposing, because you're not saying everybody must take this test on these specific days in order that we can collect the data. And we've just gone data crazy. We don't need that to that extent. This will still give you the data, but you need to trust the teachers, and I'm glad to hear that that's what's being said. I sent you the written comment, and there weren't many. There were some parents that wanted to come and wish this would have been the last thing on the schedule today, so I'd like you to think about that, because if it would have been switched with the very last item, then they could have come from, that's why Brooke had to leave, because she had to go pick up her, so it was really bad timing. And you need to think about those things when you have a big something that parents are interested in. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Ms. Rupert, I know you meant to say something about the previous workshop. I didn't get your text until after we recessed.
No, I'm okay. I actually agreed with the group on that one, so thank you.
Okay. Any comments on this?
Nope, I'm happy with the direction we're going.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thank you for this general good news story. I'm curious about a couple things, though, Dr. Hepburn. The board said we wanted to see an option with 50% reduction in assessments. This comes back, according to the memo, with 45% reduced assessments, but 65% reduction in minutes. Am I reading both the memo and the presentation the right way?
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn. I just want to make sure the information is correct.
Yeah, so we didn't include the growth monitoring, but when we included it, it does take us to 50% and above. And so that's where we get to 65% because we took out the growth monitoring. When we went and purchased the iReady contract, it only limited to grades 2 through 5, grades 2 through 5. So essentially, the 45% was an older projection. It's now at 65%. So it's 100% in grades K and 1 reduction completely. And then when we move, if you go to the report, you'll see it's broken down by percentage based on what we took away.
Okay. If I could ask you to look at slide 7, Dr. Hepburn, it says that in grades K through 4 for the year, current model, the 26 model, we have 6 hours and 30 minutes of assessment time. Is that correct? 390 minutes or 6 hours and 30 minutes is the total amount of time that our students were assessed in grades K through 4?
I have to add up those minutes. It's in minutes, not hours. If we're looking at the same slide.
Go ahead, Richard.
If I could just jump in.
Go ahead, Mr. Baum.
Sure. So what this is the count of minutes that are district required testing minutes. So we only require in those grade levels the iReady assessments. So the diagnostic 1, the diagnostic 2, and then we required the growth checks for certain schools for certain students. So that was added in, and then we also had required science beginning of the year and middle of the year assessments. So all of that added up to 390 minutes for the entire year of assessments for each grade level.
And I want to be clear, Mr. Baum, that's right. District mandated assessments.
District mandated.
So there are. Here's the problem I have. I appreciate your response. This board reacted to evidence that said over 100 assessment tests combined were being offered to elementary school students. And we also reacted to the fact that principals and teachers and grade level people through their directors, regional superintendents, the superintendent, the CAO, the deputy, they felt a lot of pressure to do assessments because they were asked about the results of those things. So things that were not technically mandatory were still in essence mandatory because they were asked and their performance in some sense was judged by it. I cannot square 100 plus assessments with 6 hours and 30 minutes of a total assessment. And so what I'm worried about is that the community is saying we want far fewer assessments. This board gave clear direction that we wanted far fewer assessments, but the baseline that we use is only district mandated assessments, which for the year is 6 hours and 30 minutes, roughly the equivalent of 1 school day. I'm worried about that because what I've told my constituents is we're reducing assessments with no adjectives in front of it. But what we got back was district mandated rather than PM 1, 2, and 3, practice of PM 1, 2, 3. Each of those, I think, if I remember from my kids recently, is over 3 hours per day, 3 times a year, right?
That's correct.
I mean, there's a lot of other assessments that are not included on slide 7. Is that correct?
But you're talking about state mandated assessments.
I'm talking about assessments. This is my community. My community says there's too many assessments and we're going crazy. There's not enough instructional time. This board said we want to see an option that reduces assessments by 50%. But what we're looking at is we're reducing district mandated assessments by over 50%, which is great in terms of total minutes. But when we look at state mandated, mandated because supervisors ask us about the data, plus formally district mandated test scores, there's a lot more than 6 hours and 30 minutes a year of assessments. Am I correct?
So are you?
I can't square the numbers here. Yeah, there's 100 assessments.
So just to clarify, Dr. Zeman, so there are district required assessments, which are the ones we have local control over, and then there are state required assessments, which we don't have control over.
Right.
And then there are teacher assessments that have teacher autonomy tied to them. So teachers can create and develop assessments within their classrooms, and we don't have any determination of which teachers are using which assessments because they do it based on their students and based on their needs. So it would vary from teacher to teacher, from grade to grade, from content to content. So the ones that we heard from the board and from the community were the tests that we controlled, that we were able to reduce. So the public told us that it was iReady, we had some performance matters assessments. Those were district assessments. Those are the ones that we reduced.
I just want to make sure we are doing truth in advertising here. What you've presented the board is that this last year there were 6 hours and 30 minutes of district mandated assessments, and we're going to reduce that to 0 in the first 2 grades, 180 or 3 hours total district mandated. But what we talked about was assessments, about time away from instruction, whether it's driven by the teacher, driven by the pressure that comes from the data chats and intense and appropriate in many ways, fascination with more and more data, and then district. Let me just try it this way. How many total hours of assessment are there in 4th grade in Broward County right now? Total hours. Assessments, including teacher-driven, state-driven, district-driven, in anything. Do we know how many hours or how many days out of 180 days of instructional days we have are spent with our students, generally on a computer, but taking some form of an assessment to find out where their level of performance is?
So that answer would depend on if you're saying you want the answer for the state and the district required assessments, because we wouldn't know what the teacher assessments are.
Because the teachers don't work for us?
No, because they have a level of autonomy to determine which assessments are appropriate based on their classroom.
Let me try and finish this, okay? The community thinks there's way too much testing and assessments, and I agree with them. Testing by its own right does nothing for improving instruction or performance, excuse me. It gives you a check for where people are along the way. It's a critical part of any learning experience, and I appreciate that. But I can't disagree with them that 100+ assessments over a given year is an appropriate number. It seems like a lot. We looked into that. We did a deep dive. I think we've confirmed that in some grades there were over 100 assessments being given per year out of 180 days. But you're telling me we don't know how many total hours are being spent in an academic year with somebody taking a test to demonstrate their mastery because the teachers have autonomy to do what they want and we don't capture that data?
Yeah, we don't because a teacher could actually do a print-based assessment.
Sure.
They can do an assessment on performance. They can use a different assessment tool that we don't have a local of control because they can kind of go onto some kind of application and pull an assessment. So we don't have that level of control to know exactly every teacher what all their assessments that they're using within a given day. We have vetted assessment tools that we try to drive them to and say, hey, these are standards aligned, use these within performance matters. So we have those that we know teachers are pulling and using, and so we have an idea of how many are pulling those assessments, but we don't have a list of all the assessments that every teacher is using.
Is there a professional standard for how much of the total amount of time available for instruction should be spent on any form of assessment?
Yeah, we have statutory requirements that teacher cannot cannot assess more than 3 to 5% of a given time period of instruction.
Terrific. And are we able to gather data to verify that our teachers are doing 3 to 5% of total instruction time as assessments?
There's a way to collect that, but it won't be, because teachers can assess throughout the time period, and so there's not a mechanism if someone's given a pen and paper to say that we can, with a level of surety, know that this teacher is testing using pen, paper, or some other device. It makes it hard for us to determine a teacher making those kinds of instructional decisions.
Mm-hmm. So we do know state-mandated test times, and we know district-mandated test times.
Correct.
How many hours of 4th grade are spent between test or district-mandated assessment tests?
Okay, we have that.
How many hours for 4th grade?
4th grade.
District mandated?
Pick another one.
Well, before it was 6.5 hours, and now with the recommendation.
6.5 district only, but add state-mandated hours, and what's the total state plus district-mandated assessment time in 4th grade? Because we've changed nothing about state-mandated tests.
Yes, because we can't
right.
change it. We
Yeah.
don't have that
The
control.
state the state mandated assessment minutes in fourth grade is 680 minutes.
680.
Yeah.
Far greater than district mandated.
Correct.
So if we had 680 and 390, we get a much bigger number, 1270, I think. And we've reduced 1270 by 390, right? So I just want to be clear with my constituents. We did not reduce assessments in their mind. When they hear a kid coming home and talking about, oh my gosh, another 2-hour test today, another 3-hour test coming up on Friday, you know, between state, district, and teacher autonomy, the three big buckets, there's too much assessments going on according to the community that I hear from, right? What we did is took the smallest piece of that, the district mandated assessment test, and we reduced that by 65% of the minutes. But I think we have to get ahead of the story a little bit and say, of all the assessments, because I tell you, parents don't know who's mandating these tests. They don't know if it's teacher autonomy or district or state mandate. They just know there's a lot of tests. And I know it's far greater than the 3 to 5%.
Yeah, that is understood. When we surveyed teachers, when we looked at all the results from their issues with assessments,
yeah.
A lot of them, and you heard it from the student advisor also, and from that group of students that was here at the workshop, they were okay with the
state
teacher with the state assessments and with the teacher created assessments because there was instruction and then assessment. You know, but the bigger issue that we got from that was an assessment like iReady or district created assessment might cover subjects, topics that haven't been covered yet in the instruction. And so we were able to clean that part up a little more, but also maintain the teacher autonomy to teach a lesson and then understand what students know about what was taught.
Terrific. I just have a follow-up and then one more thing. The follow-up is I'd like to be able to tell my constituent what reduced total assessment minutes are. So it's in this presentation, it's 65% of district.
Correct.
District required.
Got that. That's a great thing.
That's correct.
That's the smallest of the three buckets. What I'd like to know is, because we can't control state and we have teacher autonomy and we feel like that there's more of a linkage between that and knowing where they are in instruction so they know what to teach next. I'm curious kind of still so that we can tell them the whole truth of what they care about. Of total assessments, if you could, as just as a follow-up, Dr. Baum, please give us that reduction of total minutes, because I can't calculate it in my mind. The second thing is to Dr. Hepburn, which is really how are we going to make sure the regionals, the directors, you and Dr. Fulton aren't applying inordinate amount of pressure on people so they're not really using teacher autonomy. They're trying to satisfy some supervisor's quest for more data about whether they're doing well. Because we definitely heard that back, which is our principals and APs who are telling teachers to do more testing because the teachers and the administrators in schools are being held accountable to report results from tests that are not district or state or otherwise mandated. What are we doing to make sure that pressure is reduced on our schools?
Yeah, absolutely. So communication is key, of course. But as Dr. Cohn said, the level of autonomy teachers have, that when they give a unique assessment for a specific need, if all of us are in a school and we're all teachers, and let's say we're all teaching the same subject area, we are assessing different things based on the needs of those kids. You might give a 5-question quiz as kids walk in the classroom. Mr. Magna may actually give a 20-question assessment at the end of the period. It's different because of the level of autonomy. And so an administrator it's not reliable data for the administrators to make use that assessment to really drive instruction for the whole entire school because it's so unique. They're going to depend on the PM test to come in to drive instruction for the whole entire school. They're going to, whatever assessments that we still have available, they'll use that to drive instruction for the whole entire school. So again, the teacher autonomy affords the teacher the opportunity to really understand the specific needs for their kids in their specific classroom, but it's going to look different for every classroom. And so there's not going to be pressure from an administrator to force a teacher, hey, give more assessments, because the data is going to be totally different for each classroom, and it's tough for an administrator to use different data points to try and drive instructional decisions for the whole entire school.
Terrific. I appreciate that. Dr. Hepburn, you are comfortable that all these remaining district mandated tests are essential to continue to
Yes.
meet our goals that we've given you about continuing to improve academic performance?
Yes, absolutely. We have to have a measure of progress monitor. Yeah.
Thank you. And before I go to Ms. Hickson, since Dr. Holness is left, I would like to name Dr. Zeman vice chair without objection of my colleagues. Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I kind of disagree with a little bit of what Dr. Zeman said. I'm pretty sure the comments that were made to us were district assessments. It was very clear when the teachers came, when the students came, that they felt the district was putting too much pressure on them. I think most people understand that the state, we can't do anything about the state mandates, even though they don't like the 3 times. Although I have to say, I've run across people who do like the 3 times because it at least gives you a checkpoint in the middle so that you're not just waiting till the end to know where they sit. And, you know, as a teacher, I definitely wouldn't want the district to tell me how many times I could test my students on whether it was a chapter or if it was a section. You know, you kind of make those decisions based on being in the classroom and trying to figure out whether the students are getting what you're saying and not waiting till the end of the lesson to realize they have no idea what you're talking about. So assessments come in different ways, as you mentioned, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a test. It could be, my kids loved Kahoot. We use Kahoot a lot on that. So anyway, I just personally want to say thank you for listening. It was very loud and clear, beginning with emails that came from teachers and then, of course, the workshops that we had to reduce the amount of testing. And I think it is important to have the balance because people don't like to hear it, but we were a B district for a long time, implemented some changes to get that data so we could change the process and became an A and maintained an A for 3 years. So there has to be a balance so that we can continue to provide that academic excellence. And I don't know if this is perfect, but it is definitely a good start. And we, as you mentioned, can assess it as we go forward. And I hope we'll do that with continued input from parents, from teachers, and from students, because I know I have a goddaughter who her tummy would hurt every time it was time to take tests and she didn't want to go to school. We don't want to do that to our students, ever. If it's a test, whether you do good or bad, it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, just want to know what you know. So I think we also have to take a little bit of pressure off the teachers who are giving those assessments, because kids can feel that stress that's on there. And, you know, we want to do better by them, but we shouldn't make anyone feel bad if they didn't assess at where we'd like them to be. They are where they are at the end of the day. So I think we also have to message that with them. You may not have hit the mark here, but here's the things we're going to do to get you there. It's okay that you didn't hit where we wanted you to be today. And that's not kind of in here, but I will say just that is a stress that our students are having, which they shared with us when they were here, just the stresses of taking those tests. So we need to also cushion whatever the outcome is that it might not be where we want it to be, but that's why we're taking an assessment right now to know how we help you get where you should be. So I think it's just the messaging that we do with our students so that they don't have that testing anxiety. But having way less tests will be a great step in that direction. So
Thank you, Ms. Hickson. Ms. Thompson, with your deference, our student advisor has to leave in a few minutes, and I just wanted to open the table. If any of us have any questions to Ms. Reed before we move back to you next. Seeing none, thank you, Lily, for being here today, and thank you for your time, as always. Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you for the work that you put into this and also sending the postmortem. That's not what it was called, but the postmortem on that board item.
Okay, Ms. Thompson.
It's been a long day. I think it's been really helpful in the conversations we've been having about screen time and iReady to just have that knowledge, and I shared that during my virtual meetings as well. I did want to know kind of what is our strategy to track this in case this impacts our school grades, because my understanding is they're also changing how they're going to evaluate us our K through 8s, our newer K through 8s might be having some difficulty maintaining their A's because of kind of the way they're changing the grades as well. So if we end up doing harm, how quickly are we going to know this, and what is our action plan?
Superintendent?
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
So, and I was actually just sharing this with Ms. Alhadeff. So we have intentionally built into PM2 when we do our BOY plan and our MOI plans, middle of the year plans, where we look at the data and look at the implications of what happened. We typically do data dives also when we look at our data, and so we're going to specifically start to look at our K1 and 2 grades who had the most reduction in assessments and see how they're faring compared to last year's results. And then we'll come back to the board and share some highlights or concerns or what we have been able to kind of illuminate from the results. So we have something in place to kind of progress monitor where we are.
So will that come back to us in January, like the update, or when can we expect to hear back the monitoring?
Yeah, so every year we do a PM2 board workshop on the results, and so we'll weave that into the board workshop. So when do we typically?
February 2027.
Yeah, but we can probably provide the board with an updated report prior to that if you want it sooner.
I think it would be helpful to know and to get teacher feedback on the changes we're making to screen time and iReady and parent feedback, because I do think we've made a lot of substantial academic changes.
Yeah.
So to understand kind of our actions and making sure that they're going in the right direction, to hear back maybe a little bit earlier, but I would defer to staff on when you think that feedback is possible.
Dr. Hepburn, do you have a good date for this report for Ms. Thompson and the board?
Let me follow up with the team. Certainly, we can probably get it to you a couple of weeks after the window is over, because the data is accessible pretty quickly.
We also do a pivot memo on the results of PM2, so we'll include it there. That'll be our way of updating you.
Perfect. Ms. Thompson, 2 weeks after the PM2, is that sufficient?
That's fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then my other comment is I feel like when other districts or areas across the country have reduced screen time, there's been a lot of communication about it. There's been news articles. LA school district got a whole spread in the newspaper. But I feel like I went to my open house and teachers didn't communicate at all that there was a reduction in screen time or that would be a reduction in iReady. And I have a kindergartner. So I think I would like to hear staff's communication plan, not only to school leaders and teachers, but also to the parents, that there have been this massive change that people have been wanting.
Yeah, and I think with all things new and large scale, I think it's drilling down and getting down to the people that need to know it, and that's why we, to your point, we created a PowerPoint presentation specifically for that purpose, to make sure that, one, the message was communicated clearly and precisely to every school using the same unified PowerPoint presentation. So every school has a toolkit with a PowerPoint with the message of all of the motions, what changed, what are the assessments that changed, and they can use that in open house, they can use it in meet and greet. We also developed a parent infographic with all of that information. We developed a teacher infographic that went out. I just saw that also at Parent Link, they just sent it out today. So it's really just getting it down and continuously communicating it to all of the stakeholders about the changes. I've heard some parents already tell me that they heard about it. They also completed the survey. So I know parents, it's getting slowly down to it. So we just need to your point, keep communicating it down to everyone so everyone knows the changes.
Dr. Cohn, what I heard is a follow-up on the communication plan for this. If we could do that, maybe the 1st or the 8th of September. Ms. Thompson, which date would you like?
It doesn't matter to me, but also a plan about media outreach about it.
And I know the Sun Sentinel actually produced an article.
We had some media on it.
Yeah,
on the Sentinel over the weekend.
Okay. And then, communications plan on screen time.
We'll do some more communication.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowman?
Thank you. And to that point for the communications, I think less is more when you're going to the parents than just bullet lists of how that things have changed just because of people's attention span, so that they know, and if when people are hit with something that seems cumbersome, I feel like they don't read it. So that people have that. So I want to thank you guys. I mean, we've been sitting here across from each other on many occasions, and people have been giving their opinions about all kinds of things, and we're in a very kind of challenging situation because we have all these tests that we have to have our kids pass so that we can get the school grade, and then there's the conflicting interests of obviously like how good is it to be on the screen all the time. And so I think you have absolutely met the challenge and came back with a great plan. And so I really, really appreciate you doing that. I think that that is going to be great for our students, for our teacher autonomy. And, you know, we'll have to see the same as the AI policy and everything else. It's like we set things and then we're going to have to be flexible if it's detrimental. And we're going to have to keep, you know, to Ms. Thompson's point too. I mean, we have to maintain our school grades, but we also want kids to be kids and want to have the experiences and have all that interaction. So I would just really appreciate this. I think you guys have worked really hard to deliver for us on many different levels in many different workshops and different topics. And I think you're doing a great job. So thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing, you know, kind of how this plays out, and we'll adjust as needed, but I really appreciate all the work that you guys have done.
Thank you, Ms. Bull. Ms. Aladiff?
Yes, on page 3, what I would like to understand, I understand this is the district requirements and how we reduced the testing and screen time, but what it would look like for an elementary school, a middle school, and a high school, what it looks like a sample, an example of a teacher doing their own testing, what does that look like compared to also then what we're doing, asking at the district level?
Ms. Aldiff, you want to follow up on that, or did you want to
Yes,
answer
a
now?
follow-up, so we can have a complete picture, because this is just half the picture, because there's assessments and instructions, everything going on at the teacher level, but you're not seeing that here.
Dr. Hepburn or Dr. Cohn, do you need any more information?
I do.
Just a follow-up.
Yes, just clarify, are you saying like a before-after? Or
No,
ju-
like what it looks like right now.
I understand what she's saying.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand what she's saying. It's difficult because all teachers with that level of autonomy are doing something different. I think the most appropriate route is for parents to engage with their teachers to find out, as a teacher, right, what, like in high school, you get a syllabus. The teacher says, I'm going to grade you like this, I'm going to give you this many tests during a year. For that teacher, what are you doing for my child, right, in your class? Because for us to capture that for all 13,000.
No, I'm just asking for a sample from an elementary, middle, and high school. Just 3 examples.
Gotcha. No, I get it.
I think Ms. Aldiff's asking for like the general.
We'll try and get as
ranges,
closest to
illustrative of what's going on
and
and things. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn.
I'm not done.
I just want to get a deadline for you, ma'am.
Okay.
Is that all right? How long might that take?
How long?
A week.
Okay. All right.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then I do think there needs to be ongoing feedback. So I don't know if we have a certain channel where, whether it's teachers, parents, principals, that they can communicate like, this is working, this isn't working, but just have that open channel for the feedback. Because I think the board is going to need to pivot rather quickly if the test scores are not good. And I want to be positive, but there's a lot of changes here. So
If I could suggest, Ms. Aldiff, I think for us it'll be easier if we actually push out a survey frequently. Hey, just a quick check-in to see, just to get some information about our assessment reduction and things like that, versus waiting on them to give us feedback. Sometimes that won't happen because they may not understand the implications. Go ahead.
We already have a Q1 survey based on Dr. Zeman's request, so I already have the feedback from teachers. So I think we can do is use the same survey as a pre-post. So we'll do one in Q1 and Q2, and then in Q3, and then Q4, and then we come back to the board to give you feedback. We can kind of talk about the differences of what's going on. But there's some other things I think we can do also as part of our walkthroughs and our level chair meetings. The principals are giving us a lot of great feedback on how this is impacting their school, because they're also getting feedback with their teachers, and I've gotten a lot of feedback from them as well.
And then also, Dr. Hepburn, are you looking at, the state has a higher standard this year, and those extra points, and how you're going to be able to make up those points?
We're already on it. We already have, I think we actually sent it to the board too, as far as what the school grade would look like at the end of the school year if schools were to actually perform the same as based on the points. And so we're already having those conversations with the principals and their teams, and we've already had our initial data dives for the beginning of the school year with schools of concern based on what their school grade would be next year if they did not increase in performance based on this year's points.
So based on this year's points, based on the scoring we had last year, what would our grade be?
Richie, do you remember a lot of data points?
So, the state increased an A from 65% to 70% for our high schools, combinations, and the district grade. This past year, our district grade was at 69%, so we would be just under an A if there was no improvement in our district grade. We listed it out in the memo, but there would be a 19% decrease in our A's under the new scale for overall for our district operated schools. That would be like the overall impact by school. And we list out the different impact for elementary, middle, and high in the memo. In elementary schools, there would be a 15% reduction in our A's. In middle schools, 12%. In our high schools, 32%. In our combination schools, 54%. The highest increase in the school grading scale was at the high school combination and district grade, going from 65 to 70% for an A. At our middle schools, it's just inching up a little bit, 64 to 65%. And our elementary schools are going from 62% as an A to 65% as an A.
Okay. And so I'm sure you're analyzing all this.
Oh, yeah, we're already ahead of it. Yeah.
And but plus some of the new things that you're adding, I'm sure that is going to also help to increase the scoring.
Yep, and so we're already ahead of it, already having conversations with those schools that we have concerns with. This, we did that a couple of weeks ago, with those specific principals being able to present their plans to us, get feedback, let us know how we can assist them further. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aldeff. And Dr. Hepburn, a couple follow-ups, one on the comms plan that Ms. Thompson asked for. The other, I think, to follow on Ms. Aladeff's, it would be nice to get a repeat of that email that gives school board members 3 or 4 bullet points on what we need to tell our constituents about this increased grade. We get a lot of emails, but if you could just give us another email in the next week or so on what we can communicate to our constituents about, hey, the standards got higher. We would actually be a B district this year if we used this year's standards. And that kind of sets a little alarm off on how hard people have to work this year. Given no other comments on this agenda item, we're ready to move forward to the next one. Thank you very much. Next agenda item is Mr. Magley. Ms. Bruno, are you ready?
Do we need any time, Beacon, to transition, or we can go straight?
Nope, we're going right into it, Mr. Superintendent. Let's go.
Yeah, you're just here.
You want to sit over here, or do you want to sit at your seat? You're not. Okay. Are you presenting, or we're just diving into the discussion?
It's the HR team.
Terrific. Ms. Parente. See what you get with a stand-in chair. Sorry. Ms. Parente, are you ready? Here we go. Thank you for joining us today. We're talking, I think, Ms. Parente, about the Chief Auditor and General Counsel evaluation. Thank you. Ms. Holt?
Perfect, that's great. I do, yes, please. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. Heather Parente, Director of Professional Practices. We are before you because it is time to reach agreement for the Chief Auditor and the General Counsel appraisal system. So we did submit a deck, and I did have the opportunity to work with both the Chief Auditor and the General Counsel to be able to put these slides before you for your consideration. So let me go forward. So the first slide to land on for a moment are dates. You'll see dates listed in here based on contract dates. The Chief Auditor did start in that role as of March 3rd, and the General Counsel was present working with us as of March 16th. So you'll see the dates listed for the Chief Auditor do come directly from his contract, and the dates for the General Counsel have been adjusted just a bit because we needed her here working present for enough days in order to move forward and get this system in place. So you'll see that each one talks about or lists the date to mutually agree upon a system, the evaluative window, when their self-appraisal is due to the board, and of course the window and when you'll be evaluating them. You've seen the systems for the Chief Auditor and the General Counsel before, so basically our approach to this was to work with each one individually to see if they wanted adjustments to the systems that were already in place. So we recommend moving forward with the same components to the system, which are 75% based on performance factors and 25% based on objectives. You'll also see the topic for the performance factors. We try to align them the best we can so that you as the board in evaluating 3 employees, the systems are as similar as they can be, so you can evaluate your employees as such. So we dove into the specific performance factors for each system, starting with the Chief Auditor. You will see that the last bullet was crossed out. The reason that it was underlined to begin with is the system before you, the Chief Auditor system that you've seen in the past, that last bullet was adjusted from the system you're used to using with the prior Chief Auditor. And then upon looking at it closer, our current Chief Auditor did want an adjustment, which is why it's listed in red. Moving on, these 2 performance factors, competency and management of audit function, there were no changes from the prior Chief Auditor evaluation system for your consideration. The next one, again, the same thing. We did make an adjustment from the last appraisal system to this one, but our current Chief Auditor did want us to make a slight adjustment, so we did. That's why you see it in red. And then finally, the last ones for the Chief Auditor, employee management and professional responsibilities. You'll see the second bullet under professional responsibilities that had a slight change from the last time we had a system for the Chief Auditor. Moving on, the General Counsel. Again, as I shared, you'll look at the 4th bullet under responsiveness to the board. That was changed from the system we've used in the past. Under competency, we had 1 change from the prior system, which is why it's underlined. Moving on to legal strategy and communication, you'll see the first 2 bullets for each one had a bit of an adjustment.
And Ms. Parente, just on behalf of the board, underline means add. There was nothing in this place before?
I apologize. There was something in the place before, but the language was adjusted just a bit. So I know you're all familiar. If there's a section looking at legal strategy, the second bullet, so you're familiar with that second bullet because you've used it to evaluate the prior General Counsel. So the top bullet that's underlined, Mr. Bruno had a bit of a recommendation to change that from what you've seen in the past. Okay. And then finally, the last 2 performance factors for the General Counsel, employee management, and professional responsibilities. Again, that first bullet, there was always a first bullet for professional responsibilities. It's just we adjusted the language just a little bit. Okay. So the next component for both systems would be the objectives. There would be 3 objectives for each system that would be weighted as an overall 25% of the overall evaluation. And the way we will work that, as we do with the superintendent and as we have done prior for the Chief Auditor and the General Counsel, is they will develop and share their objectives with you via email. You would provide feedback to them. They will make any needed adjustments and then send you a final set of objectives for their evaluation system. And of course, the difference between the performance factors and the objectives will have a measurable outcome, which you've seen before, so that it's actually auto-populated. They'll write an objective. It will have a rubric, what would be considered unsatisfactory, needs improvement, effective, and highly effective. And based on how they finish that objective and the data with that objective, it will auto-populate to the rating. Versus the performance factors where you use your judgment based on evidence that you've observed and their self-assessment that they complete for you to make those ratings. Let's look at the scoring system. So I know you're familiar with this piece.
Ms. Parenti, if I could just interrupt for a second.
Sure.
Is anything else in this presentation new? The board's pretty familiar with doing this with our other direct reports.
It is not new.
Do you mind if we go to questions?
I would love that. Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Yes, ma'am. I'm all in the interest of time. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you, and I appreciate this. I just wanted to make a comment, and you don't have to change anything now, but moving forward, it's really confusing because for the auditor, when you made changes, it was redlined out and then the new one. So although you told us that the underlined things are replacing something, it would have been nice to have, just to be consistent, because you did it for the auditor, but not for the general counsel. So we're not really sure what those changes are, but thank you.
If I can clarify for that. So I had the entire deck posted, and when I posted it, any changes that were made from the older systems were underlined in black, because that was adjusted. After it was posted, the chief auditor came back to me and said, hey, Heather, I know that we made adjustments here, but I'd like to adjust this one just a little bit more. That's why it's in red, because it actually was a revision to the original one. Did that help?
It did, but I mean, I would prefer, just as a board member, to know what it was before, because we do it once a year. So if there are changes, just like we do in our policies, we've asked for that before. Can you cross it out so that we can compare? Like, we don't really know what the changes were because they're not listed.
Thanks, Ms. Hickson. Ms. Parenti, it's really a comment for the future decks. We're good. Ms.
Thank you.
Bowman,
Understood.
Did you have any comments? Okay, thanks. I just have one, seeing no other board member. For the chief auditor, is there a performance objective about completing the audit plan?
So the chief auditor is working on those right now, and any feedback that you have about that, I'm certain that he will take note of that as he prepares to submit them to you.
Terrific, and it can't be for this partial period because he didn't get a year. But going forward, I think the period of performance will be July 1st to June 30th for the next appraisal. Mm-hmm. And the recommendation, I think, from the whole board would be part of the objective would be the completion of the audit plan.
So noted. Thank you.
I don't know if you were asking for my comment, but the one thing I would say is the same thing we've been discussing over and over is just we try to put together an ambitious plan that we do want to accomplish, and we'll put all our resources towards doing that, and certainly I'll be all in to make sure that happens to the best of my ability. There are some factors that occur with staff and things like that. So relative to that, I would just ask that there be some consideration with those things in there, which of course I know you would give me, but I would just wanted to go on record. And to Ms. Parenti, and based on some of the things and some of the language that was here, I did ask her, because there were some levels at which we kind of go past what the role of the auditor would be relative to management's implementation of changes and corrections and things like that. So that is on me, but I felt we really had to address that in order for me to remain openly independent to what my role is. So,
and there's been no comment from the board about it, so obviously
sir.
people agree with that. Ms. Parenti, do you have the direction that you need to move forward?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
The only thing is, I just want to remind the board that there's a mid-year evaluation for me, so I'll send out something with regards to that.
Terrific. And Ms. Dupree-Bruno, do you intend to use the same things that were briefed here today for your midterm?
Absolutely. I've worked with Ms. Parenti. We're all on the same page.
Yeah, terrific. And thank you for your professionalism in getting all this done. And Mark, thank you as well for the same. Board members, I would ask us to recess for a couple minutes, and then we'll do a conclusion of this meeting, but no more staff required. It's just going to be board work after this, setting up our future workshops. Thank you very much. We'll recess for 2 minutes.
All right, we are back. At the direction of the superintendent, the following agenda topics are tentatively scheduled to be addressed during the upcoming workshops. August 25th, School Board Workshop 1, Redefining Our Schools 26-27, Multi-Year Staffing Alignment Plan, Broward Powered by AI Report. September 8th, Committee Reports, Rule Development Policy Review Neola, and the 26-27 Academic Plan. Please note that the order of topics and the scheduling remain tentative and subject to adjustment at the superintendent's discretion. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to future workshops to share?
Chair, can I just have a point of order, though? Could we do the adjustment of the workshop schedule before we do point of order? Or do you
Oh, yeah. Sure, we can discuss that. Go ahead.
Am I correct, Chair, that we have a workshop on the 1st as well?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's
That was
September
not in my
1st, it's all
calendar
about-
either.
All about policy? Is that set aside a whole workshop just for policy?
I can't say it's only for policy, but I know that a large portion will be policy.
Terrific. Chair, I just want to make a recommendation on the 25th of August. And Dr. Hepburn, if you don't mind, I just want to ask you a question. Ms. Hickson very rightfully has put a good deal of pressure on us to find some money for compensation for folks. We now have the first day enrollment numbers. We're going to have the 10-day one, obviously in 9 more days. I feel like we need a full 2-hour block of time to talk about this year's budget. We've got a lot of ideas out there about saving money. We got some that start in January, some that could start, at other times throughout the year. But if we could spend a couple hours putting all that in one sock, I think that would set the board up for the work that we still have to do to finalize the budget. I know the budget's going to go in early September for the year, but we still have to manage the budget if we want to find raises for our people and deal with the enrollment declines. Would you find that a useful way for the board to spend some time?
Yeah, absolutely. I find that useful.
Could we do that on August 25th? Could you be ready in a couple weeks?
Yeah, we can do that on August 25th. We just got to move some stuff around. You rattled off some things that we may just need to push to the September meeting, but yeah, we can accomplish that.
So we have an extra workshop, not extra, but one more on the 1st that we might be able to buy some time. I'm just suggesting to my colleagues that we get ahead of the budget for this year. If we're going to do what Ms. Hickson has asked us to do and what a lot of us have talked about doing, we've got to figure out how all these things fit together. You can't make $60 million show up just because you want it to show up. You've got to work it, manage it, make some hard decisions. And I think we need to get all of this put together as the first item on the August 25th workshop, Chair.
Ms. Thompson, on this piece, right?
On
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
So I was hoping that we could have redefining as the first item because we have families that want to come speak about the changes that we've made.
How about second then? Yeah, that's fair.
So, well, go ahead, Ms. Thompson, because
Well, that would just be my preference is a set time because I have people that want to come and speak, but they need a time.
Yeah, I guess I would respectfully request maybe September 1st, just because, to reiterate, we have redefining schools, the multi-year staffing alignment plan, so org chart for the next few years, essentially, and Broward Powered by AI. So those 3 topics are very substantial, and then adding the budget. So are you okay with moving it to September 1st?
Absolutely. It's, to me, going first and spending a couple good hours where we just get it all together is really critical. So the first works out great. Thanks, Chair.
General Counsel, is that okay for you if we do that on September 1st, given that you wanted to do the policies on September 1st?
If the board keeps doing its homework and doing all the behind the scenes, I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
Just to alert the board that September 1st also will be phase 2 of your VoteCast training, following all of your board business.
Okay. Are we still okay with that, or are we still wanting to go back to the 25th?
I would wonder if we can do the training on the 25th. That's just a little segment at the end, like 15 minutes.
For the 25th, also, you have it's not on the schedule yet, but it's going through pre-approval processes, but it's an hour and a half of attorney-client sessions as well that will be taking up that day, so that's a full day.
Never mind.
All right, September 1st, Ms. Thompson?
I just had, if we have questions about the vote cast, because there were some legality questions about when we vote. If we have questions, should we submit them before you? Like being able to see people as they vote, the responses, being able to see last names in accordance to how people voted, I think it's important. So if we have questions about the software that stemmed from the conversation we had, should we submit them beforehand then,
Yes,
so you guys can get them?
Any board member can submit them directly to me, and I'll make sure it's included in the training, or our trainers are ready to answer those questions
Okay.
in advance. Yes.
Right. Anyone else for the good of Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Mine's not particularly on a workshop. I have a question for the superintendent. We had requested that the school funding and allocation guidelines be posted, and apparently they have not been posted as of yet, and the stakeholders and the staff chairs need them. So can you tell us when they'll be posted?
Yep, I'll follow up with Mr. Shim. Thought that was, I know it's complete. I thought that was posted a while ago. So my apologies to the public and the committee chair. So I'll Mr. Sullivan, if you can just give him a heads up for us right now.
And where would they be posted?
It's usually posted online under the, there's a budget button.
Okay.
Yep.
Just so people know where to go to look.
Absolutely.
And so when do you think that will be up, just so, because
We'll find out from Mr. Shim. I know.
So you'll give us a follow-up?
Yep, we'll give you a follow-up. We'll find out from Mr. Shim, but I know Jeff was working on that about a month or two ago now, so, yep.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. And I forgot some important thank yous for the beautification blitz that finished last week. So I just wanted to reiterate my thank yous to Jessica Palomino, Andrea Denalaris, and Kiwana Kelly, two of our board assistants, and my intern. They really helped hold down the fort, especially when we had a meeting the same day. And then also just again to Miramar Pembroke Pines, Nothing But Cakes, Whole Foods, and Bright Star for helping to sponsor the event, and the over 200 volunteers that came from the age of 4 years old to around 60 plus. It was really an amazing 2 weeks for our community, and I'm looking forward to planning more events.
Thank you. Mrs. Alda?
Yeah, so I have concerns about swatting calls, and I want to make sure that we are doing everything possible. I know a lot of times it could be coming from the IP address out of the country, but when it is in the country, that we are working with the FBI to make sure that we are fully making sure that they're held accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Yes, absolutely. The safety and security team works with all applicable law enforcement to identify and prosecute the fullest extent of the law when somebody makes a swatting call, for sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. The scheduled order of business for the school board workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the school board workshop. to do that. Welcome to today's school. Oh, there's a weird echo, no? Okay. Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Now please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Sorry, I'm all mixed up here. As we begin, we reaffirm our strategic plan goal, 100% proficiency for all students, guided by our vision, educating today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. And as an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement while empowering every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is our next chapter. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. And if I said that the workshop is now called to order, I meant the special school board meeting is now called to order. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Alhadeff. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. Our general counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment portion of the special school board meeting, as well as board policy. Attorney Dupree Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are a lobbyist before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board, and the board will not respond or engage during public comment. During the agenda speaking time, speakers have up to 3 minutes per item to speak. With regards to motions, there will be an additional 1 minute. The chair may adjust the order of speakers as necessary. A visible timer will be used, and the microphone may be turned off when your time expires. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to the school board business and the agenda items. Comments may not address matters that are pending in litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with applicable school board policy. Abusive language, profanity, threatening, or name-calling is prohibited, as is clapping, hissing, booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruption. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair. Failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called. After a warning, the chair may also direct removal from the meeting by law enforcement or the sergeant at arms.
Thank you, Attorney Dupree Bruno. The board wants to hear from the public, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful, orderly, and productive meeting environment. May I have a motion and a second on item 1?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on item 1.
No registered speakers.
Board member discussion. Mrs. Alhada?
Yes, I just have a question in regards to the tree trimming schedule. How is that schedule determined? Is there an actual cadence to it, or is it done just by random?
Yep, no, there's an actual cadence to it. I'll speak as much as I can. I know Mr. Dorsett is out and about making sure our schools are functioning, but there is a cadence to it based on growth, based on requests from principals, based on PPO and facilities going out to schools and actually observing some of the requests and seeing some of the overgrowth and the needs to actually trim or actually cut down a tree.
And then so has July, all those schools are done?
I'm not sure of that exact answer. I know they've been working over the summer, trimming up some trees, so I don't know if that's reflected in this particular list.
Okay, if we could just get a board member follow-up.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion? All in favor of item 1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say
Aye.
no. Item passes.
No. Aye.
Item passes unanimously?
No, Mr. Severo is a no. I think
Severo,
he's on-
no.
Okay. Can we do a roll call, please? Because I'm having a hard time hearing people online.
I believe it was just Mr. Severa that stated no.
Okay, so item passes with 1 dissenting vote from Mr. Severa.
And then do we have Ms. Rupert on the line as well?
Yes, she said yes.
Okay.
Yes, I said yes, thanks.
Or do we only have, is Dr. Holness online? Is it just
Yes,
Mr.
I am
Severa?
online.
Oh, Dr. Holness, you voted yes as well. Okay, so we have
I
3
voted
people,
yes.
3 people online: Mr. Severa, Dr. Holness, and Ms. Rupert.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, could I get a motion and a second on item 2?
Moved.
Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on item 2.
No registered speakers, ma'am.
Board member discussion, Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I had a question. Just me, got an email about aftercare pricing and the discrepancy across the district. For example, at Dolphin Bay, the tuition is about $308, while North Andrews Gardens, $230, Silver Lakes Elementary is $320. Registration fees tend to be inconsistent throughout the county as well. And I was wondering how pricing is determined and if we have any ability to stabilize that across the district.
I'll ask Mr. Anderson to answer that question.
Hello. Eric Anderson, Director Before and After Care for Broward Schools. We base our pricing structure on $3.50 per contact hour times the number of hours in a school year times 180 days plus the early release days divided into 10 pay periods, and that's how we get our fee. So schools that have less hours obviously pay less. Schools that have more hours obviously pay more. We allow the private companies to charge 20% more than we do. So 20% more than our registration fee and 20% more than our rates. The reason it might be a discrepancy because some of these sites you're naming might have less hours and some of the sites you're naming might have grants or CSC or other things, or companies may be just choosing to charge less there. So they can charge less than us. I don't think people are going to argue that they're being charged less than others, but our rate is extremely competitive. Broward Schools' rate is extremely competitive compared to across the state. And actually, it's fairly low compared to private.
So can you give a follow-up about how you just said we determined our rates, but I think this is primarily about private providers. So can you walk us through so a parent can understand why they might be paying $2,000+ more at their site than at a different site? And this isn't our sites. This is
I'd
like
to know-
Sunshine.
Yeah, I'm going to need to know the site because that's not permitted, and I don't think that's accurate.
I mean, it's out of his paycheck, so I'm not going to discredit the person that's emailing us. I'm happy to forward you this, but do we have any ability to stabilize private companies?
Yes, they're allowed to
across-
charge 20% more than we do. So we're, I think, $2,500 a year. So they could be $3,200 a year. So there's no way that it could be $2,000 more than us.
So
I can do it in a follow-up.
you're misunderstanding, but that's not the point. So is there any way that we can set the price so the price is consistent across the entire county? And then also, why would we go to private providers when our schools are able to provide these services?
So that's been the model for literally over 30 years. It's especially a couple of different reasons. Principals aren't compelled to run their own. That's why we have private companies. It's a heck of a lot of work when they already have a busy schedule. So, and then also Children's Services Council is prohibited from giving money directly to the school system, and they cover at least 140 of our aftercares. So if we made it only school board operated, we would literally not have aftercare in 140 programs.
Not necessarily, but that is potentially a ramification.
Well, that's Children's Services Council cannot give the money to the school board. They have to give it through an entity.
I understand, and I'm just trying to have a conversation about
Yeah.
aftercare. And so with that being said, is there any way we can require these private companies to accept our VPK students? Because that's also a barrier. No. That's also a barrier with our families that want to do VPK at our schools, but then the aftercare providers won't allow them in their programs.
So they can't not allow them, but it is a major challenge. You have to understand we're dealing with most of the employees are at $15.50 an hour. That's our base pay. It's very hard to get enough employees. And if you have sudden demand and you have wait lists of kids, the school advertises to fill, and they want to fill the wait list of 20 kids to clear it. If you typically only get 1 or 2 or 3 pre-K kids, and we have a 1-to-10 ratio. If you have 3 kids to meet the needs of, or 20 kids to meet the needs of, most people would economically go in first come, first serve and serve those 20 kids. So they typically run up against staffing problems for pre-K. And that's school board operated and private providers. It's very difficult and very costly. What we need to do is eventually come back to you and ask for different rates for pre-K, because pre-K it's literally twice, the ratio is 1-to-10 versus 1-to-20. And private providers need to have stricter licensing requirements than Broward schools, which requires their supervisors to have higher credentials. So it costs them way more money, and we keep their rates low. So if we made some of these mandates, it means raising the rates for quite a bit for everybody. So that's things to weigh out when we're in a very tight economic time right now.
Okay, thank you.
And back to your other point, can we stabilize rates? I mean, the bid for 30 years has been 20% more than whatever Broward Schools is. To stabilize it would mean bringing up all the lower ones up to stabilize it, not down.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, just want to get that through.
Why?
Because they're choosing to charge less. Most of them are choosing, a lot of the ones you named are choosing less. They can charge 20% more or anything less than that. And if you wanted to stabilize it, you would be bringing all the rest up to us or up to 20% higher.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but thank you for that feedback.
Well, that's what the contract and RFP is, so that's all. Okay, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Severa. Mr. Hill, you said Mr. Severa's hand was raised? Oh, he's lowered it? Okay. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes. Are the before care, after care, pre-K, are all these services, are they governed by our school safety policies?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson. The question is yes, but he can provide some detail.
Yes, they're required to follow all our policies. There is, I don't love this, but it's the way school board staff, 100%. So if they're school board operated, it's 100% Broward schools. But we don't train the private providers in our codes and our safety plan. So they have to have a campus monitor. So any of those requirements that they have to have a campus monitor, but they don't. So most of them are typically school board employees that switch hats and work for the other companies, so they know all our things, but they don't use our intercom system. They won't have the alert, the Centegix badges, things like that if they're private companies. So they know most of it and they're halfway there, but they're a private company and they're a vendor, so they don't get the Centegix badge. They wouldn't be able to push the button.
You knew my question. So I don't get that. If they're governed by our policies, we have clear policies We have a panic button policy. So they should be required to have a panic button. They should be required to have a school resource officer or guardian on campus when those students are on campus. So I don't understand.
Well, I think what Mr. Anderson is trying to say is that they're a vendor renting out our facilities to use for childcare services that they're providing to students in the community. It's just like a vendor renting out our gym for a basketball tournament. If it was our tournament, we would have specific school staff doing the specific things and having all the bells and whistles that we use for safety and security. But if it's a AAU team renting out our gym, we require them to have security personnel, but they wouldn't have our badges. They wouldn't be able to use our intercom and things like that.
Are they required to have an SR or guardian?
No, but that's for many student activities after school, they are not, but just like a large football game you would. So they have to, we require them to have a campus monitor. And back to the other points, we do require them to do the Broward Schools drills, and we document the drills, and they have to be signed in the time frame. We mirror, and I follow security and update all our providers to follow those things. But they just aren't 100% in because of the nature of them being a separate entity.
So can we as a board require them to, at the bare minimum, every one of their staff have the wearable panic button?
It will be at our cost. So we can, and that would be part of the contract negotiations with them, right? So we would have to go back to the table with contracts and add certain acts from the board to be in there. And it's up to them to be amenable to that contract change, or says, never mind, I'm not going to provide the service. I'll go use the Civic Center down the street to provide the services. So it's, in general, it's a vendor, and they are agreeing to certain terms. We can add additional terms to a contract, but they have the right to say, I don't want to use your facility because I can just go down the street.
Have we gone to these companies and offered them to say, we would, you would have to pay for every one of your staff members to have the wearable panic button? Do you agree to pay for this?
No, we haven't.
Put it on them, because at the end of the day, our parents probably are under the standing that there's the safety, we're following the same safety policies that their child is throughout the whole entire school day, and that there isn't a difference, but there is a difference. So I think it's incumbent enough at least to go back to these companies and say, hey, this is what it costs, will you do it? And hopefully they say yes for the safety and security of the kids and the services that they're providing at our schools.
Yeah, we can do that, Mr. Anderson. Go ahead.
I also want to add, many times the daytime staff, much of the staff chooses to work for the company, and we do allow them, if they are school board employees during the day, they do bring their strategic badge. So many of them have them, it's because they really are wearing both hats. But if they're strictly a vendor, they do not. So I want to
Right,
clarify
so the cost should be minimal.
that. If it's only the remainder that's left, it would be
Okay.
40% of them, or whatever.
Yep.
So we can have that conversation?
Yeah, Mr. Anderson can have that conversation
So
with the vendors.
to clarify, do you want me to talk with safety security to find out how much the badges cost?
Correct,
and
and find out the cost per badge, and we
Just
could
the
talk
details.
offline.
Got
Yep,
it.
yep.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman?
Thank you. So I also got an email, and this is, I guess, just like a larger conversation that maybe we need to have. You kind of addressed it already, but it's a parent who has a VPK student and then a fourth grader. So basically, they've got nothing, they have nowhere to put the VPK student. So maybe we could workshop that or do something. I don't know if that fits it in your workshop.
Well, it's not a workshop, it's
The
an
workshop
item.
is an item, okay. But just for, to come up with some solutions, because if we're gonna start offering it, if we're trying to expand our VPK program, then our parents are gonna want their kids to stay beyond what the VPK time limits are. I understand what you're saying about the ratios and everything, but it would be good. That might be a hindrance for people bringing their kids here if there's no
So it
ability
definitely.
to extend the day.
So pre-K is a general term because you could have many different designations of pre-K. I'm pretty certain VPK has the option to do extended day, and they can pay, and that is separate than aftercare. So that's a Broward Schools VPK, and they can pay rates to extend at many locations. That's, I think that's, Paul Gress, and I
Yeah,
just
but if
blocked.
that goes only to the day, to the end of the school day, then you're still looking.
They can pay
if-
extended day for VPK. They can go
to-
longer.
To 2.
Yeah.
Right, but then you're still at the
I thought-
same
I thought it
problem
went
because
beyond,
you're
but-
still at work, yeah.
I thought it went beyond that, but anyway, but it's, in general, our 3-year-olds, it doesn't matter if you want to say VPK, any of our 3-year-olds or 4-year-olds that are in pre-K, it's a wider scope than what you're saying, is all I was saying.
Because, I mean, this parent's just saying that they can't, there's nowhere for her to keep her VPK student after school, and no one to come pick her up. So there's a need. I guess the bottom line is there's a need, and if we're gonna expand our VPK, then we should look into how we can fill the need for extended time.
Yeah.
If maybe
That
we can come up with some
really,
ideas.
as we expand, the need for pre-K gets greater at aftercare, and the cost for pre-K is much more than we charge. It literally, private companies or school board programs would lose money offering it. And there's no other backstop. We don't get money from federal government or school board. So they can only be supported by parent fees. So we would have to do a rate structure analysis and raise rates.
Yeah, well, or people have to choose if they want to pay if they want to pay. I mean, it's the same as VPK if you're going to a private provider. I mean, if I want to extend the day, I'm paying a heck of a lot more money.
Yeah.
But at least I have the option to do it
Yeah.
at the same place. So I think maybe we just need to look at it. So maybe we could just have that, I don't know if that's like a follow-up or a workshop?
Yeah, we could follow up. Yeah, we could provide a follow-up. I think Mr. Anderson, we'll talk offline with him for all what we're hearing from the board as far as needs, and see what we can come up with and provide a follow-up and if needed, a workshop as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
No problem, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
That was quick, thank you. On the same vein that we were just speaking about, I wanted to ask the superintendent if, I know we've had a great discussion about basically birth to 3 for our employees and the great need that we have there, and also in before and after school at the same, for that group. What plans, if any, or can you give us an update on what's going on with that?
The plan to open up, I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert, repeat it one more time.
One more time.
Yeah,
Remember,
I'm sorry.
I brought this forth like probably 2 years ago now, and we've discussed it as a board several times, that our employees, especially our teachers and school-based, there's a need for a baby to age 3 because it's super expensive. One parent had twins, and she was paying $275 a week as a teacher, so she wound up having to leave teaching, and because it was cheaper for her to stay home with her kids. So we don't want to see that, and especially with the wonderful changes that we're doing in the district, we definitely want to keep our teachers happy and keep our employees happy, meet a need in the community. And I know the board, I mean, like I said, we've talked about it for several times. I know a few times when we were talking about new communities or selling land, and some of those proposals were talked about besides workforce living, that possibly to have more seats available for birth to 3, because even though we do it now, they're completely waitlisted. I believe the closest in my area is Charles Drew. So has that conversation gone any further, or do we need to bring it back to a workshop and revisit that conversation again and emphasize that need?
No, so actually we identified the current programs and actually sent the information out to teachers. I don't think all of the locations are suitable for teachers if you're at certain parts of the district, but certainly during the redefining discussion that we're going to have later on this month, we can actually look at opportunities for possible sites to actually kind of expand that a little bit more with probably some of our redefining locations.
Right.
You know, as that conversation matures. But yeah, we actually sent information to teachers with those additional sites. I just think the locations is probably not ideal for certain staff members to take advantage of due to the distance. Because we don't
Right.
have many, but we can certainly expand with some redefining opportunities. So something we can discuss a little bit further as we have that redefining conversation.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you so much, because I'm still getting messages from especially teachers that they're stuck in a bind. They really don't want to leave their classroom. So I look forward to further conversation with my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. First, staff, thank you. I was a member of the board at Children's Services Center for a year. It was a really cool year to learn a lot about what they did, and you were helping us then make some reforms and changes. But I also know that we used to run this contract every couple or 3 years. And this year, how many times have you run this contract?
It normally is a 3-year with 2 one-year renewals.
Yes, sir.
And we've now, in the 3 years, we've done it 4 times.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was because of the structure with CSC to get on sync with their bids when our bids happened, to allow more providers in.
Right, but I'm sometimes hard on Dr. Hepburn and the staff about
Yes.
speed and agility. Did you just say yes?
I was
am
saying
hard
yes
on them.
before you finished your sentence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson, for that. I guess I'm not going to argue with you. What we do is really important. Our standards have to be high, but to do this contract multiple times over the past couple of years is a lot of work. To refine the solicitation, to review the people, and all that is a lot of work. I just want to say thank you for the kids who benefited from the extra work you did. I also think that the board's kind of coming to an interesting point, though, where we have, as Dr. Hepburn has pointed out many times, 50,000 seats where we used to have students.
Mm-hmm.
And we've done things like Broward Estates, where we've gone to a birth to age 5 model. That's not filling up yet, but I believe that there's an opportunity for us to kind of take a market-based approach, and where there are needs for VBK and preschool just in general, and we see that there's a dramatic expense in the private church market that does a lot of the preschool in Broward County, and we can come in and scoop up classes of people and price things the right way. Would it take a revision of the solicitation to raise the price for 3- and 4-year-olds to stay after school?
Well, our goal was likely to, this is you're voting on a 1-year renewal right now, would be to open a totally new RFP, and that would be the time to address it mid-year this year.
It was a yes or no question, Mr. Anderson. Would
So
it take? Would we have to revise our solicitation to raise the
rates.
price for 3- and 4-year-olds to get aftercare?
I actually don't think so. I think the
You
board
think
has
we
a
do?
right to raise rates, because I don't think they're going to argue. They're going to want to raise. The private companies that we contract with would want to raise rates. I think we're allowed to raise rates, but I would have to check with procurement and legal on that.
I appreciate
I'm
that.
pretty certain they had raised them in the past.
My advice to Dr. Hepburn would be to look for pockets where there's preschool deserts, where there's not enough providers, or where the price is $500 a week for kids that are 3 and 4 years old, and say, wow, we've got some extra classrooms. The market obviously isn't delivering enough. We are pro-children. We are pro-student. We want to be positive for the whole community. And if we could figure out places where we can open up 1 or 2 or 3 classrooms to be that, where we have space, this is one of those magic opportunities that we have on schools that have extra capacity, which is a lot of our schools, and there's a market deficiency in providing preschool, we can do it. In addition to that, as Ms. Rupert has mentioned 7,000 times, we have staff that need help. They have children. They want to come back to work, but they don't have, affordable daycare. And if we had reasonably priced daycare, because we cannot subsidize that, I totally understand that for legal reasons, but it still might be that if we took a good, solid market approach to this, we might find some opportunities, and then teachers within 5 miles can drop off at another school, run to work, teach, come back, and pick their kids up, knowing that they were in a Broward County school, getting the kind of attention and love that we give to all the kids. There's an opportunity to do things better. Dr. Hepburn's got a lot of things to work on, but if that ever breaks out in terms of high priority, that sure would be a great thing for the community, because as all my friends with young kids will tell you, it is the second most expensive thing in their family besides their house. So they pay $3,000 or $4,000 or more for a monthly mortgage, and they're paying $2,000 to $3,000 a month for a child or two to go, so folks can get back to work. It is horrendously expensive to get high quality. We deliver high quality already. It's built into our ethos. And so if we could figure out how to do that and get some future students because they affiliate with the school system that they were born into, it'd be great. In the same measure that 6 or 7 years ago, I wanted Amazon to give every kid born in Broward County a Kindle.
Yeah.
And with that Kindle would come a Broward County School Board student number. And they would get free books for 5 years, but they would be bought into the Broward County system, and they might just come and enroll in our schools because they'd been enrolled for the whole 5 years of that. And we'd be providing early child literacy for a lot of people that don't have access to books as they should. So we're going to keep working on that. But I appreciate, Mr. Anderson, on you getting all these RPs out and done. That's a hell of a lot of work.
That's what I was saying yes to before when you said the rest about giving a lot of work.
Oh, you were saying yes to the compliment, and I appreciate that.
Because I knew where you were going, but then you added the part about giving Dr. Hepburn a lot of work.
Thanks, Joe. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. My comments are along the same line of what Dr. Zeman just said and to Ms. Rupert's point also. So I have a question. You know, we made Thurgood Marshall a birth to 5 center. And so is it possible that we do that maybe in more spaces? And what I think would be good is you've calculated based on what it would cost to have a teacher in a classroom, what could we provide those services at? So maybe it does make sense to have a workshop where we talk about how we can expand that and provide that daycare, you know, the preschool and daycare.
No, I think it's a good opportunity to also learning that a new solicitation is going to have to come out soon anyway. Because I'm thinking 2 lanes. One, maybe our internal ran program, and also a partnership as we have with other vendors as well too. Another thing we're going to have to do is actually survey the teachers and see where they actually live and where they're located. Because most of the redefining schools are among a central quarter, right, from centrally located in the middle of the district and going down into the southern part of the district. And I think that's probably the challenging part. I think we have people coming from west driving in, and that's probably why a lot of our instructors aren't taking advantage of it, it's just the location. So finding out where they are, the people who actually need the services, and then being strategic and putting them in the right place for our staff. So I think a workshop is definitely an opportune time as we kind of figure out what to put in the solicitation and how do we build some strong partnerships and looking at some of the spaces of the schools that are near the need.
Yeah, and along also the lines of where we already have VPK, because, you know, many of it, like I have a grandson, he started at his daycare at 1. They offer VPK, so he's going to stay there until he can't stay there anymore. If we got them into our schools earlier, they would stay through that time. So I think not, you know, I know Ms. Thompson wants us to look at expanding the VPK maybe in relation to that. We also look at that birth to 3 periods. So I'd love to have a workshop to just explore all that information.
Ditto.
All right, anyone else before I go? Is anyone's hand up, Mr. Hill? Okay. Okay, so I guess my question is, this is for this current school year, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So do we have contracts in place right now? Because, I mean, the first day of school was yesterday. We haven't voted on this yet. So how are we able to offer before and after care if this is for this year?
We have consultant agreements, correct, that we've executed under my authority to ensure there's no break-in service. So that's why we have the ability to bring the contracts for the duration of the year.
Okay. Why didn't this come before the first day of school?
Yeah, so we've identified the constipation or the congestion
You might have been right.
We've identified the congestion, and all of us, procurement, aftercare, legal, and the team are working together to ensure that along the way to accountability, and also working with all of us to make sure that at the latest we're bringing these things in April or May, so we don't have to deal with this, because it is frustrating for all of us as well.
Has this come late in previous years?
I can't recall, but probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing from you, there is going to be some accountability measures,
Yep.
as well as a plan to make sure that this does not happen
Yep,
again
correct.
in future years?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I'll just speak from a customer service experience. Aftercare is a very desirable service among like my neighbors. And so, it's very clear to the people in my neighborhood that aftercare at our school is, it fills up very quickly. So, we're all told to make sure that we're on the website, like I think it was 10 o'clock or whatever time it was on, I think, July 27th, to sign up immediately. And I go to sign up and the website's not working. I call as soon as I can to see if I can, what's going on. And the person who picks up the phone just says, hello. So not it's just not the best customer service. So I'm hoping that that we can get some streamlining of services, I guess, and a better, maybe some customer service discussions happening in that department. Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Dr. Holness?
Yes, I just want to express that I am very supportive of this item. I think aftercare service is very much needed. And Dr. Hepburn, I don't know if the word congestion and the other word are synonymous, but I appreciate all the comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Hill, anyone's hands up? All right. All in favor of item 2, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Aye. Aye.
Item passes unanimously. At this time, do any of my colleagues have student successes to share? All right. The scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the special school board meeting.